your home of AFL.
Throws it, goals it.
Get your footy fix
Live and ad-free with ABC Listen.
AFL, NRL, men's and women's.
This season, don't let life get in the way of the footy. Hear it on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
One state.
And they will come from everywhere.
4 days.
This will be special.
9 matches.
The umpire holds the footy up.
And all 18 clubs. For a once-a-year festival of footy.
Just cannot take your ears off this game. Oh, there's a bit to get excited about. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
The celebrations as they come from everywhere.
Gathers bursts away, kicks the goal, and the party continues.
This is Gather Round.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home. An ambitious effort, unbelievable. The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah. Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony. What a goal. He's off and running. The 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
This is AFL Gather Round.
Runs into a dead end. Holding the ball. Big tackle. How loud is it out there? Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of these. Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier. Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang.
And snap. And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to AFL Gather Round 2026 on ABC Sport.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The Friday night fever comes to gather round on a neutral battleground tonight. The black and white of the Magpies up against the purple haze of the Dockers. Fremantle, arguably the worst kept secret in the competition. Just about every pundit wants to sell you Fremantle in 2026 as a top 4 team, and perhaps even more than that. Meanwhile, for the Collingwood Magpies, it feels like they're playing the role of the ultimate gatekeeper. Not many people have them among the elite teams, but to be an elite team, you have to get past them, especially when Nick Dacos, the best player in the competition, is running around as he is expected to tonight in the black and white stripes. The question in front of us, are Fremantle among the very elite in the competition? Will we get a little insight into that tonight? We're first at the footy and last to leave here on ABC Sport, which means we're too early for teams. Nick Dacos, though, has been out there warming up. That's the good news. The weather has been consistent since we touched down yesterday, and that has been the intermittent showers. It has been cold and windy, but so far so good, and fingers crossed that the weather holds off for what is a fascinating game of footy tonight. The Magpies up against the Dockers, two teams which have a happy knack of playing some good games against one another. My name's Corbin Middlemass, alongside me in commentary, a man who's made the trip over today on the Big Bird, and I hear it was a little rocky landing. Clint Wilden's here from the West. Hello, Clint.
G'day to you, Corbin. It was a little bit rocky, and from my vantage point, second row furthest back on the plane, packed with purple. Absolutely chock-a-block the entire plane, bar one West Coast supporter and one Hawthorn supporter. They're both brave enough to wear their caps. But everybody else, particularly surrounding us, absolutely here to see Fremantle. And we know that the Dockers themselves here last week, dramatic win as well. Don't mind coming back here to Adelaide. Alex Pearce in particular would enjoy coming into Adelaide Oval, but they're up against another side that really enjoys playing here. Collingwood, they've won 11 of their past 12 at this venue. So two sides who like playing here, that know the ground pretty well, even though it is a neutral clash. And I reckon you're right. This is, to use the great cliche, this is a genuine acid test for Freo. If they're to be the team that a lot of us, and I'm in that category, expect them to be this year, then they simply have to beat Collingwood tonight.
Pies last year, final 14. People felt like they probably almost overachieved to get that far. They led the eventual premiers by 2 goals at halftime. Fremantle, on the other side of things, probably an earlier exit than we'd thought after earning the right to host an elimination final. Are they going to dovetail on their way towards where they're headed in 2026? We'll find out when they meet one another tonight. First of all, we're in his part, so we better go to him first. He is twice a place getter in the Brownlow medal. He is a former All-Australian. He's the current senior coach of the mighty North Adelaide Roosters in the SANFL. His name is Josh Franco, and he's back for another Gather Round edition with us here on ABC Sport. G'day, Josh.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. I must admit, though, I reckon you brought the weather over from Victoria. Yeah. The weather's turned just in the last few days. It was horrific last night. Hopefully the rain holds off tonight. But you talk about Collingwood. I looked through their list. They're too good not to be challenging tonight. And obviously Fremantle against Adelaide last week were awesome, particularly in that first half. So it sets up to what should be a thrilling contest.
I said last night that Adam Ramanauskas, in all 4 editions of Gather Round, has been the first man at the gate, ready to board the plane. He's been ready to go. Well, if he's 1A, 1B has been this man. He's the coaching icon. He's coached more games than anyone else in the history of VFL AFL footy. He's an Australian Football Hall of Famer. Mick Malthouse is back for season 4 of Gather Round. Great to have you in town again, Mick.
Oh, I love it, Corby and Clint, Joshy. What a great place. It is. There's just, you come here, it's friendly, fantastic ground. Barossa, of course, has got the wine. You can smell that beautiful Penfolds and anything else that's up there. So it hasn't quite got the smell there.
Thought it was an amazing coincidence that you happened to draw another Barossa game this year.
It was a threat.
Yeah.
Timmy's up the back there somewhere. I said, Tim, are you short of people? He said, we are. I said, well, mate, I get Barossa or I'll get nothing. So he's got me up there. So it's beautiful. And the games. So all the games, they count for something.
Yeah.
And when you analyse, it's interesting, Clint, that you say the plane is full of Fremantle people. It's indicative of where they are on the ladder. If it had been West Coast sort of up, you get a heap of West Coast people. But it's talking about tonight, if I can, for 1 second. And I know I've used this phrase before, but Dacos is the thumb of the hand. And if that is not an indicator to sides who regularly say, oh, we'll look after our... Look, if he's there, we'll look after him, but we're going to look after our own midfield. Well, good luck, because if you want to bring Collingwood down to being an ordinary football side, you take Nick Dacos out of the equation. Now, you're not going to stop him cold, but what you can do is at least be there and about when he's getting the double up hand pass or the run on, running with him. And if you can't find someone like that, it doesn't have to be a great player. It has to be someone who's got stamina, good concentration, highly disciplined. Now, I don't know what Fremantle will do, but everyone's sort of, talking up Fremantle. I still think they're one good midfielder short. That's going to be a bloke like Young if he can't stay on the ground. And then you've got the lunatic up on the forward line. If he, Voss, if he has a day out, good. If he doesn't, then he drags them down. So, and if Pearce can stay on the ground, he's one of the best backline players going around. So, yes, they've got it. But I reckon it'll be a hard job to beat Collingwood tonight.
So, Mick, on that, when you hear a coach say we're going to let the system take care, does that... Yeah, well, there's your answer. Does that annoy you? Yes. And it annoys me as well.
Josh, you know how my Collingwood sides played against Port Adelaide in your time.
Yeah.
It didn't matter how good our midfield could possibly have been. We've got to make sure that you account for the best player of the opposition. Because look, I still remember to this day West Coast playing Fitzroy. We won by 99 points. I still remember the game. Paul Roos was running a muck at centre back. Wouldn't let him run back. So we put someone on him, even though we're blitzing him, because you can't take you don't let a player just dominate because he wants to dominate. You've got to make it as awkward as you can for the opposition. If you walk away from that principle from last week and have a look at how Brisbane played against Collingwood without Dacos, you go, well, hang on, what would Brisbane have done? Would they taken him on? Maybe. I still think Dunkley or someone would have gone to him. In fact, they had some sort of plan for him. Fremantle are going to be any good. They're going to have to counter the best sides in the competition, and the best sides in the competition got the best midfielders. You don't take care of the midfielders and you want to run head-to-head, then you've got to be very good at both ends of the ground. You've got to be good because the ball's going to go in your back half a lot, and you've got to be good enough when the ball goes in your front half to mark it, catch it and kick goals. Fremantle are patchy on both.
I wonder if one of his draft classmates gets a little look at it tonight, in Neil Erasmus, who it's sort of been it's been much maligned as the rain tumbles down again here at Adelaide Oval. So Erasmus taken at pick 10. We know that pick 11 was Nasai Wanganeen-Millera. Nick Dacos obviously went in that super draft as well. So we'll see what the Dockers throw at Nick tonight. We'll get back to all of that as we narrow our focus in on Collingwood and Fremantle. We're still about an hour away from the opening bounce. Nick was out there doing a warm-up moments ago. I also, when I arrived, one of the first people here was Josh Tracy, who, of course, has taken the competition by storm and sort of everybody's new favourite player, it feels like, across the competition. He picked probably the worst time to go out there and do some earthing, as the modern player calls it, and had the toes in the grass, and just as he happened to be in the middle of the ground with his headphones on, heavens open, bucketed down, and he got drenched when he was out there, Josh Tracy, doing a little bit of that. There is no late change, so that's the big news. No late change. Nick Dacos is in, so Dacos will play for the Magpies tonight, at least for now. We're about an hour away from the start. No late change on the team sheets. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Wilden, alongside Josh Franco, Mick Malthouse and Ray Chamberlain to join us throughout the night on the boundary. The near 400-game umpire, a man who's officiated in 3 grand finals. And there was a little bit to pull apart out of last night as well on the umpiring front, which we'll get to as we work our way through. On the park, it was perhaps as expected. It was you thought Adelaide were about a 4 or 5 goal better team than Carlton, and they walked away with a 28-point victory last night to open Gather Round. It's just the second time that Adelaide have had success in the round that obviously its city hosts. Chris Davies caught my ear last night when he was talking about George Hewitt's omission from the team. Ben Cameron asked him this question pre-game last night.
Do you have any concerns about the fact that that leaked out and Mitch Cleary was able to report the story? Oh, not really. I mean, you know, we told the players the day before, so I guess you expect that these things are going to get out in whatever way. I mean, it was probably an hour or two before selection.
So you heard him there. We told the players a day before, is what Chris Davies had to say last night, the Carlton footy boss. So the teams came out on Wednesday, obviously for a Thursday night game. So if they told the players the day before, that was Tuesday. So the team flies out on Wednesday, coming to play the fixture on Thursday night. Well, Mitch McGovern, I don't know if he was asleep during the meeting or what went on, but he did press earlier today, and this is what he had to say when he found out about the fact that George Hewitt wasn't playing.
It was a shock to me because I didn't know until we got on the plane. Because it was a weird one with like selection, short turnarounds. Obviously, bodies are a bit sore. So to get through the training and stuff like that, we weren't even sure what the team lineup was going to be. But yeah, so the decision sort of out of our hands as players.
So the footy boss essentially says players were told on Tuesday. Mitch McGovern gets to the airport on Wednesday, says he doesn't know that George Hewitt isn't in the team, that the reigning best and fairest winner isn't playing. Is that a big deal or no big deal?
That is a big deal. I think it's a big deal because I'm just looking at the draw there, Corby, and I've got some bad news for Carlton, so I'll go through it in a minute. But I'll tell you why it's a big deal, because when you say something to the media about team selection, you want it to be as truthful as you can, so that you may be right. He may have been asleep at the sort of not taking it in. But it's one of those things, when you're going to drop your best and fairest, I would like to think that you would say to the group, this is why we do it. Because you don't have to explain yourself all the time. You certainly should to the player, no question, or maybe even the captain and the player. But when you're dropping your best and fairest winner, and he hasn't been the worst player by any stretch, then I think you've got an obligation to say to the group, boys, he's out of the side, we just think we might need to fix this up. Now, you can start to spread that out as wide as you can. You don't have to say, look, he's too slow, he doesn't man up, he doesn't, whatever. you might spread that out a little bit. But the players need to go, oh, okay, right, he's out. He's coming in. Josh, players then get over it pretty quickly, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Once they realise.
Yeah.
But if it's done when you're on the plane and you're going to get off and you're going to train and he's not there, you're thinking that to me throws a little bit of doubt in your mind.
Well, I think the other thing to that is we live in a world now where there's social media. The players, they all know each other. They're all connected somehow.
Yeah.
And just be honest. So whether that's a Chris Davies or whether it's a Mitch McGovern that wasn't listening and wasn't tuning in, just be honest with the media, be honest with people, with those sorts of things. Then you don't leave yourself open to this sort of scenario.
We're not talking about it, are we?
Absolutely not. I don't understand why they would try to shield that from, because eventually it gets out.
It just goes to show they're all not on the same page,
They're
doesn't
not.
it? That's
something different.
That's the other thing.
Yeah, the story leaks. So essentially, before teams come through, Mitch Cleary broke it on Wednesday. So we already knew that Hewitt wasn't playing, and yet McGovern's saying after the game's even finished that he didn't know until he got to the airport. The footy boss is saying no, we told everyone on Tuesday, so of course it's going to leak. It's just everyone doesn't know what everyone else is doing at the moment, and they're playing like that.
Yeah, well, they're going in different directions. Just on that, what I just said about their draw, I don't. If they were getting belted every game all over by every quarter, I'd say they've got no hope. But I've seen enough of Carlton to see them at their best. They were really clinically good early. They leaked a bit at the back end because Adelaide still kicked 5 goals, I think it was. But they've been able to kick good scores against good sides, but they can't persist with it. Now, that's a mental thing. But the worst thing for Carlton supporters is that over the next few weeks they play Collingwood. That's always going to be, you don't know how that's going to turn out. Then they play Fremantle.
They never beat Collingwood either. They got an awful record recently.
That's right. Yeah. So you've got Fremantle away. I was just talking to a St Kilda supporter at the back and he said, oh God, I know which one they're going to win. So you've got the Saints. Then you've got Brisbane away.
Yep.
Then you've got the Dogs. And Port. Now that's away as well. It's here in Adelaide. Then Geelong. Then it's going to be the ding dong battle of the century. It's Essendon and Carlton.
Easy. Easy.
Look, I put that in, and then they're going to win. They're going to get points. You know what? They have a bye.
Yeah.
So I think we should start giving points for a bye these days.
That's what they do in the NRL.
Well,
over there they hand out.
We generally follow them. Corby?
We have been.
We have.
Actually, can I just jump in there as well? I know we're talking about Collingwood and Fremantle tonight, but going back to that game last night, Mick, and I don't know if a lot's been said of it, sitting on the couch at home watching it, Carlton were good in that first quarter. Very good. Dominated field position, dominated clearances. Adelaide were able to hit the scoreboard and hang in there from a scoreboard perspective. First, second and third centre clearance, and I'll look, and Patrick Cripps is sitting on the bench.
Remarkable.
That was the words that I would use when I was watching it. I just couldn't believe that.
You're a midfielder, so we can talk to you because you're a midfielder.
Yeah.
Probably in those days, not as interchanged as, certainly not as interchanged as now. However, let the baker bake the bread.
Yeah.
If you're a midfielder and you've just helped Walsh and himself clean up through the middle, when the stats were astounding. How Adelaide actually were 5 goals was remarkable. And all of a sudden, that 5 or 6 minutes gone, Adelaide scored 3 goals. My go is, when you're hot, you leave it and you run it to the end. Now, the excuse is, we want them to get through the game. It's no use coming home like a bloody whirlwind with 15 minutes to go when you've done the dash 15 minutes after quarter time.
And I guess what compounded my frustration was that he just had 6 minutes at quarter time as a break.
Exactly.
And he gets he came on the 8-minute mark, is that right? So 14 minutes of not playing.
Yeah.
Staggering. And then the game got away from him.
Just on the injury front, Mitch Hinge, a 3 to 5 week hammy. He's had back problems in the pre-season. Now the club's saying sort of in the medium term, but it's not looking good for Mitch Hinge, who's had an interrupted start to the season. Ray Chamberlain's with us again tonight, one of our favourites, of course, our favourite on ABC Sport. Near 400-game umpire. He's in the city of Churches, ready to go. Held back last night, but ready to launch on Friday Night Footy, Razor.
Been champing at the bit, Corbin. Thanks very much for having me indoors at the moment as it comes in sideways. I'm very appreciative of that.
I'm hoping that just sweeps through for you. Just on last night's game, so obviously you keep a close eye on all these matches, just from a footy lover's point of view, let alone an umpiring lens. But last night we clearly saw an increase in the ARC's intervention on the last disposal out of play. In your understanding, is that umpire-driven, that they want more support from the technology, or is that league-driven to tell the umpires, make sure you check with the video where possible.
No, there's an ecosystem, there is a hierarchy, and what AFL field umpires know, Corb, is the greatest scope that they have in their job for choice is what they order off room service, right? So they'll be told what to do. That won't be an umpire-driven edict at all. And
so that's just not 4 guys last night deciding, hey, we'll lean on the technology.
No, and I suspect, and probably this is where these questions come from, right? When we're not open, transparent up front with what we're going to do with certain things, it starts to bleed. You're pulling away at that string, and when does that stop? And the hole just gets bigger and bigger. I personally have a position on technology in sport. There's only one code in the world that I've seen where it's been successful and everyone accepts it, and quite frankly, it's the greatest con job that's ever been provided, and that's tennis. You see, everyone follows the ball, it's out or whatever. They never lay the ball over. They never lay the vision over. We just all take it as being accurate, right? And so bravo to tennis. But I don't mind it around scoring. I understand wanting to eliminate a howler where it affects the score. But, Mick, you just said a great line. I loved it. It was let the baker bake the bread. Let the umpires make the call, right? It's a subjective sport.
So unless there's been more intervention from head office overnight, you would expect more of the same tonight, that we would get the similar thing that what we saw last night tonight when it comes to the perimeter.
Yeah, so ultimately we've been given instruction and correspondence and communication that the ARC can intervene when there's a blatant error, so long as it doesn't impact in the general flow of the game. So if the oppo who's been awarded the free kick brings the ball into play, we've been led to believe, off you go, that's fine. And that still stands. What we saw last night was a change in behaviour of on-field umpire where there was this increased incidence of correspondence, communication, powwow, time on. And is that bleeding out time so off-field can then get and catch up and intervene? Because that's not what we were told at the start of the year, Corb.
Yeah.
Mind you, Neil Bullen kicked a goal from it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
From one of them.
Yeah. So
spot on.
So
that turned momentum.
So you've
as
got to
well.
be careful that you don't rob a side of, like Adelaide will scream over a couple of weeks ago where they clearly had a ball that should have been theirs to go into their forward line. Who knows what would have taken place, but it went to the other end and might have been Collingwood, was it? Kicked the goal. Not sure who kicked the goal.
Geelong, was it?
Geelong kicked the goal. Whereas that should, that's right, because it was at 8. It should have gone to Adelaide. Now that should have been looked at.
So from my perspective, right, it's not about right or wrong. So you can mount an argument more technology involvement, and we do that, and we understand that that's now part of the game. Or we say, or there's the argument to say, no. We're not having tech hold up the game. This is a free-flowing game.
One or the other, Ray.
Yeah, exactly. But pick it, right, and then tell us where you stand on it. And the tail shouldn't wag the dog. The league run the league, and I'm comfortable with that personally. Whether I agree with everything or not, whatever. But just pick one. This sort of death by 1,000 cuts, I'm not sure I'm cool on that.
Just jumping in there as well, have the AFL got it wrong in terms of the rule that they've introduced? The sample, I reckon, do it well. So the sample, it's either an execution error, so an actual handball, or a kick is the out of bounds, change of possession, turnover. So those examples that we're watching last night, which hold up play, they're just boundary throw-ins. They don't even get looked at.
Because even if it comes off someone's leg near the boundary...
It's just so the handball into his leg would just be a boundary throw-in. If the umpire called a boundary throw-in, it wouldn't be reviewed, it wouldn't be held up. So I reckon the way the sample actually adjudicate that rule is actually... better. It doesn't take out all the grey for the umpire, but it takes out a lot of it.
Because obviously we do understand with that one, and yes, you're right, the ARC intervention proved to be an accurate situation where ultimately a score resulted. So, if you look at that from the gun, you go, we want the right outcome in that situation. And if you're on the goal line and the ball hits you below the knee, whether you mean it or not, and it crosses the line, it's a score, it's a goal, if you're the attacking team. So, how much of the rule are we going to, what's the purpose? Now, from my understanding, the game communicated more broadly, we want to eliminate the howler. And so we had the Isaac Heaney snap-on goal against Carlton last year. That was the purpose.
Yeah.
And then here we are, we're talking about, in the last 3 weeks, 15 examples where we might have got 3 right, all to solve one error that a human being made. And we're all fallible, we're all human, and there's a human on the end of the arc.
Correct. And the part that I don't think as an industry we can get our head around is that the last 2 minutes of a game, the decisions are more highly scrutinised and should be than the first 2 minutes of the game in the second quarter or whatever it turns out to be. They're not the same thing. So I can understand, in the waning moments if they want to forensically analyse, because essentially what you're saying then, if it's a tie game in the second quarter or whatever, and it's also a tie game with 2 minutes to go, well, it's basically a completely different game. Like that is the end of the game is more important in those particular moments. So if you want to, it actually adds to the drama if you want to stop it and analyse every decision. But I'm not sure one's halfway through the second quarter or whatever.
Yeah,
I think we can.
So
leave with the umpires.
You want a 2 minute warning, Corbin? Give it a 2 minute warning.
I can understand for.
I'm not being crazy, but you could actually have a situation where
another
these
Americanism.
things, I know, but these things will come in for the last 2 minutes of the game. We will forensically go through this, because I agree.
That's how it was pitched to us.
Absolutely, because this argument that a mistake in the opening term is as relevant as a mistake in the last one is garbage. Absolute garbage, because you have no time to fix that mistake on your own terms when there's 2 minutes left. There just isn't the time to do it. So it does matter more. Everyone texts in all the time, and you would cop the same phone calls. Oh, it's the same. No, it's not. Absolute rubbish. So maybe you do have to have a situation where we're prepared to go with the umpire's call and we don't want to stop a free-flowing game, but we analyse to within a thousandth of a frame the mistake that's made at the end of the game.
And the other thing is, wasn't there a suggestion there that the game's too long? So what we've done, we've increased the game. But the other thing about it is I still haven't seen. I've seen they blow the whistle quickly in when players get hold of the football, they get hold of each other. The ball ups around the ground aren't too bad, but the boundary umpire still has a look over his shoulder. He's still waiting. They've been told, throw the thing in.
Yep.
If the ruckmen aren't there, that's just bad luck. Mind you, having said that, I'm just looking at where that centre square is, and I will be always bemused. I'm glad you haven't given too many votes to ruckmen in your lifetime, because why do they stand 35 yards back and the boundary umpire can only throw it in 15, and then they do a big mad sprint, and they wonder why they grab each other and feeding ruckman. Yep. Why don't they stand 17 metres away? Josh?
And then us in commentary, we say, shallow boundary throwing, when really it's just the ruckman's too far back.
They're too far back. Really?
That's an RFI for us.
Greg Swan's already done a job on some ruckmen, because they won't be here next year because they can't jump, so they're out. So, we're diminishing the number of people who can play this game. Look,
what we've done, Mick, in the last 7 minutes, we started on the arc with, when do we intervene and when we don't. And we literally dovetailed off that into another 8 issues. I wouldn't be a decision maker in at the AFL.
Well, you never made one.
For all the tea you
you never made one on the ground anyway.
Mick, I'm not employed by them anymore. I can throw hands back. I'm looking forward to later on, Corb. I'm coming loaded.
I can't wait. Ray Chamberlain with us all night on the boundary. He's going to duck inside both the Pies and the Dockers camp in just a moment. Some breaking news coming through on the Lance Collard update. So the statement reads as follows. The AFL acknowledges the decision of the Independent Disciplinary Tribunal today to uphold the charge against Lance Collard of the St Kilda Football Club following a finding that he breached AFL Rule 2.3, conduct unbecoming by the use of a homophobic slur directed towards an opponent in a VFL match on March 27. A sanction hearing will now be convened to determine the sanction at a date and a time to be determined. The AFL has no tolerance for the use of homophobic language in our game, and its expectations have been made extremely clear to all our players, including by education that all AFL and VFL players receive. So the AFL upholding the charge against Lance Collard. More to come on that, I'm sure, as we work our way throughout the night, and no penalty has been handed down as yet, so that'll be determined at a later date. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. There's no late change. Nick Dacos is in for the Magpies tonight. They've also got a debutant, by the way, the alliteration which we love. 22-year-old Angus Anderson is going to make his debut tonight.
He's got to be nicknamed Angry, hasn't he?
Has to be.
I'll try to work in a bound for glory as he has a shot at goal at some stage throughout tonight.
So you would have seen him play.
Yeah, watched him last year.
So what's he like?
He's just a tough ball getter.
Has he got the skill level to be? I know he's tough as nails, but he's got the skill level to go with these blokes.
Remains to be seen, but yeah, look, he was a dominant player in the SNFL last year
because of his toughness.
Yeah.
His speed.
That's okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Westerfield won the Odie medal in last year's grand final, had 24 and kicked one, Angus Anderson. He's one of 3 inclusions alongside a guy named Dacos and a guy named Pendlebury, who are back tonight for the Magpies. The Dockers fielding the same 23 to beat the Crows here last Friday. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport inside both camps. Next.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. Victoria's teachers have warned of more strikes next term as the union and government fail to make progress on a wage deal. Kate Ashton reports.
Victoria's public school staff will take part in rolling half-day strikes in Term 2. The escalating industrial action follows a statewide strike last month, which saw tens of thousands of school workers walk off the job. While Premier Jacinta Allen today urged the Education Union to stay at the negotiating table, the state's Education Union President, Justin Mullally, says there's been no pay offer since the last strike.
The government could act now to end this dispute.
The AEU says it will continue to negotiate while its strike plan is in action. It's pushing for a 35% increase over 4 years.
Australia and Singapore have agreed to make every effort to meet each other's energy needs as conflict in the Middle East continues. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and his Singaporean counterpart Lawrence Wong have held talks in Singapore. The deal reached today is not legally binding. The Prime Minister is expected to visit more countries across the region in the coming weeks to further shore up Australia's fuel supplies. Iran's supreme leader says he reserves the right to retribution for attacks on his country and its allies, implying Lebanon's Hezbollah militia, although Israel says they're not covered by the ceasefire. Pakistani authorities say they believe the peace talks in Islamabad this weekend will go ahead, despite a number of disagreements on the current truce. But political experts disagree on how successful they might be. John Bolton, a former national security advisor to the first Trump administration, says he foresees problems.
There's no division between Israel and the United States. It seems very clear that both of them think that Lebanon's not part of the ceasefire, and the Iranians have a different view. That doesn't bode well for future negotiations, I must say.
Federal Health Minister Mark Butler hasn't ruled out introducing means testing to the National Disability Insurance Scheme. The federal government has flagged it plans to limit the growth of the $50 billion NDIS. Labor Senator Helen Polley has today called for an open conversation on means testing the scheme, which could see some NDIS participants financially contributing to their care. Mr Butler says a range of measures are being considered.
I really welcome that different colleagues are putting different ideas on the table. Having said that, we're going through an orderly process internally as we prepare the budget. I'm not going to rule in or rule out any of the different measures that people are suggesting in this debate.
The Artemis 2 astronauts are preparing for their return to Earth as their historic 10-day voyage around the moon nears its conclusion. The 3 Americans and Canadian are expected to splash down at 10:07 tomorrow morning, Australian Eastern Standard Time, just off the coast of San Diego in California. NASA's Associate Director Amit Kshatriya says he's confident of a safe return for the crew.
There's no question that we'll all be anxious. I have full confidence in the team. They do too. We've been with them the whole time, and so we've done the work. It's impossible to say you don't have irrational fears left, right? But I would tell you I don't have any rational fears about what's going to happen.
In the AFL, the Brisbane Lions in North Melbourne spent the morning training in the Barossa Valley, north of Adelaide, ahead of their gather-round clash tomorrow. Here's Rachel Merritt.
The Barossa match will be the first of 4 AFL games played in SA on Saturday, with 2 matches at Adelaide Oval and 1 at Norwood in Adelaide's eastern suburbs. North Melbourne's Caleb Daniel, who grew up in SA, says excitement is building for the sides' gather-round clash.
It's going to be an amazing challenge to come up against the reigning premiers.
The Lions' Sam Draper, also an SA recruit, says it's a welcome return home.
Love coming back to South Australia, any opportunity I can get.
Collingwood will take on Fremantle tonight at the Adelaide Oval in front of a packed crowd.
And to the weather across Victoria, there are showers mainly over the south and eastern ranges, becoming isolated in East Gippsland this evening. Snow showers above 1,600 metres as well, and some possible small hail about the far southwest later on. Tomorrow, a cool to cold day across Victoria with partly cloudy conditions. Scattered showers mostly near and south of the Divide, tending isolated over East Gippsland. Snow showers above 1,100 metres tomorrow with possible small hail and gusty thunderstorms about southernmost coasts and moderate to fresh westerly winds, strong at times near the coast. In Melbourne, a shower or two continuing this evening and showers right across the weekend. Tomorrow, a top of 17. On Sunday, a top of just 16 with showers on Monday as well. Right now in Melbourne, it's 14 degrees. ABC News.
Get your footy fix with ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron are joined by a cast of AFL legends to pull apart the biggest stories in Aussie rules. Search for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is Gather Round.
Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line and Marty got there.
Another one.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. And don't get better than this.
Watsonise the sticks. He's pulling rabbits out of hats. Spellbinding. The skipper off a step finishes.
Right foot strike.
He's got it. Oh, the home fans like that. On the left boot. He's welcome to the big time moment. Oh my goodness. That truly is remarkable.
From the city to the suburbs and up to the Barossa Valley, you're listening to AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia. On radio, on digital and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Day 2, Game 2 of Gather Round edition number 4. Of course, 9 games, all 18 teams involved, spread across 4 days in and around the Festival State. And, of course, footy's ultimate festival. What a matchup we've got for you tonight. It is Collingwood up against Fremantle, 2 top 8 teams from last year. Are they both destined to be there again in season 2026? The last time they met, Fremantle put their foot on the gas to come from 22 behind and edge the Magpies by a point. They played a brand of footy which certainly impressed Craig McRae. What version of the Dockers will we get tonight? Under the Friday night lights, it is neutral battleground tonight here at Adelaide Oval, a place which both teams have had success in the not too distant past, the Magpies and the Dockers. There's no late change. That's the key news, which means that Nick Dacos is in. We had the late drama last week. He's been out there warming up, and so Dacos is back for the Magpies to come up against the Dockers, who have fielded the same 23 for the 3rd straight week. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Wilden in commentary. Josh Franco, a man who's been a place getter twice in the Brownlow medal. He's the current coach of the North Adelaide Football Club in the Sandful. And Mick Moldhouse, a man who's coached more games than anyone else in the history of VFL, AFL football, the coaching icon. With us, as always, on a Friday night, Ray Chamberlain's on the boundary, and we'll dunk inside both camps in a few moments from now. Just on the setup, so that the last time that these two teams met, we had a fascinating quote from Craig McRae last July, Mick, in the post-game, where he said, and I quote, "They play a good brand of footy when they're up and going fast. Maybe they should play a bit more of that at times. It's a good version of them." It's very rare that we hear any senior coach, Craig McRae included, comment on another team. How do you think Fremantle will receive that? Obviously, they haven't said too much publicly, but does it add a little bit of extra spice to tonight's game?
Look, it was probably listened to after the game, no doubt. I don't necessarily think that now would be... I can't see how it would influence now. But you know what he said was spot on. Spot on. When they're up and running...
Would it live with you, though, as a coach? Like, if another coach said to you, hey, you've got these 2 different modes, and when you go quick, it's a good brand, and we don't like what you do the rest of the... Well, he didn't say that, but it's implied.
Well, most coaches say that about me, so I couldn't get angry every week. But I think you're drawing too long of a bow there for that one. I don't necessarily think it would be held on to. They may have assessed it. And you know what? They probably dissect it anyway and go, look, when we're at our best, we're actually moving the football. But, you know, the interesting thing about it, and I know you know this, Josh, as far as a player goes, it's very hard to maintain the same solid running power right through a match. That's why, I guess, when I look back, say, the mid-2000s, and we changed the interchange times on and off the bench. We worked it out that Swan was a 6.5 minute player, Pendlebury a 9 minute player, because they couldn't sustain that. And remarkably, when the league said to us the next year, it was the next year, they said, no, we're going to cut you back. We had to move Swan from 6.5 to 8.5 or whatever. He never got the ball more. So an extra 2 minutes, he never got the ball more. What he did was able to go explode when he did and come off and rested. That's why I'm not overly sold on Fremantle, because they can't seem to get the right balance at the right time. And when you think about last year, they come from behind a lot of times to win games. Against the better sides, they're not going to let you get back in the game these times. They're going to hold you and they go, well, you've had your opportunity, you didn't take it, and now we're just going to sit on you and work you out. You've got to be able to have the button to go yes and the button to go no at the right time. I don't know whether they've got that yet.
That's one thing that they have changed. So whatever Craig McGrath said, he was right, because they have played significantly quicker this year. And if there's one...
Right across the board, though?
Right across the board. And if there's one criticism of them, it's almost that they've gone too far the other way,
right,
which is why teams have been able to run them down, because they become a situation where they now try to move the ball so quickly, they almost need to have a few elements of what they've had in the last 2 years. Well, actually, the last 4 years, they've been very slow. They've been in the bottom three in terms of the speed of ball movement. That wouldn't be the case this year. I haven't seen the stats, but I'll guarantee you it's not the case. They almost need at times to be able to find those gears, when to drop it down and learn to control the football, because they've spun it on their head. And there's been reasons for that. I think particular big step forward again from what Murphy Reed's been able to do. And Shea Bolton, who, of course, kicked that behind, that won them the game last time against Collingwood. But his ability to run, carry the football and move it quickly inside forward 50 has been exceptional for Fremantle this year.
But their forward line is a lot different.
Yes, it is.
Because I think when you ask beginning of the season who's going to win those awards, and I put Tracy down as the leading goal kicker. I still reckon he's going to be hard to... Well, he's not there yet because King's all over him, but he's the sort of player that can kick a 5 or 6 without any trouble. But what happened, Amos is now starting to be a better player, so it makes sense to get the ball in there quick. I understand that, because the more you leave them by themselves, they double the lead and this sort of stuff, they get frustrated. They end up being in a position, the kick goes in, the extra play behind the ball. So Collingwood are very good at, if you want to go slow, and particularly go lateral, they will gobble you up. They'll just keep pushing on you, and they'll force the error. That's where they win most of their games, they force the error, they pick it up, they've got blokes, then virtually they're one-on-one. Elliott on one-on-one, DeGoey one-on-one. They've got their forward line is a bit suspect, but those medium-sized, it's hard to beat them. But Fremantle gifted them that time and time again, and so do other sides in regard to that lateral slow movement. So the quick movement, if you can get the ball into from the centre line forward, and then you start the basketball, which I say push it around a bit, so you're not just bombing it in. But what Fremantle were doing, they were doing it in their back half.
Yep.
And I think that's probably a subtle difference. But when you've got good forwards, get the ball in there quick. And they've got the three bigs, and I'm not sure they can work three bigs today.
Well, one thing they've had changed, and it's not just about how Amos has been able to, one, mark the football and two, convert, because he had a really disappointing year last year. They've actually worked out their forward line patterns, and you saw time and time again over a number of games through 2025 where Voss and Amos would lead to the same area, or you would see Tracy lead out and Amos would almost get in his way. They seem to have sorted out their running patterns this year. So the way that they break when there's a ball that is going inside forward 50, the midfielders have options to try to hit.
Inside both camps in just a moment. Josh Franco, would you be put out if another coach commented on the style of your team?
Depends on what context. In that sort of context, probably not. I probably wouldn't be put out by it.
Yep.
Then I start to think, was it a strategic comment by McRae?
Yeah.
Oh, who knows?
I had it put to me by someone who's very, very intelligent football thinker. And he essentially said, I wonder if McRae was settling an argument that he'd had, say, with one of his assistant coaches during the week. Like, imagine if, for example, they're in a team meeting and they say, hey, this is when Fremantle look their best, and the assistant coach says, no, they play conservative for a reason, and this is what they do. And then almost as if McRae was saying, hey, I got that right, they're at their best when they go fast. And he's almost like settling this argument, not realising that Mate, that's actually live out to the nation. Like, everyone can hear that and take that in. And it was sort of felt like he was having his own private little finishing an argument with someone he'd had during the week. Because it was very out of character. Craig McRae usually doesn't miss sort of his or blow his lines too often.
Thought it was a soliloquy for a moment. Suddenly forgot that everybody else was listening in.
Just repeating the news, the very serious news involving Lance Collard, who has failed in his bid to beat the charge that was laid at him by the disciplinary tribunal. So as a result, he's been found guilty of the homophobic slur that he laid at a VFL game. So that's the outcome. The charge has been upheld. They're going to go away and come back with an appropriate penalty. So that's the latest on that front. St Kilda have responded. The Saints have fought this the whole way through. Lance Collard protested his innocence and yet hasn't had success with that tribunal. The St Kilda statement reads, St Kilda Football Club is naturally disappointed with the decision handed down by the AFL Disciplinary Tribunal this afternoon. The process is ongoing, with further submissions from both parties to be made on any penalty. A date for this next step is yet to be confirmed. The club is also reviewing the tribunal's written findings and will consider its position, including avenues of appeal. We will continue to support Lance through this process. As the matter remains ongoing, the club will make no further comment at this time. So we might leave it there for the time being as well, but we'll talk more about it as the weekend progresses. The Plain Rain has been cleared. They're about to do the light show, which is spectacular and has been revamped. It's also custom built per game, so we expect to see some Fremantle and Collingwood logos that have been built into that. Doesn't quite translate to radio, though, so we've got something for you while that's going on. Ray Chamberlain, a few moments ago, had the chance to duck inside the Collingwood camp. Always tremendous with their access, the Magpies, and they've given us a player who is about to run out there in the number 12 for the Magpies. He's with Ray Chamberlain.
Thanks very much, Corbin. Well, we're really fortunate enough to have 159 AFL gamer Harry Perryman. Harry, mate, thanks for making time this evening.
Thanks, Fraser. Thanks for having me.
Listen, this is a ground that the Pies have an unbelievable record at. 11 out of the last 12, and the game you dropped was only by 3 points. How do you find playing here at the Adelaide Oval personally?
Yeah, I love it. Every time we get to play on the Adelaide Oval, it's always an awesome opportunity, and we do have a good record here, so we've spoken a little bit about that during the week, and we're keen to get out of here and have a good red hot crack.
We'll just let that go past. Timing's everything. So, Gather Round, that's why we're all here. How's Gather Round different, other than obviously you're interstate, for a player than, say, a standard home and away round?
Yeah, obviously a lot more people around the city. Good atmosphere. You're walking down the street, people in different footy Guernseys coming up saying g'day. It's got that really good feel about it, and every time it pops up on the calendar, we always look forward to coming over here and putting on a good show.
Beautiful. So, just for the next little bit, right, pre-game, we sort of take a lot of this stuff for granted. But for the fans at home listening, give us a little bit of an insight as for you as you prepare to take on the Fremantle Dockers.
Yeah, so we usually have a line meeting. Us backs will get together, have a 10-minute chat, talk about just 2 or 3 key points that are crucial to beating the Dockers. Team meeting, Fly will probably try and crack a few gags. Some of them come off, some don't, but he does a good job at keeping it pretty relaxed pre-game. And then just a little warm-up out in the ground, get yourself going. Everyone kind of does different things. Some blokes are more relaxed than others. Some blokes are pretty intense. So you just kind of, making sure you're in the zone and ready to go.
I come from a different group of individuals, as you know, former AFL umpire, and we've got plenty of weirdos there. Who are the unique individuals that are doing some different stuff pre-game for the Collingwood Football Club?
Oh, there's a few. Geordie to go, he's always doing something pretty stupid, or who knows what he's doing, but he's always good fun to hang out before the game. Pretty relaxed customer, and just keeps it pretty light-hearted.
Is there any music getting played in the rooms?
Yeah, Braden Maynard, he's usually in charge of that. Plays some heavy stuff. I'm not really into that type of stuff, but it gets you up and about, which is good.
Fantastic. Listen, tonight, up against a really good side, Fremantle Dockers. The last 3 times you've met, it's gone down to the wire. What does the Collingwood Football Club need to get done tonight to take care of business against Fremantle?
Yeah, 100%. They're quality outfit, the Dockers. It probably all starts in the midfield. We got touched up there last week pretty comfortably, so getting their hands on the footy, just being harder and tougher than them around the contest, and that should go a long way to helping us win the game. Finally, mate,
Angus Anderson debuts tonight. He's a local product from this area. What can we expect from him?
Yeah, he's going to be awesome. And ever since he came in November, he's he's exactly what we need tonight. Just hard, tough, crashes packs. Just an awesome team player, so he'll be unreal for us.
Harry, once again, thanks so much for taking time out with ABC Sport. All the best tonight.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, Razor.
Harry Perryman with Ray Chamberlain down on the boundary a few moments ago from the Magpies as he gets ready to roll in game number 159. Back-to-back road games for the Magpies, given the fact, or neutral game, depending on how you count this one. They are listed first for whatever that's worth. But after the loss to Brisbane last week without Nick Dacos, they get him back tonight. Pendlebury returns too on his record-setting run, game number 429. And he's got a debutant alongside him, the 22-year-old Angus Anderson. The 3 inclusions for the Magpies. Clint mentioned it earlier in the call. 11 of their last 12 they've won here in Adelaide. So it's been a home away from home for them, including last year's qualifying final win over the Crows. The only loss that they've had in that time was a 3-point defeat to Adelaide. So even that they ran incredibly close. So from the Magpies to the Dockers, Ray Chamberlain now inside the Fremantle camp with their assistant coach in Joel Corey.
So we're here pre-game with Fremantle assistant coach and former Geelong legend Joel Corey. Joel, thanks very much for taking time tonight with ABC Sport.
Thank you for having me.
Now, mate, fresh off a terrific win last week at the same venue, how'd the team pull up?
Yeah, good. We took a different avenue. We ended up going back to Perth and rather than stay over here, but it's nice to be back at Adelaide Oval on a Friday night. It's a beautiful ground and a great time slot.
Going back, obviously, lots of families involved in those sorts of things. Easter, was there anything else behind changing up this year or just simple as that?
Not necessarily. It was Easter time, so it's a good, important to spend that with the family. We've got a few kids filtered through the playing group these days, so it's good to actually get back to Easter Sunday and do a chocky Easter egg hunt and spend it with the kids.
Recent history, last 3 games, 3 very tight contests. I'm excited about this evening. For the Fremantle fans at home who are watching the game tonight, what have Fremantle got to take care of to beat Collingwood Football Club tonight?
Yeah, they're a very good side, aren't they? And they're used to stages like this. So if we can get the ball into our half and then keep it there for periods of time, I think we can set the ground up well enough to actually score. One of the times last year at the MCG, we ended up getting over the line in the end, but we did get caught in our back half a fair bit, and their game is pretty strong when a team allows them to do that.
Opposition midfield, they've got a couple of, you might have heard of them, Nick Dacos and Scott Pendlebury, they're back in tonight. Any special plans for them, or is it more about taking care of business for Fremantle?
Oh, well, they got a lot more than just Dacos and Pendlebury, but 2 fantastic players. We've been pretty good this season through the midfield and working as a unit, so we'll have strategies for individuals and them as a group, but I think we can back ourselves in.
Last year post-game, Craig McRae made a bit of a comment in the post-match interview, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, which is Craig's way, talking about when Fremantle move the ball quickly, they're a more dangerous side, essentially, and maybe they should do a little bit more of that. When there's a little bit of that historical stuff, does that add any spice into the next season, or is it just business as usual?
Oh, I think it's business as usual. There's so much happens between one game and the next, let alone last season and this season, so we're just trying to bring our best football every opportunity we can, and we think our best football is good enough to win games, and that's what we'll be trying to produce tonight.
Joel, most importantly, what's your coffee order?
I'm a long black, man.
Love it. Best of luck tonight, mate, and thanks for taking time with ABC Sport.
Thanks, Ray.
He's all over it, our man Razor Ray Chamberlain downstairs with Joel Corey, the former Geelong Premiership player, of course, multiple times over, and assistant coach now with the Dockers. Just repeating, no late change, same 23 for 3 weeks in a row for Fremantle. And for the Magpies, they got 3 big ins at selection. Nick Dacos is playing. Angus Anderson's on debut, the 22-year-old Croater. And Scott Pendlebury for game number 429.
Mick, interesting listening to Joel Corey. Then we spoke about it a few moments ago. It doesn't seem like they're going to put a hard tag on Nick Dacos, so do that at your own peril. Interestingly enough, I heard Longmuir in his midweek press conference. I think he said they played them the last 2 times. When they tagged Nick Dacos, they lost, but when they didn't, they won. So it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds tonight. But as I said, you let Nick running around doing what he likes. You do at your own peril.
It's just, I've got to say, and I don't want to interfere with and try to judge coaches, because I know it's hard enough. But because I'm probably a defensive coach, it is bloody absolute madness. Because it's the old thing, if we've got him in there, that means we haven't got other players. But what's wrong with your fifth forward? What's wrong with your players? It simply means that if you're doing a job on him, they've only got 2 operational. See, it's like last night. The first thing that should have been happening last night at quarter time, when you run it down, all of a sudden Walsh has had a dominant quarter and you see him tagged, you go, well, hang on. We've got 2 players that were pretty good. They're going to tag one of them and the other one's sitting on the bench. What we have to do is get that, okay, if they're going to tag Walsh, bring our other one on. And as you said, it was 8 minutes. Game lost in that 8 minutes. This Dacos is the sort of player that can destroy you in 8 minutes.
Just quickly on the Sunday teams before the teams in front of us tonight about to make their way out. We're 15 minutes from the bounce. There's no late change. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Wilden to call it for you. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Josh Franco and Mick Moldhouse, your call team. The Cats up against the Eagles, so Elijah Hewitt's back for his first game of the season. Devon Robertson returns from suspension. And Bailey J. Williams comes into the team, so the free agent for West Coast. Cripps is outmanaged, Flynn's been omitted, Champion's been omitted. Meanwhile for the Cats, Warple, Kolajasny and O'Connor in. Blitzarves, Jack Henry and Jack Martin out, so they're continuing to manage players, the Cats, all listed as such. Giants up against the Tigers, where you're going, Mick, for the Barossa. Buckley, Daniels, Bedford, Cadman, Nick Madden, so big ins for the Giants. 4 name brand players in particular, and Madden comes in for Briggs, who's lost his place. Brown, Krzyzewski, Delana and Leake all out. Meanwhile for Richmond, Bolter comes back in and Oliver Hayes-Brown, the former Perth Wildcat, gets the opportunity to play for the Tigers. Samson Ryan suspended, Kane McAuliffe's been omitted.
Now, did you say a ruckman, a very good ruckman has been omitted, right?
Yes.
And I'll rest my case that getting back to South Australian football, where they trialled that boundary thing for over 12 months and come to the conclusion that it was going to fit the AFL, why hasn't the ruck work stuff been done at a WA, AFL, VFL level for 1 or 2 seasons? Look at the impact, make up your mind then and just see perhaps a couple of those ruckmen might have been lost to the game and you go, well, we can't afford that to see the Darcy, a Briggs or whatever, but they've made the decision seemingly over the Christmas break and gone, this is what you've got, because clubs haven't been able to go out there and recruit players.
Briggs also, by the way, coming into a free agency year, so he probably thought he was about to get paid, and now he's not in the team.
What? He's not in the team. And Darcy, for all intents and purposes, big test for me will be see how Darcy goes against one quality ruckman and one unknown jumping ruckman tonight.
Port Adelaide and St Kilda, the last of those Sunday games. Todd Marshall in for Mitch Zado, who loses his place in the lineup, so Zado is out. Meanwhile, for the Saints, Boxall and Clark come in. Stock is injured and Dougal Howard has lost his place, so that is the curtain closer on Sunday night. You can hear the Rollers and the Rockers in the background. The Fremantle Dockers are out on the park for their gather-round appearance. Just the second time they've got on the main venue here at the Adelaide Oval. It feels like such a worthy matchup of the Friday night billing. So the Crows start the weekend, Port Adelaide finish it. They need to get that matchup right, and there's so many things to contend with as to which game you put on. You don't want to, for lack of a better word, you don't want to burn a key matchup where either side can get a really good gate, for example, to stage that in their own market. So as much as Fremantle might be thinking, we wouldn't have mind hosting the Magpies, at least for the neutrals, which there's so many of them coming to Adelaide for this weekend, it's a game that you just want to see. You don't have to be a supporter of Freo or the Pies to know that you want to be here tonight and see what it looks like when they come together.
Corby, I might have said to you last year, I was walking from our studios to Norwood last year and just taking it in, and this young bloke walked past and he had a Brisbane jumper on. I said, you're going to see a game. I can't remember who was even playing. And he said, I come from Newcastle. I've just got this jumper. I just bought this jumper. He said, I don't really barrack for Brisbane, but I bought this jumper. He said, I've flown over and I'm going to see 7 games.
Wow.
And all I want to do is see football at its best. And I'll fly home and I'll be very, very satisfied.
That's awesome. And that was the discussion also on the plane today. The Fremantle fans, you could hear them just chatting around you. it wasn't just we're going to see Fremantle tonight. It was who else are you
You're
seeing across the weekend?
Yeah.
And the majority of people are seeing 3, some 4 games across the weekend. And they've planned everything. Oh, we'll go here. And then on Saturday we'll see an early one and a late one. And then Sunday we'll see one as well. So that was the really intriguing discussion, this obsession that our supporters of this code have to just soak up as much footy as they can.
And what about here? We've got the main oval, which is a ripping oval for a start off. We've got a traditional place like Norwood, which is probably 130 years old. The ground's probably changed a bit. And we go to the bush. How fantastic is to have the 3 venues.
The Magpies are on their way out. We mentioned their pretty record here at Adelaide Oval, having won 11 of their last 12. Well, by extension, they've never lost in gather round, which makes sense. So they're 3-0 in the 3 editions so far. All here at the Adelaide Oval, unsurprisingly, with wins against the Saints, the Hawks and the Swans, while the Dockers are 2-1. Their only defeat coming on this ground are the Blues, and there was a fair bit of controversy thrown in on that occasion. The full preview with Mick and Josh coming up next on ABC Sport.
Are there any winners in the cost of living crisis? What's causing the algal bloom?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking. On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Gather Round.
Don't get better than
On ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
The Pies flock together, or Fremantle out to dock another 4 points. What are we in for under the Friday night lights in Gather Round? The whole competition in town, 18 teams, 9 games spread across 4 days. You'll hear it all here on ABC Sport, as you will every weekend. It's great to have you with us. The good news from a competition point of view is that there is no late change, which means the best player in the competition, Nick Dacos, is in. He makes his return after missing last week with a calf injury to play game number 99. Incredible for all he's achieved. He's yet to play 100 games in the competition. He's missed only 4 since the start of his career at the beginning of 2022. He's joined by a guy named Scott Pendlebury, who plays game number 429, and Angus Anderson, a 22-year-old debutant amongst the ins. While for Fremantle, they've got the same 23 that have run out for the last 2 weekends. They have the same unit again to back up on this Friday night. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Wilden to call the action. Josh Franco, a man who's been a place getter on 2 different occasions in the Brownlow medal. And Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon, with you for Friday night football. Ray Chamberlain to join us from the boundary. But I'll kick it over to you, our coaching gurus. Josh, currently the coach of the North Adelaide Football Club. Mick, who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history, to pull it all apart. Just before you delve into it and take it where you want to take it, one thing which jumps out statistically, a bit of the oil and water here, not just the fact that we got a high-powered offence against the stingiest defence in the competition in the Magpies, but the contested possession battle. And the game's obviously moved away from really a contested game, but ultimately, you still got to win the footy. The Magpies, minus 39 contested ball last week, their 3rd worst under Craig McRae. And the Dockers, plus 79 contested possessions through the first 4 weeks. It's their best 4-game stretch in a decade. So Fremantle have got it going. Collingwood haven't. What's it all going to mean tonight?
Well, it's interesting, Mick. When I look at these two sides, there's 2 questions that come to mind. I look at Collingwood and I think the general narrative, are they too old and too slow? Are they done? When I think about Fremantle last year, I guess from my perspective, thought they were a little bit flaky. Didn't really have confidence up against the good sides. But are they the real deal based on what we've seen this year? From Fremantle's point of view, and you talk about the contested ball and the clearance numbers, we know it's a turnover game, but clearance is still king. And if you can get clearance and get field position off the back of that, lock it in your front half and create scoring opportunities, that goes a long way to winning the contest. But from Collingwood's perspective, I just keep coming back to the list and how many quality players they've still got. Nick Dacos, as we've said, he comes back into the side. His brother's playing, Pendlebury, DeGoey, Elliott, Crisp, how the names go on, and they're too good not to be challenging and giving Fremantle a real run for their money tonight. So it's going to be an intriguing battle. I guess 2, as you said, contrasting styles of play. And going back to Fremantle as well, the other thing I really like about their game is their ability to use hands in the scramble and in the contest and get field position and clearances off the back of that. So if they can do that and Collingwood can't pressure them enough, that'll go a long way for the Dockers to win the game tonight.
Yeah, good. Josh, the thing is, just looking at I'll look at last night's game and wonder what goes through players' head to stay playing the same type of football when it's dry to wet. There's a clear distinction in my mind that you have to adjust to. If this gets damp during the day or during the game, I will be asking the question again: who is the quickest to adjust to the conditions? Because if they don't adjust to the conditions, they're going to keep giving the ball up.
Yep.
And the side that will give the ball up tonight will be Fremantle. If they don't adjust, because they are, I think, an over-possession game. Collingwood aren't. And I think that's what keeps them in the game. It's the 1-2 to Dacos, there's no question about that. And that's for Josh as well. He's a 1-2 and to Houston because they love the ball in their hands. I know this is probably, it's not the right time. Look, it's even sharing now. So this is going to be the big test to see who does it. But against Brisbane last week, and I know Brisbane can make a lot of sides look like this, but the concern for me was, and I don't like to see a date of birth. You forget it. But what I saw last week were players that have lost a bit of tone, lost a little bit of speed, lost a little bit of balance. Jack Crisp was really knocked off the ball too easily. I thought Elliott hasn't hit his straps this year at all. I thought McStay got away with it because they didn't have, the Brisbane side, Andrews wasn't playing, Gardner wasn't playing, and Pryor wasn't playing, so they've got players out. And even Steele Sidebottom, who's one of my favourite people, let alone players, just wasn't hitting targets under that pressure. And I'm starting to wonder whether the group itself is just starting to, and they've been carried along, and I know this is ridiculous to say, but they've been carried along by a bloke who's in his third or fourth season and has carried them for a couple of seasons. So I'm looking at DeGoey. Why doesn't DeGoey stand up and be that player? He's got the capabilities, but he can't get there consistently enough. And if Collingwood are going to rely on him, tonight you could get away with it, but kicking a lot of goals. See, they've lost Myercheck. There's half their contested football in the forward line, a Myercheck. I was going to ask Clint what is happening with Cox in Western Australia. How's he going over there? Because I think they miss him. I hate saying it, but I reckon they miss him on occasions.
He had 24 kicked a goal and 45 hit-outs in the waffle last week.
That's with playing
for Peel.
He'll do that. It wasn't Little League.
No, they're all little to him.
But I'm just seeing those little shades of just fraying at the edges a little bit. Now, that can be knitted together quickly when you've got the silk of Pendlebury and you've got the run of Dacos, this sort of stuff. Interesting tonight, they're starting with Darcy, Cameron in the ruck. They're not going to go to the kid tonight. It's just interesting how they're balancing this side out. I'm looking at the players that aren't getting a game. Hardly any of them that aren't getting a game aren't names. So they're going back to the same source all the time. I think it's going to get them at some stage, whether it be this year. It certainly won't. It's going to test this year and early next year, no doubt.
Well, it's interesting as well, and I reckon you summed that up superbly, and that's, I guess, the general feel I have around Collingwood as well. But again, when I look through the list and look through the players they've got, on any given day, if they can turn it on, they're still going to be a threatening, dangerous team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely they are. But can they sustain it? And I guess when we mentioned it early in the call around games are won and lost in the midfield. That's what I'm really impressed with this Fremantle side. With Sarong, you've got Brayshaw, Bolton can go through there, Reid can go through there as well. So they're quite dynamic. They win the contested ball, and I guess the big challenge, as you said, though, is if the rain does come down and they want to overpossess it by hands, that would potentially be an Achilles heel.
Just give the ball. Exactly. Yeah. They'll just give the ball back.
1 to 5 mil tonight, 15 degrees at the moment. The feels like temperature is 11. So 18 was the daily top here in Adelaide today, and showers is the forecast. To Ray Chamberlain in just a moment. Just a little bit of other sporting news for you here right before the toss. And we don't usually do this so close to the bounce, but this is worthy of it. At the National Athletics Championships in Sydney, Lachlan Kennedy has become the first Australian to run sub 10 seconds on Australian soil with a time of 9.96.
Wow.
9.966 for Lockie Kennedy, so just shy of Patrick Johnson's Australian 100-metre record of 9.93. So hats off to Lockie
Well, if
Kennedy.
you read that this morning, he was going for it. He wasn't holding back for the Commonwealth Games. He was going to go for it. I reckon the conditions were outstanding. So he's a fantastic runner.
Ray Chamberlain, near 400-game AFL umpire man who's officiated in 3 grand finals, with us on the Boundaries Edge. Evening, Razor.
Corbin, it's lovely to be here, mate. And you know what? You can be in this game for 20 years and still get new experiences. I'm in the front row here at Adelaide Oval. I've got lots of positive feedback as I made my way down through the Collingwood fans. It is chock-a-block here. Every seat's sold out. And Josh, I'm looking at down here at ground level, a little bit of precipitation on top of the grass, but no wind to speak of. My mind casts back to West Lakes, where no matter rain, hail or shine, it was as slippery as Billy-O out there. So looking forward to tonight. I think it's going to be a great game.
You got a tip for us, Ray?
I think Fremantle too big, too strong, but this Collingwood side, they've got a few back in and they'll straighten up from last week.
Josh?
Oh, I think Fremantle just. It's going to be a cracker.
That's 2 for the Dockers. Mick?
Draw. No, I'll lean towards the Pies. I think they'll handle the conditions better.
Clint?
3-0 for me.
Yep. With the purple as well. So 4-1 up here on the Dockers.
Elliott starting inside for the Pies as well.
The neutral battleground, the Friday night fever to gather round. It's Freo and Collingwood. You're with Clint Wilden.
And Jackson wins it down for the Dockers to Sarong. Back to Jackson. Bolton's kick straight into Cameron. Looks to soccer it forward. Gathering it Ryan. Couldn't quite pick it up cleanly. Ball there to be taken by the Magpies. Ryan affected the tackle. Slowly up off the deck. The former Docker in Schultz. Ball up.
Already the fifth forward for Fremantle's up at the stoppage and leaves Collingwood with an extra player on the back line.
At left half forward for the Magpies, trying to take it away. Bolton got wrapped up by Cameron. Free kick for the Collingwood Magpies. No attempt to get rid of the football. Darcy Cameron will have it about 75 from goal. From left half forward, kicks deep into the left forward pocket. Alex Pearce takes a big mark. Early touch for the Dockers captain. He's got it in the right back pocket for Fremantle. No score so far, opening 50 seconds of the opening term.
The winning goal here last game last year, they played at this venue against Port Adelaide and then had the winning smother last week. So loves Adelaide Oval. Alex Pearce as O'Meara, the oldest Docker out there, kicks it to the oldest man on the ground, Pendlebury. The Magpies back the other way. Inside 50 and getting across, punched out of bounds by McPhee. With a throw in half forward for Collingwood.
Yeah, poor kick there from O'Meara, wasn't it? They had the Collingwood players out, but placed out Pendlebury.
Interesting about
McVeigh?
No, the big forward. McStay. See how he goes tonight when he's got a Pearce on him, because he did well last week without any big players on him.
There's no Harris Andrews last week.
No. So, but he was important to them last week, and I think that they realise how important he is. So maybe that's just a little wake-up call that he's not just another number. He's got to create something.
He just punched it straight out of bounds there. We'll do it again. Forward 50 stoppage for the Pies.
Does the right work against Jackson. Jackson won it down. Eventually picked up here by Clark. He got tackled, lost it. Has a second go. Swept the hand pass back for the Dockers to Ryan, who stepped inside an opponent and sent it towards the outer wing. 2-on-2 battle. Frampton got a handle alongside Tracy. Ball heads towards the boundary line. Reed, closest player, as it tumbles across for a throw in front of the Max Bashir stand.
You can already tell those conditions are slippery, aren't they? A couple of mishandles with the ball. Obviously the pressure's pretty high, but just need to take the ball cleanly. And at the moment, Fremantle under pressure can't clear their defensive half.
No score opening 2.5 minutes. First term. Jackson again got the tap. Hurried kick forward by Sarong. Scooped up by Tracy. Back to Sarong. Moves the Dockers forward by hand. Can't find O'Meara. Ball's on the deck. Perryman over the top of it. Collingwood shovel it out to Nick Dacos. Then a hand pass on to Schultz. Back to Dacos. Sweeping it forward to the goalie. Just shy of left half forward. Moves it again. Again, a chance for McStay. Not a great hand pass. Bounced off Ryan. Then kept in play by Elliott. Cleverly over the top. Wanted Dacos again. Nick couldn't get there. Clark could. Clearing kick beyond defensive 50.
Bounces his way to half-back. Tracy just knocks it in the direction of Jackson. Freo are out here. Gives it to Reed. Reed kicks in the middle of the ground. Switkowski marks. Doesn't break stride. Inside 50. Turnover. Amos running back towards goal, and Howe picks it off. So Collingwood quickly on the counter-attack. Across the half-back line to Maynard. Short kick to side bottom.
A couple of poor entries from both teams, wasn't it?
Oh, shocking.
Yeah.
Side bottom pokes it down the wing to McCreary. McCreary's off and running, and he's little milestone tonight. Kicks inside 50, punched away by Cox and out of play. So we'll have a throw in here, half forward for the Pies.
Nick, if we go back about 20 seconds, that handball from Sarong on the half-forward flank for Fremantle is exactly what you're talking about. In these conditions, the over-possession, Collingwood were clean but just butchered the inside 50.
Still no score. Ball spun back in. Cameron against Jackson. Cameron won it down straight to side bottom. Dudley got him, got a hand pass away. The umpire says no, it's going to be a free kick.
Yeah, that's quick, isn't it? He's grabbed it, he's taken the... Oh,
he's throwing it. He's throwing it.
He's definitely throwing it.
I thought he just got a hand to it, but the umpire in the right position, the replay showed us. Good pressure from Dudley, who takes the free kick for the Dockers, comes out to the commentary wing. Johnson waited, getting in front. Maynard thumps it across the boundary line with the fist for another throw-in. Left half back for Fremantle. No score. Opening 4.5 minutes. Opening term at Adelaide Oval between the Pies and the Dockers on ABC Sport.
Early stages, but Collingwood 4-1 inside 50s.
No late changes either. So Nick Dacos out there. He's had 2 early touches from the boundary throw-in. Palmed down by Jackson, but into the path of side bottom for the Pies. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Floats a kick to half forward. McCreary did well to knock it away from Ryan, but Freo win it anyway. Pearce on half back. Gives it to Clark. One back flank to the other. Long kick out to the eastern side finds O'Meara.
Oh, that kick had to be good and was.
Jacobs off and running, trying to draw the defender. In the end, he decides to use it himself. Kicks down to half forward. Amos the target. House Boyles hits the deck. Perryman threads it through to the centre square and finds Crisp. And Crisp wants to move it. Kicks towards right half forward, marking McCreary. Here stands on the mark. McCreary will put it into the right forward pocket. It's a perfect kick, beautifully weighted. And a chance to go back and have a shot to Membry here.
As that Membry gets most of his goals through his mark, he's not a ground player, but he sets up beautifully. He doesn't go far outside 50, but these turnovers are going to keep hurting Fremantle, and it's the lack of the acknowledgement that a mistake is going to be made, because then they leave it so far open on the rebound, so far open.
Membry looking for the first score of the game. 6-4 for the season so far. He'll put boot to ball from 25 out, deep in the right forward pocket, straight as you could possibly want. Splits the middle. Collingwood with the first major. They're 1 straight 6. The Dockers yet to score. We've gone 6 and a bit minutes in the opening term here on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and it's not really quite working for Fremantle at the moment. A couple of long down the line kicks where Collingwood have been able to outnumber at the source and then get them back on the rebound, and then just the quick transfer play to the members' side. And McCreary, that kick inside forward 50, Pearce pressed forward, created an outnumber ahead of the footy, and it was an absolutely magnificent kick there inside 50 to find Membry. Good start Collingwood, they're looking pretty good. 5-1 inside 50s, dominating field position.
What's getting me about this, Josh, is that when Fremantle make a mistake, they haven't got any follow-up behind them. And what Collingwood are rebounding it to a player who's got half a paddock in front of him.
Ruck share it down in the middle. McCreary soccers it forward, and now De Gully gets himself involved. Leaps up marks, front edge of the centre square. Looking to go inside 50, decides to go off the left, just out of reach. And the chasing Magpie down there in Anderson on debut. He follows up with a good tackle on Cox. Ball comes out. Benefit of the doubt for the Dockers. Erasmus with a fend off there to McCreary. High bomb out of defence. Freo under the pump. High half forward for the Magpies. There's a free for an illegal Shepherd and a late whistle.
Tell you what, I thought
Cox was the other way around.
Cox was lucky as well. He's in slow motion then, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Switkowski's getting the free. Looked like Gus Anderson had just about wrapped him up inside the forward 50. Would have been a dream start for the debutant. Kicks down to a 2-on-1. Spoiled by Howe, but straight to Reid of the Dockers. Hand pass to no one in particular. Scooped up by Josh Dacos. Keeps it alive for the Magpies. Brayshaw intercepts. Retreats back. Switkowski looks inboard. Finds Pearce. Did well to gather. The ball bounced right in front of him. Handed it off to Sarong for the Dockers. To Clark. Quick hand pass to Reid. Under pressure. Almost tackled by Schultz. Turns it over. McCreary moved it on. Here is the debutant Anderson. Now to De Goey into the left forward pocket. Ball bounces in front of Elliott. He's got Ryan with him. Elliott from hard up against the boundary. Goes to Membry, who marks it left full forward this time. That was slick play from the Magpies, and it will end up with a shot at goal from Membry.
Well, that's probably 3 hand passes in that passage of play that Fremantle had no idea. They hand passed it over their head, and it was a hope that it lobs in the arms of a Fremantle player. It didn't, and that's why the consequences are grave, because this is where the ball is now. Membry having his second shot.
Looking for his second goal. The opening 8.5 minutes, snaps around the body, he's put it narrow, misses left. 1-1-7 the Pies. Dockers yet to score, 9 minutes gone in the first.
They just look all at sea at the moment, the Dockers. As you said, that handball from Reid in front of us down here at the...
Same with Clark.
Yeah.
They've actually led it every quarter break this year, Fremantle, so they're 4-0 in opening quarters, and they've at least been in front every time the siren is then sounded for a second time. As Chapman marks the kick out, goes long to the wing. Quaynor spoils, straight down into Collingwood's hands. De Goey feeds it back by hand to Maynard. Sends it inside 50 again for the Pies. McStay the target. Cox spoils, but goes further towards Collingwood's goal. Elliott there in the pocket, and Ryan takes him out of play. Throw in deep forward for the Pies. So Collingwood with the first 7 points. 9 minutes in, Freo yet to score.
And just another long down the line kick exiting their back 50 for Fremantle. They get beaten at the contest, get outnumbered at the contest, and it's coming back with interest for Collingwood at the moment.
Spun back in. Jackson against McStay. On it down, Jackson for the Dockers. Hits the deck. Players are piling over the top of this. Deep in the left forward pocket for the Magpies. They'll ball it up.
Inside 50s, 8-1.
Wow. 8-1. Elliott last player up. Thrown up again. Jackson got the fingertips to it. Trying to go through Sarong. Was tackled to ground. Umpire lurks. Is held to him. Despite the cries from the Collingwood fans in attendance at Adelaide Oval. Still deep in the left forward pocket once more. McStay and Jackson. Still Jackson won it down. Tapped out in the direction of Warner. Couldn't get it away.
The setup
again.
The setup outside the back 50. Collingwood have got to play it back in the centre of the ground. It's just going to keep coming back unless the Dockers can get a clear kick out or run the ball out. Well, they've got no hope of running it out because there's so many numbers there. And if they kick it out, they've got to mark it. Collingwood are a very good defensive side.
Trying to get a handball away in there. Wagner close to the boundary line, and in the end it spills out, so we'll have a throw in. This is, I think by my count, the 6th stoppage in the same spot, left forward pocket for the Pies. So we had back-to-back ball ups after the 3 that Clint called in a row. That was 5, and this makes it 6 for the boundary throw in. All in the same area, so repeat stoppages inside 50 for the Pies. Jackson palms it down. Pies get it out. Schultz handball to the boundary line. Trickles out in front of Elliott. Oh, and they say not enough attempt to keep it in, so free kick Freo at half-back.
That's tough, that one.
Well, the first thing that Brayshaw does is look lateral instead of looking forward and creating. Now he has.
Brayshaw, dangerous kick back inboard, finds his mate Sarong. Freo get it moving. Now to the open side. Erasmus takes the mark on the wing, sends it down to half forward for the Dockers. Voss spills it, a mark he should have taken. Howe with the pressure. There's a free kick in all of this. Pies toe poke it forward, but the kick's coming back to Howe, who was tackled front on.
Yeah.
I think we had a near 400 game umpire we could run some of these decisions by. Ray Chamberlain, what do you make of that? Deliberate out of bounds or insufficient attempt or whatever we're calling it?
Well, those of us out here are calling it insufficient intent. So what the players have got to do is demonstrate a want and a desire to keep the ball in play. The boundary's not your sanctuary, and in recent weeks the umpires have been told, be harder.
Howe kicks to a contest on the wing, swatted away by Cox close to the boundary line, and Crisp can't control it. It's out of play now on the wing. Collingwood by 7 points. They're in the black and white stripes and the black shorts.
Well, that exit kick, Corbin, from Brayshaw out of their back 50 was exactly what they wanted. They just butchered it going inside 50, didn't they? Voss just dropped the mark and then gave away the silly free kick, and they lose field position off the back of that.
Dockers in the traditional away kit for them, white with the 3 purple chevrons at the front. Collingwood through Josh Dacos. Who sent it inside forward 50. Punch at the front came from Warner. Spilled down to Clark. Hand pass for Wagner. Tries to tap it back for Cox. Did well. Cox's hand pass to no one in particular. Fortunately, Dudley was there to mop up. Gave it to Chapman for the Dockers. To O'Meara. Now here's Bolton. Defensive point of the centre square at left half back. Kicks down the line. No mark taken. Voss overruns it. Cameron was lurking. Darcy will turn. Picks it up off the ground. Shocking hand pass in front of Bolton, who was only a metre away from him. Bolton's kick is inboard, not a great one. Wagner couldn't get it, neither could Pendlebury. Lost it, went between his legs, flicked out the side again. Eventually taken here by Reid, and Reid will kick towards Voss, who can mark this time. Wasn't a pretty passage of play at all, but Fremantle won't care because Paddy Voss can go back and have a shot. 45-degree angle to the left of centre. He'll put boots of ball from 30 out.
If you didn't know any different, you'd swear the ground is a foot in treacle. They can't move. Can they?
You're referring to Voss then as well?
Well,
he wasn't
Voss.
very agile there, was he?
No, well, he's a lot of things, Voss.
Yeah.
Well, he thinks he is anyway.
Prancing Pony, as he nicknamed himself apparently.
Oh.
In he comes. Patrick Voss has missed. That is a poor shot. Never looked like trouble in the major opening. Misses to the left-hand side. First score of the night. Collingwood 1-1-7. The Dockers are one behind.
What I will say, though, that kick inside 50 from Reid was exquisite, wasn't it?
Beautiful.
Just dropped it in the bin. Outstanding kick.
Maynard short to Howe. Howe for the Magpies along, close to the boundary line western side, punched out of play. If you were being unkind, you could say he might be the stable pony for Amos and Tracy rather than the prancing pony, Paddy Voss.
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised really they got the three of them on the ground. They're all on the ground at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep, they are. It's just you just lose flexibility, you lose speed, and you lose ground coverage.
His goal kicking's a thing, by the way, so 4 goals, 12 for the year, Paddy Voss. He's had a number of looks, hasn't quite converted them so far. Long from the stoppage, kicks it down to half forward. There's a free for a hold. It's Collingwood's footy. Darcy Cameron's going to get it, the boy from Albany. Hand pass away to Nick Dacos. Charging through his first kick of the night, he blows it. Out on the full, and there's a rare blooper from the champ. Puts it 3 rows back.
Yeah, it's in the river.
Ray Chamberlain.
It is a narrow ground here, but that was I didn't have the bingo card on Nick kicking it into the 4th row.
Particularly his first kick of the night. Freo back up to the wing. One here though by Chris, kicks around the body for Collingwood. Hit Lipinski on the chest.
Those long down the line contests are becoming an issue for Fremantle.
Lipinski takes a couple of steps, kicks towards full forward. Up high, spill down to Schultz. Bounces a kick towards goal, just misses to the left-hand side of the left post. Another minor score to the Pies. They go to be 1-2-8. Freo 1 behind, 16 gone in the opening term.
And they're not getting beat in the aerial contest. It's at ground level. They're getting outnumbered. And then Collingwood able to shift the ball by hands and go inside 50.
There's Geordie Clark, the All-Australian back pocket. Long kick towards Darcy. Steen punches away from him. Spills down Collingwood's way. Long kicks it deep to the pocket. Nice work, Ryan. The man who's got a couple of All-Australian blazers. Takes it in the back pocket himself. Shares it to the reigning All-Australian in Clark.
They get held up here. Fremantle can't move the ball from their 50-metre line. It's just a big bomb in. Gets punched back. Collingwood are outstanding in the air.
Clark to the wing, slips to the hands of Steen. Out the back is Dacos. Gets a hand pass away to Roan Steele. Kicks to half forward. And a juggled mark in the end completed by Warner. He's got it at right half back for Fremantle. It's Collingwood by 7 points. 16 minutes in, 1-2 to 1 behind. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
The inside 50 is 12-2 in favour of the Magpies.
So Collingwood shuffle across the ground beautifully. That transfer across the ground, he looks up, the Fremantle player looks up, and all he sees is another Collingwood body. So again, now they have to transfer it back, otherwise it becomes a one-on-one in front of them, and that does not suit the way Fremantle play.
He switched to the left back pocket to Luke Ryan, who went to McVee, kicks towards centre half forward. Mark taken. Good pack there. Spilled down to Wagner. Puts Fremantle into the left forward pocket. Here's Bolton. Looks to wheel away. Got a hand pass away from Frampton. Again, couldn't find a teammate in Sherry. Taken by Long. Then to Nick Dacos. Now that's a better kick. Here is the debutant Anderson. Long kick towards the left half forward. Membry mark. 70 from goal. Schultz waits. Spoil came from Ryan.
Brilliantly done.
Wins the footy down. Scooped up by Johnson. Gave it to O'Meara. Kicks the Dockers to right half forward.
The ground opens up. Tracy takes the mark. High half forward. Just dabs his kick down towards the flank. Here's Murphy Reid, who's a good user. Kicks it into the pocket. Desperate defence. Getting across. Maynard knocks it into the 3rd row. And that was a certain mark for Voss in the forward pocket. And at full stretch, Maynard just got a hand on it.
And as equally as impressive was Ryan for Fremantle. His ability just to cut that Schultz mark off and then rebound off the back of that. Outstanding play from both Maynard and Ryan.
So rare forward 50 entry, even rarer a forward 50 stoppage for the Dockers. Darcy grabs it out of the ruck, somehow got a hand pass away. Nick Dacos, his second kick of the night, is a turnover as well to Chapman. He takes the mark, defensive side of the high half forward. He goes all the way back to the wing for Ryan. He switches play from one wing to the other. Here's Erasmus on the logo broadcast side.
Sends it back into the middle of the ground. It bounces past Cox. Couldn't gather. Here's trouble. Elliott looks to soccer it to the side. Scooped up by Lipinski. Gets the arms free and away from Wagner. Not a great kick towards the commentary end. Anderson out after it. Collides alongside Warner. Tried to tap it to his own advantage.
Warner does pick it up for the Dockers. Has to hand pass short to Johnson. Great tackle. Wrapped up by McStay. That'll be holding the ball. Collingwood had the free kick, 60 from goal at right half forward.
Tell you what, Mick, they defended that
beautifully,
didn't they?
Yep,
and
because they
forced the error.
spread their numbers.
Yeah,
they spread their numbers across the ground in a narrow ground anyway.
Yep.
McStay kicks towards full forward. Elliott tried to fly at the back. Schultz gathers hard up against the boundary. The umpire spotted a free kick. It's coming back here. It'll go the Dockers' way against Elliott, going without acceptances. I thought it was a fair attempt, to be honest with you. In the meantime, the Dockers have possession. They move it to Cox, deep in the left back pocket. On the boundary, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, Dan McStay's re-entered the field of the play after having his ankle strapped, but doesn't appear to be hampered at all after that tackle and inside 50.
Cox in the back pocket turns it over, coming out of the defensive 50. Here's Perryman. And Luke Ball's old number 12.
Yeah.
Comes out wide with the kick, and here's Houston, who's copying the cheers from the Adelaide crowd back in South Australia after his stint with the Power. A few Crows fans here. And Houston is just going to lay it up. They come from all directions. Two pies collide in the sky. Anderson gets a kick forward, but trickles away towards Cox. He shares it with his teammate in the back pocket there, who just spears the ball onto the chest of Dudley, who marks at half back. Kicking all of that came from Erasmus. Across the half-back line. Here's Clark. Gives it to Chapman. Away towards Warner. His hand pass finds Johnson. And Johnson continues the shift out towards that eastern wing. O'Meara dabs it down to half-forward for Amos. Still two kicks from goal. Amos decides to go deep to a 2-on-1. Frampton does very well outnumbered. Knocks it towards the deck. Sherry keeps it alive. Feeds a hand pass off towards Wagner. Kick back inboard, superb. And Switkowski takes the mark back in the corridor, just left of centre, 15 out.
Well, I was almost going to say when Isaiah Dudley got the ball in hand, he just had no options whatsoever, but he managed to find a 45, and then the Dockers were able to get their game going through hands through centre half back, coming through the centre square. That was probably the Dockers at their best.
Great vision from Wagner in front of the scoreboard. Just as that ball looked like it was going out, spotted his teammate just outside the goal square. Switkowski to do the rest. Sneaks it through and starts the party for the Dockers. Switkowski with the opener for Fremantle. They move to 1-1-7. Collingwood 1-2-8. Magpies by a point, 21 minutes in. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
It's quite amazing watching last night. We saw, 12 goals in the first quarter. We've seen two here. Josh, one of the things that I've noticed here, different watching on TV, I was watching TV last night, I cannot believe how many times the sides have broken from the middle and they've got, the offensive side have got more players in their front 50 than backline players, and that's both ends. Somehow or another there's a disconnect with the mids, or the backs are being too aggressive and coming up the ground and not pushing back hard enough. It's quite amazing because there should be more goals scored under those circumstances.
Cameron wins it down for the Magpies against Darcy. Picked up though by Sarong. Threw it on the boot immediately. Put Freo inside forward 50. Tracy couldn't take the mark. Ball spills down. Good defensive effort again from Maynard. Locked in Sherry. Took him to ground. Ball up the call.
So I'm just looking behind the ball. Fremantle do not have an extra behind the ball, and that's sometimes how they get caught out.
Cameron won it down again. Straight to Wagner. Wrapped up immediately. Coming out of there, tackled by McCreary. Ball up again, 52 out from Freo's attacking goal. Cathedral end of the ground. Darcy got this down, taken by Wagner. Kicks the Dockers towards right full forward. It's a 3-on-1 in Collingwood's favour. Tracy was the Docker there, spilled out in the direction of Bolton. Tried to take on side bottom and then got pushed across the boundary line by Perryman. There's a ball in right in front of the old brilliant scoreboard here at the Adelaide Oval. What have we gone? 22 minutes in the opening term. Still Collingwood by a point. Darcy and Cameron share it down. In the end, it's almost thrown out by Jackson. Couldn't get a play on it. Side bottom. Clears defensive 50 for the Magpies. Steen runs underneath it with Pearce. And the ball trickles out of play. High half forward for Freo.
Just can't help but feel that Collingwood have wasted opportunities. Only one goal, too, for 15 inside 50s. Now the game's settled a little bit. If the Dockers start to get a bit of dominance around the footy.
12 of the first 14 entries to start the night, Collingwood. Cameron wins it down. Brayshaw hunting out after it. Wrestles free of side bottom. Handball inside 50. It'll sit, though, for Maynard. He's under pressure from Sherry. Got it out to Long. Handball to side bottom. Couldn't take it clean. Now Long fights on with Sherry. The ball spills out of play for a second time, so we'll have a boundary throw in, half forward for the Dockers.
Can I ask Ray, is the surface wet at all, or has it just been absorbed by the players running on it?
No, Mick, you're absolutely spot on. There is a shine and the ball will kiss and skid. It's not bouncing.
Boundary umpire unfurls. This is both Darcy and Cameron more in each other than the footy. Free kick spotted. It's going Collingwood's way. Cameron being held by Darcy. He'll have it at left half back for the Pies. They lead by 1. 24 gone in the opening term. He'll elects to send it all the way back to Frampton at full back, and he'll switch play to the right back pocket to Quaynor, who marks. Trots back to the boundary line.
There's an extra player. He's been used now twice, and they run the ball to the wing. It's very obvious what's happening.
It's Frampton who had it, sends it long towards the outer side of the ground. Nicely worked. Able to set up again.
Fremantle's extra players just not involved at all, and I can't even identify him.
Creary long towards left half forward. Ball hits the deck off hands. Pendlebury sweeps it forward. Goes to Lipinski, then to side bottom, back to Pendlebury, steps inside O'Meara, pops it inside forward 50. Good spoil came from Chapman of the Dockers. Brayshaw knew he couldn't gather, cleverly tapped it in front of Johnson, gets it by hand to Jackson, to Switkowski, to Bolton, kicks over the top. It'll bounce inside the forward 50 for the Dockers and then head towards the boundary, and Dudley gathered but couldn't keep it in. Takes it across the boundary line. The last kick wasn't quite what Freo needed. We've got a ball in, 51 out from Freo's goal at left half forward.
I think the other thing as well is that kick that came across goal to the middle of the ground, 30, 40 metres out. That's just turnover territory, isn't it? Fremantle able to turn the footy over and then look dangerous running forward.
Pies by 1. Freo winning a bit more territory now as Bolton's tackled, and then it squirts out off the shins of Nick Dacos. And there's that rule. Last disposal out of play. Free kick for Fremantle.
Don't mind
in fact, he tapped it out of play. Yeah. That's insufficient intent. You can't do that. And as you said, Josh, you won't get too many arguments. Brayshaw runs out to his right, lays it up to full forward, flying for a Jackson. Ball spills out the back. Collingwood work it out. Howe got it to side bottom. Again, just cat and mouse on the last line of defence. Got it to Brayshaw. He's mowed down. Dudley with the chase down tackle. Bolton tried to get a kick away. He's mowed down by Quaynor and a goal saver. And Quaynor with the chase down tackle wins it for Collingwood. Kicks it across the goal mouth to Howe at full back for the Pies. Collingwood by 1, approaching quarter time.
You don't play on 15, 20 metres out. You let your teammate have a shot on goal.
Howe to Perryman, to Pendlebury, to Houston. Plays on by hand to Nick Dacos, running by, back in the team this week. And passes the go, at centre half back to Houston. Kicks towards right half forward. Intercept mark to Ryan of the Dockers. Sends it back into the middle of the ground. Taken by Sarong. Immediately kicks inside forward 50. Poor kick. Almost like he was looking for Frampton coming out to take the mark.
That was a really poor kick, Clint.
Oh,
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, no composure. Just banged it forward. Collingwood had the numbers behind the ball and straight to Frampton.
It's almost like a training exercise in the back half of Collingwood. They know this is it again. Cut back into the middle. Go sideways. Cut back in the middle.
Now the contest kick in the middle of the ground from Maynard, but intercepted by Alex Pearce and plays on immediately. Coughs it up by hand under pressure. De Goey back the other way for Collingwood. Gives it to Nick Dacos. Kicks into an open forward 50. Steen back with the flight. Slides past oncoming traffic. Steen couldn't get it to sit for him. McVie goes and wins it for the Dockers. Attracts a crowd. Out the back it comes to McCreary. The umpire says keep rolling. You can throw a blanket over 15 of them. And still the umpire says, we'll carry on. McCreary jumps on top of it. He is tackled. And the pack of about 8 or 9 disperse. The umpire says, I'll have it. 30 metres out from the Pies goal.
Let's go and finish quick enough this quarter, can it? Honestly, you go to the zoo, find it.
Guy the ruck got a telling tap. It spilled out the side to Ryan. Clearing kick for the Dockers. Perryman punches it forward, only as far as Switkowski. Shrugged a tackle, got a hand pass out. Ricochets away again. Ball like a cake of soap. Came to crisp. And that is the end of a very, very average opening term, which Collingwood really should feel like they've left a few out there, because they lead by just a point in a quarter where they had the majority of the field position. They seemed to have the majority of the possession, even though Fremantle had 91 disposals to 84. That's not how it felt at all.
probably show the Dockers overused the football when they did have it in their hands. The Magpies lead by a point. 1-2-8, the Fremantle 1-1-7. Goal kickers won't take long, so Membry kicked the first of the game. Switkowski has Fremantle's only goal, and that's it. So 1 quarter down in the Friday night spectacle, if we're calling it that. But it's we're 1 down. We had high hopes coming in. It is a low-scoring affair. 18 inside 50s to 11 the Magpies' way. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Josh Franco coming up in just a moment. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
ABC Radio is part of your community, telling local stories that matter to you. So for local news, sport, and to find out what's happening in your community, stay tuned right here on your radio and on ABC Listen. On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
McCreary will put it into the right forward pocket. It's a perfect kick, beautifully weighted. And a chance to go back and have a shot for Membry here. Deep in the right forward pocket. Straight as you could possibly want. Splits the middle. Collingwood with the first major. Sherry keeps it alive. Feeds a hand pass off towards Wagner. Kick back inboard, superb. And Switkowski takes the mark back in the corridor, just left of centre, 15 out. Switkowski to do the rest. Sneaks it through. And starts the party for the Dockers. Switkowski with the opener for Fremantle.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
That's as far as we got. 1 goal each, so 1-2 to 1-1. It is quarter time at Adelaide Oval, the neutral battleground for Friday night footy. The Magpies and the Dockers. It is Fremantle 1-1-7, Collingwood 1-2-8. So the Magpies by a point. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse, the coaching icon, and the twice place getter in the Brownlow medal, Josh Franco, with us on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, Nick, it hasn't been an inspiring quarter of footy, has it? You look at Collingwood, they dominated inside 50s. They dominated field position for a large chunk of that quarter and missed quite a few opportunities ahead of the ball. One thing that they were able to do as well to Fremantle is every time Fremantle got slow play, held ball in their back 50, they defended the ground really well.
Beautifully.
And they set up superbly in terms of how they want to zone or how they want to defend against the Dockers ball movement. They forced them long down the line and they were dominating that, not the aerial contest, but the ground level contest and being able to send it back with interest inside their forward 50. But you can see the way the Dockers want to play. Every time there's a turnover, they want to go quick. So Collingwood have to be on their game and defend well. But as we said, in terms of the quality of football, and the pressure was there, but it wasn't outstanding. The quality of football was probably not at the level that we would expect to see with these two sides.
And we could look at the conditions and go, right, let's blame the conditions, but it wasn't. It was the choice of. I was amazed. I know, when Nanette's listening to this at home, but she'd be saying, well, what do they hand pass over their head? And I go, well, they say that's the modern game. If that's the modern game, I'll go he. Honestly, I'd rather take tails every day of the week than heads. But if you can't find your target, see your target, particularly against good defensive sides, at least find a target in front of you and get the ball on a day like this when the ball, as Ray's already said, it's going to slip a bit. Get the ball in there and make the opposition have to pick it. If they're going to get it off the ground. Don't just hand it to them. And I'm just amazed at both sides of. And I think Fremantle overhand passed more than Collingwood. Collingwood's kicking disposal from mid-forward has been ordinary and let their forwards down. It may be the pressure, it may be the occasion. I think in both these sides are around about that. Can they be fourth? Or are they an eighth side? And that's what they're displaying tonight, because their bottom-end players, both sides, have either coughed the ball up, made the wrong choice, fumbled when they shouldn't. So they're leaving it to their top-end players. And right now, I think Collingwood, they deserve to be, it's only a point, but they deserve to be in front. Okay. Dacos, we said, at Hardy Tussle football, he's handled it 8 times more than any other Collingwood player. Not 8 times more, but 8 times. So Brayshaw, to me, so wrong in these sort of plays, they're not getting enough of the football as midfielders. Whereas Collingwood's midfields are getting it. It's still Sidebottom, again, as a winger, in the goal square, saves the day. I don't see that with Fremantle at this stage. They're not working hard enough back.
I think the other thing as well, Corbin, is in terms of the clearance numbers coming into the game, Collingwood had a really poor game against the Brisbane Lions last week. They got smashed at contested ball and smashed around the footy. to their credit, they've actually been okay. And you talk about the midfielders at Collingwood, they've been able to get first look at it. At the moment, it's 9-8 clearances to this point in the game to quarter time, but they've looked a lot more stronger around the footy, particularly in these conditions, and they've used the ball better in that scramble situation.
Yep.
Just some other news tonight. Lance Collard has been found guilty of using a homophobic slur towards an opponent. So second time he's been found guilty of that. A sanction hearing will now be convened to determine the sanction at a date and a time to be determined. That was the tweet from David Zeta moments ago. And St Kilda said that they will consider their options. And there's obviously the option to appeal should they decide to take that on. And the feel-good story tonight is clearly Lockie Kennedy at the National Championships in Sydney. But just before the game started tonight, he's broken the 10-second barrier, so 9.96 in a heat at the national titles. So well done to Lachlan Kennedy as Australia in a nice position on the track with not just Gout, but Lockie Kennedy as two of our stars, and that says nothing about a boatload of other medalists coming out of the last games in Paris and so on and so forth.
Just think what we could have been doing, Corby. We could have been up to Ballarat or Geelong or Shep to go and watch this, but now you've got to go to Scotland. Isn't it amazing? I feel sorry for the athletes.
No Com Games as was planned. Here we go. We're in the city of churches. It is Friday night footy. Second term's underway. Let's hope for a little more than what we got in quarter one. It is a 1-point lead for the Magpies. First clean disposal for Wagner. Hand pass back to Chapman. Kicks down to half forward for the Dockers. Tracy in the contest. Spills down Fremantle's way though. Quick handball from Sherry out towards Tracy. Feeds it further forward to Switkowski. Somehow got it to Voss. Is there a whistle on the play? Umpire waves advantage, and in the end it's smothered. Ricochets almost back off Voss and through the goal mouth. And after all this, eventually the ump's going to call it back. We're getting a free kick going Fremantle's way at right half forward here. And that was absolute chaos.
What if he kicked the goal? Do you reckon they would have counted it? In all honesty, all right, it'd be interesting to see what race is. Because he let it go, then and he kicked it into the man, and then maybe he brought the back ball before Voss kicked it.
What do you reckon, Ray? No, he turned his hand, he watched, and because play wasn't continuous and it was in dispute, he blew time on in advance of Voss's attempt to dispose.
Good.
His 100th consecutive game tonight for Andy Brayshaw. That's a fair run for Fremantle's number 8. As he moves in, he's drop punt, hits the post. Let's start again. So 1-2-8 apiece, scores level. 90 seconds into the second term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. And two good teams and an error-riddled opening.
Oh, goodness me. Speaking of that, kick up the middle was meant for Anderson, who couldn't take the mark. From the kicking, Quaynor tries to mop up. Bolton taps it back into the corridor. Socket away by side bottom. Unconvincingly, Erasmus will get there first at left half forward for Freo. Hand pass to Sarong. Hand pass again. Came to Warner, sends it deep towards full forward. Tracy front position, great spoil. Howe at the back. Jackson tries to gather. Shovel to hand pass out. Anderson picks it up again, and he's tackled by Sherry. Will ball up deep in the left forward pocket. Again, mistakes, unconvincing clearances. Darcy wins it against Cameron. Hand pass in towards the corridor, overrun by Sarong. Josh Dacos to no one in particular. Opportunity here for Chapman, goes to ground. McCreary looks to hold it in, spilled out the side. DeGoey shoved Chapman off it. That allowed Steele to pick it up. Hurried kick towards centre wing, commentary side. Elliott couldn't mark, down towards Wagner. Still not very pretty to watch. Goes back again to Ryan. He'll send it to right half back. We'll start again with Warner for Freo.
Like he's got the colour-coded boots on. He's got the purple boots, Mick, with the purple socks.
Yeah, black's out. Do you even wear black boots these days?
It's too Larry to wear that. As Warner goes short to Wagner. Kicks it down to half forward. Tracy in the pack. There was a big push in all of it. And in the end, the Dockers thought about taking the advantage. And Switkowski puts the stop sign up. So free kick for one of the big men. It's not going to be Darcy. It's going to be Tracy.
Darcy, by the way.
He does it a fair bit, Billy Frampton. Just pushes him in the back and hopes he gets away with it.
Tracy lays it up, kicks it straight to Frampton, who takes the intercept mark. So back the other way we go. Frampton on the counter-attack, kicks out to half-back, finds Schultz. Fourth game against his old team, gives it to Lipinski, kicks down the eastern boundary line. Here's McStay, still in the defensive half. Hand pass away to Nick Dacos. Not a heap he likes, retreats back by hand to Schultz. Still against the boundary line eastern side. Heads down to half forward. Steen in the pack. Whistle on the play. Free kick for a hold. It's going Collingwood's way, and Oscar Steen's going to take it. Lays it off by hand to Schultz. Now the forward 50 kick. McCreary in a wrestle. Punched away by Wagner. Spills to Sherry. He's tackled, taken to ground. Umpire says, ball up. True centre half forward for the Magpies. 40 metres out. Scores level, 8 apiece. 4 minutes into the second term.
I know we've bagged the game, but back lines have been outstanding on
Darcy
top.
pounded down, racing by to Shark. It was Elliott Gaunt tackled. Got a hand pass out McCreary. Deep in the left forward pocket. Tries to find Josh Dacos. Kept in play. Pearce picked it up off the ground, and then Wagner tackled over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Gee whiz, Elliott was dangerous there, wasn't he?
Just saw where it was going to land. Went charging through.
Yeah.
Tackle
Whisker away from having a shot on goal.
From Steele a moment ago as well. See Wagner over the line. Darcy brings it down again. Here's Wagner once more. Throws it on the boot. Floats a kick beyond defensive 50, and Voss marks at right half back for Fremantle. Still scores level, 4 and a bit gone. Second term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Oh, dangerous kick. Voss laterally to Sarong. Got it to him. Sweeping hand pass. Chapman, middle of the ground. Gets around one, then coughs it straight up. Hand pass went immediately to McStay. He gives it to Sidebottom, who's under pressure himself. He's getting a free, though. It's coming back with the Collingwood vet. Tackled down by Brayshaw. It's high contact on the tackle.
How about the hand pass of the Fremantle boy? He just got into the call. But Voss couldn't kick the ball into the forward line because Collingwood just had an extra player behind the ball, sitting up beautifully.
Sidebottom with the forward 50 kick, punched away by Warner. Nice bit of work that. Straight into the path, though, of Josh Dacos. He gives it to Anderson, tumbles a kick to full forward. Unkind bounce for the Pies. Sits, though, for Ryan out of the back pocket. Drives a long kick to the wing. Frampton and Tracy renew their battle. Frampton did well to keep it in front of him. Bowled over. The Dockers win the footy. Voss to Tracy. Hand pass away to O'Meara. Feeds it forward to Sherry. Sherry works it on to Brayshaw.
Brayshaw running by Bolton. Takes a bounce immediately. Then runs inside forward 50. Steadies and kicks a goal for Freo. Oh, listen to the crowd. They're celebrating a good bit of play as much as a Dockers goal. Something at last to get excited about as Fremantle hit the lead by 6 points. 2-2-14 to Collingwood 1-2-8. They're able to string some hand passes together.
Well, I've said, Nick, a couple of times, a couple of passages throughout the course of this game already, Fremantle looked really threatening. And on that occasion, their forward handball was outstanding. And you talk about metres gained. That's been the big shift in their game from 2025 to this year, is their ability to that forward handball. And when it ends up in the hands of Bolton, normally good things happen.
Yeah. It is a dangerous hand pass nonetheless, because time and time again they've run into a Collingwood player who have done their homework. There's no doubt that Collingwood will be saying, this is the way they play, we've got to come up and meet it.
Yep.
They were one man short on that one.
Shea Bolton with his first of the night. Freo with their second. Lead change number 1. Dockers by 6 points. Out of the middle here. Johnson got it away towards Darcy, then to Bolton. Kick on the outside of the boot, but picked off by Perryman. Drives it back the other way for the Pies. Big leap, Steen. Couldn't quite come down with it. Spills the way of Ryan. Hand pass to McVee. McVee under pressure. Gives it to Cox. Hurried handball to Ryan, coming out of defence with the kick. Knocked back, though, by Roan Steele in the direction of McCreary. Handball along. His hand pass somehow got to the pocket for Oscar Steen. Hand pass to Steele again. Hooks it to full forward. Punched away by Warner. Schultz is shoved over with the footy. Lost the pill. Taken by O'Meara. Clearing kick to Switkowski. And he's got it at half-back for Freo.
Oh, that's a good
that
hit.
was desperate stuff.
It's the old hip and shoulder. Don't see a lot of it.
O'Meara just smashed Schultz.
I reckon Schultz's eyes lit up too, thinking this is an easy goal, and O'Meara came from nowhere.
Former Docker, punched by one of the currents. Going out to Erasmus on the commentary wing, running by Reid. Murphy Reid kicks into the right forward pocket. Frampton went down off the ball, didn't see what happened. Sherry's able to gather. He's tackled to ground, holding the ball.
Gee, that's tough.
That is so fast.
Well,
no prior at all.
None at all.
No effort to get rid of it, but
well,
with
he
no time.
He couldn't get rid
That's
of it.
right.
He'd been tied up.
No time to get rid of it. Great tackle, Josh Dacos, nonetheless. Collingwood through Quaynor, kicking towards left half forward. Cox with the spoil at the back of a pack for the Dockers. Taken then by McVee. Shoveled the hand pass forward. Erasmus. And it's going to be a free kick again as he's tackled and well wrapped up once more by Steele.
So in the back snow, that's a new rule that's gone out as well, isn't it?
I'm glad they didn't pay that one in the back. Is that what you're saying?
Well, he pushed him in the back first.
Yeah.
Steele back to Quaynor and then retreats to Josh Dacos. Swings it from one back flank to the other. He's Perryman, defensive side of the wing, eastern side. Looks for Elliott on the wing. Travels over his head, taken down illegally by Clark. Free kick Elliott and the Magpies on the wing.
Probably not a bad free kick, that one.
Yeah.
Now he's got to make the play, and this is where Fremantle will get everyone back. Only got 2 forward of the actual kicker.
Collingwood's only goal in the first 6 minutes. We're now 9 minutes into the second as Elliott puts it inside 50. Offhand spills down to Membry. Hurried handball to Dacos. That's Nick. He doesn't have much room to work in. Retreats to Pendlebury. Back to Nick Dacos. Can reload inside 50. Superb kick. Got its way to Membry and takes the sprawling mark. Centre half forward for the Pies. And Nick Dacos in the tight confines showing what he's capable of again.
Absolutely, Corby. And when you're under most pressure, give it to the player that can make the best decisions and execute under pressure, as Nick did on that occasion. Just a superb little kick inside 50. Fremantle players were protesting that it was touched, but beautiful kick.
So Tim Membry, we saw him kick 4, Mick, on Friday night a couple of weeks ago against the Giants.
He relies heavily on his marking and being in an area where he feels comfortable. This is probably a comfort kick for him.
True centre half forward, straight in front. She'd be lucky to get the trip. It's a shallow kick, and in the end, it's offline 2, just sneaking through for a behind.
He normally has a better run up than that, so maybe he thought it was just outside his.
2-2 to 1-3. We're 10 minutes into the second term. It is Fremantle by 5 points.
Ryan with the kicking duties. Out to Warner. Marks in the left back pocket for the Dockers.
Gee, I'm impressed in Collingwood. Once that first kick's taken, they really do cover the whole ground, and now it becomes they've got out of it, but generally they have to earn the mark.
Kick had to be precise to Cox. It was who marks. Sends it inboard. Wanted Johnson getting in front. Crisp, who was infringed in the marking context, put himself in the right spot to get the free kick. Crisp stabs it short. Works it inside forward 50 from Long, and that's a nice pass to Pendlebury. Goes on. Here's Long again, forced to fend someone away. It's coming back meantime.
Oh, these umpires. I just reckon are they over?
So this is high contact on Long. Got taken around the neck by Sherry. That's the reason for the free kick.
And the initial kick inside 50 wasn't 15, the umpire was saying.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Which is why all
required
of a
distance,
sudden
so play on.
Pendlebury said, I've got to get rid of this really quick, smart. We're going to have a shot on goal nonetheless, Collingwood. Ned Long, in for his second goal of the season. That's a good-looking kick. It's through for a major. Another lead change with Collingwood hitting the fronts. They're up 2-3-15 to Fremantle 2-2-14 thanks to the boot of Ned Long after he got the free kick. We've travelled nearly 12 minutes into the second term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport, on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and streaming on ABC Listen.
And Mick, those long 45s, I think it was Cox from Fremantle, those long 45 kicks when you're hemmed in on the boundary back into the corridor with a lot of hang time, they're a defender's bread and butter. Just to read the cues, come off, cause the turnover and then go inside 50. Exactly. Right on Collingwood. And again, it highlights how well they defend the ground.
Yeah, and they're expecting it.
Yeah.
Because they're closing them down so much. Fremantle are getting frustrated, so they're trying to create something that's not there. And there's nothing in the game, but it's those little moments that win you games.
Second lead change, Pies back on top, lead by 1. We've got a secondary ball up, going nowhere fast out of the middle. Cameron and Darcy lock up. Cameron punches it forward. Scooped up here by Johnson. Defensive side of halfway for Fremantle. Hurried kick down the wing, turnover. And Houston stands in front of Sherry to take the intercept mark for Collingwood.
He's playing better football this year than what he did last.
Interestingly, in the young season, Houston, he had 32 against Brisbane last week, 32 against Adelaide. And he also had another game where he had 28 disposals. I know that disposals not everything, but his 3 highest tallies as a Magpie have all come this year. So he's already bettered his best effort from 2025 3 times over. Schultz, long kick down inside the forward 50. Slick hands there from Crisp. Got it out to Elliott. Goes back by hand to the veteran Pendlebury. Floats one to full forward. Hands on it, McStade. Not to be. And in the end, it spills into the lap of McVie, who's wrapped up top of the goal square. Full forward here for the Magpies. Dangerous moments for Freo. Darcy scoops it up, coughs it up. It's a hand pass straight to the Pies, and there's a free kick for a high tackle. It's coming back to Darcy, the big man who was felt in all of that, trying to get his handball away.
Just getting to Houston, I think he does take all the kickoffs. So today, we've got 3. So he's probably kicked off.
Hand pass away towards Clark. Clark goes along with the kick to centre half back, spills to Amos, who heads laterally with the kick, slides out to Wagner. He's got it, still at half back for Fremantle. Kicks inboard to Murphy Reid. The reigning rising star. Has it for the Dockers at left half back. What about going inboard, then kicks towards the outer wing. Good spoil from Josh Dacos over the top of Sarong. Ball spilled out the side. Ball up the call.
What I will also say, sorry Mick, is that the only time Fremantle look threatening is when they can actually get some speed on the ball, because when the ball's held up, as we've said all night, is that Collingwood are actually defending the game really well, and they can't get their game going offensively.
Cameron won it down, then kicked it forward himself, but only as far as Chapman for the Dockers. Back in the direction of Clark. His kick was smothered. Well done by Long. Socked forward here by Lipinski into the right forward pocket. Elliott gathered. He was wrapped up beautifully by Ryan. Spilled out again. Eventually they'll work it nicely. It comes off the boot of Crisp in towards Schultz, who was leading up the middle, and he marks about 40 from goal.
And the other thing Freo can't get going is their handball chains out of stoppage. They can't get their game going. They can't get the game on their terms offensively, and at the moment Collingwood are strangling them.
Some big news downstairs. We'll head to Ray Chamberlain in just a moment to bring you up to date. In the meantime, we'll stick with the action as Schultz comes in. He's 50 out from goal, heading towards goal with the kick. He's missing right, a minus score again. So Collingwood moved to be 2-4-16, Fremantle 2-2-14. Ray Chamberlain downstairs.
Yeah, Jordan De Goey came off the ground under a level of duress about 5 minutes ago. He's been down in the change room with the doctors. He's come back out. He's in the warm-up jumper. Failed to pass the assessment, and he's out for the rest of the evening.
Wow, that is big news. De Goey out of the game for the Magpies. They reload from the kick out here as Schultz puts him back inside 50. At the drop, though, Clark trying to usher a handball out. Ends up in the lap of Membry. He's tackled immediately. Ball up.
Is that a concussion, you're saying?
Yeah.
It's a concussion. Josh, just on... Oh, we'll wait for this call.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Pies. Up it goes. Jackson had a few players on it. Spills eventually to side bottom. Gives it to his 2-time premiership teammate in Pendlebury. Off to Perryman by hand. Short kick to Crisp. Drop the mark. Feeds a hand pass further forward. Schultz trying to wrong foot. Warner here. Took on one too many. Warner wins the day and runs him down. A free kick for Warner. And another win for Warner in that defensive 50. He's had a neat start. Collingwood by 2, 16 minutes into the second. Warner decides to take on his opponent and stepped around him towards the commentary wing. No mark taken. On the deck, Cameron shoveled it out, bounced off Howe. He couldn't collect it, forced to follow up, and got some support from Houston. Tackling effort to wrap up Tracy, took him to ground.
Josh, just getting to your point, how many times have you seen a Fremantle player hand pass it from a mark or free kick to a player running past? It's almost nil.
Yep. Cameron knocked it forward. Long tried to tap it on again, but straight back into traffic on the deck. Schultz hand passes backwards. Pendlebury gathers, got the arm free, gave it to Josh Dacos. Near the boundary, centre wing, commentary side. Works the kick away towards centre half forward. Alex Pearce, terrific mark. Behind McStay. Beautifully taken. Hand pass was meant for Clark. He left it behind him. Was able to go back and mop it up under pressure. Got it back to Pearce. Kicks to the commentary wing. No mark taken by Jackson. Spills down to Schultz. He feeds it forward for the Magpies to Nick Dacos. Long penetrating kick into the forward pocket. McStay takes the mark. Just over to wrong foot Ryan, who lost track of the ball. And now McStay will have a look. Left forward pocket for the Pies. And after the Pies lose to Goey to concussion, Sean Darcy in a all too familiar spot down to the rooms with the trainer. More on that with Ray in just a moment. McStay to finish the business in the pocket. He bends it through. Hot Pies in Adelaide. They kick back-to-back goals. And the Pies are out by 8 points. 18 minutes into this second term. 3-4 to 2-2. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, you're spot on, Corb. Sean Darcy came off the field in the hands of the trainers, assisted off. He's gone downstairs. Again, a head knock, and we'll wait to see the outcome of that assessment.
Well, Mick, you asked the question, how many times have they from a held ball handball to a teammate? They did it on that occasion, and Clark fumbled it. The ball then turns live and they force it down the line, and Collingwood was set up once again really well defensively, and that kick from Nick Dacos. That was unbelievable.
They cannot work the ball any more than one kick.
No.
And that's their biggest problem, Fremantle. They're getting as much as Collingwood. I know it's only 8 points, and 8 points in a game like this could be snuffled in. Well, they've kicked the last 2 goals, haven't they?
First time we've seen a side kick consecutive goals.
Yeah.
Jackson got the kick away towards centre-half back, taken by Perryman, though, for Collingwood. And he moved it out towards Maynard, working it on down the line to Crisp. Kicks towards left half forward. Oh, that's beautifully taken. Pendlebury caressed the mark in and then kept going. Runs towards left half forward, kicks the full forward. Pearce, good effort up against Membry. Is able to spoil it away for a rush behind. 3-5-23 Collingwood, 2-2-14 the Dockers. Collingwood by 9 points as we head towards time on in the second term. But what a mark it was again. Pendlebury right half forward.
Chapman plays on from the kick out, drives it up to the wing, spills down to Switkowski. Quick hands away to Voss, and he moves it further wide. Erasmus kicks in front of the benches and finds Amos.
Too slow. They're just really, really reluctant to let go of the football.
Amos coming off 4 on this ground last Friday. Just chips it short to Erasmus. Got a question for you both, Josh and Mick. I'm not going to let you sit on the fence. I'm going to hold you to an answer as Erasmus kicks inside the forward 50. There's another whistle on the play. More intervention. Free kick Collingwood. Whenever you have so many inside 50s and so few scores, it's always a combination of both. You know, good back lines against impotent forward lines. But if you had to lean into one or the other, what's been the main reason for the scoreline tonight? Is it more good backs or is it more poor forwards?
I think it's more good defensive work through the middle, which is forcing long kicks in.
Rain starting to tumble again. 29-17, those inside 50s Collingwood's way. They've got it across half back as it comes to Nick Dacos, then to McCreery, right through the middle of the ground. It is bucketing down, kicks inside forward 50. Warner punches it away for the Dockers. Spilled out to Cox, took it on the full. Worked it to Erasmus. It's almost a whiteout here, it's raining that heavily. Comes short towards O'Meara. It's pouring, you can hear it on the roof. Collingwood's lead is 9 points. Bring your scuba gear. You're about the place. Down the line, Amos wanted it, punched away from him and over the boundary line for a throw-in.
And Corbin, further to your question, I reckon what can happen as well is if the ball's played in your front half, you've got almost 36 players there, so there's so much density, it's hard to find a connect, hard to find a target inside 50, so a lot of them become sort of long kicks in that you don't get a lot of result from.
I probably framed it a little too much on the forward line and the back line. I probably meant more the offence and the defence to symbolise it or put it in the most Americanised phrase I can as Nick Dacos kicks down to half forward. Schultz hand pass over his shoulder. Steen whacks it back. Wet weather footy here. Inadvertently socked away by Brayshaw of the Dockers. Reid had it, lost it. Chris back with it in the driving rain. Kicks Collingwood further inside 50. Schultz giving chase. Runs out of room and a boundary throw-in. But essentially the defensive work from both teams has been better.
Been good. Very good.
Has been better than the offensive work.
By miles.
Well, that's good.
And with Fremantle's first to handball, these conditions now, they've got to surge forward to get field position.
Pies by 9, 22 minutes into the second term.
Spun back in. Jackson got a hand to it. Trying to gather it was Brayshaw. Hacked out of trouble. Straight to Crisp. He was immediately under pressure. Tried to hand pass it to side bottom. Couldn't take it in the slippery and wet conditions. It's been locked in. O'Meara has it. Looks for the umpire.
And for those that aren't here, Howe is behind the ball for Collingwood. So if it's a big torp or a big long kick out, he'll just mop it straight up.
Jackson down to Brayshaw. Eventually he'll get it back.
Decides
to throw it onto the boot and puts it straight down the throat
of Howe.
He marks just inside the logo. Commentary wing. Switches play to Quaynor. Going to build it up again. It goes to Perryman.
That's where you've got to marry up. You've got to bring your players across, take the loose player out of the game and force the ball on the ground, because the ball, if it's on the ground, it's anyone's.
Rain continues to pour down. Side bottom gets a hand pass away with the ball kicked inside forward 50. Sarongo's on a run, almost run down by Membry. Kick off the side of the boot. It'll just spear across the boundary line. That'll be the lasso rule, and going to gather will be Frampton. Will just kick the raft out of the way as he looks to kick the ball back into play at left half forward.
So he couldn't kick it. Couldn't kick the ball forward because Collingwood have got a set up there.
Frampton into the pocket. Good luck marking that. Cameron has a go, not to be, and Lipinski stands out with the footy, so throw in forward pocket for the Pies. Collingwood kicked back-to-back goals, the last 2 in the game. They lead by 9 points after 2 lead changes earlier in the quarter.
Fremantle will still not do anything about the Collingwood loose player. They're just asking for trouble.
Pies by 9, approaching half-time. To go out of the game with concussion, and from the boundary throw-in, it's back out again.
And even further to that, Mick, in the dry conditions when you can get your handball game going, you can bypass that.
That's right.
But in these wet conditions where you're just surging it, hacking it forward, they're +1 behind the ball in how at this point.
So they've got 3 players holding.
Dangerous.
Yeah, they've got 3 players holding hands. All they need to do is drop back one line and have a line of players up so he gets absorbed into the play.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Pies. Steen wins it down, but Cox clears it to half-back, and Voss takes the mark for Fremantle. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Mick almost on cue. I was going to ask the question, Mick, to you and Josh. Like, you see this Collingwood side, they're seasoned in these tight conditions. They're so mature in the way they play. What do we want to see from Fremantle to try and counteract that loose? And obviously that spread out and create the stoppage or the contest is what you're asking.
Meantime, Fremantle have moved it towards right half forward, and they tried to soccer it inside forward 50. Couldn't find a way through the Collingwood defence. Maynard moved it out to Nick Dacos. Good sliding mark in the wet conditions. Nick Dacos kicks down the line. Again, sliding, attempting to mark. He couldn't quite get there. Darcy Cameron. It bounces off his chest and over the boundary line for a throwing. Did you bring your snorkel, Ray, when you came tonight?
Hadn't noticed the changing conditions down here. I just can't wait for a coffee.
All spun back in. Getting to it, Cameron first for the Magpies. That forward to Lipinski. Side bottom's kick bounced off Chapman. Spilled out for the Dockers. Sarong. Now to Erasmus. Hands it on to Switkowski. Immediately wrapped up. The moment he received the football, he would have heard the footsteps. He knew it was coming. Pendlebury got him. Takes him to ground for a ball up.
You cannot hand pass to players who are facing this way in these conditions. You've got to get the ball forward.
Ruck share it down. Bolton gets boot the ball. Trickles up over the wing. Switkowski, Wayne Harms-S trying to whack it back in. Frampton for Collingwood though. Picks it off. Gives it to Nick Dacos. Back on the 45. Wanted. Side bottom punched away by Chapman. Into the path of Sarong for Freo. Back to Chapman. Hand pass away towards Brayshaw. His handball inside 50. In the end knocked away by Murphy Reid. He's clean. Picks it up in the wet. Gave it to Johnson who left it behind. Now a pack forms. They all jump in on top of it. Ball spits out the back door. Reid clean again. Got it to Jager O'Meara. Tackled, dispossessed. And the footy spills free. Picked up by Anderson. And that's a get-out-of-here kick as he just jams it on the boot up to the wing. McCreary's got 2 to beat. The numbers went out. Nice work, McVie. Tapped it down to Pearce. Pearce high up and under inside 50. Cameron back with the flight. Frampton punches it away. Voss grabs it. Quaynell's got him. Comes out to the Pies. Josh Dacos to Frampton. Kicks to half-back for Lipinski.
Lipinski got no one to hand pass to, so he hand passed over the top and tried to go and gather himself. Ryan got in his way. Allowed Erasmus to gather for the Dockers. Hands it back to Ryan on the logo. Commentary wing. Works it again towards Brayshaw. Collingwood lead by 9 points. Brayshaw kicks inside forward 50. Big pack up off hands. Spills down in the direction of Switkowski. Couldn't do much with it. Slapped out by Maynard. Taken by Amos. Had it for the Dockers. Gave it to Bolton. 51 out from goal. And that's a stinker. Off the side of the boot. It's missed the goals. Well, in fact, if you put another behind post and then another behind post to the right of the first behind post on the right, it would still only just sneak in for a minor score. Out of bounds on the full. This has got to be a free kick for Collingwood. They'll have it in the left back pocket.
The only thing I will say from Fremantle's perspective is they're not in this game. They're not in this contest at the moment. Inside 50's 35-20. The only good thing is on the scoreboard, at least they're within touch.
Yep. Well, you are when you've only kicked 3 goals to lead.
That's the only positive I can find for Fremantle at the moment, because they, once again, look all at sea with their ball movement. They can't get the game on their terms. They're overusing it by hands, and they're paying the price because the Pies' pressure's been good.
Well, really, both sides' pressure. It's just the mistakes. Like Collingwood, Dacos, Pendlebury, Sideborough, they're making good decisions.
Now kicks down the wing, right on the bell for half-time as Darcy Cameron's got a cut he needs to tend to. Ray Chamberlain, just before you take off, there's been a bit happening down there. So De Goey, Cameron and now Darcy, or the other way around. De Goey and Darcy. And now Cameron, you know what I'm getting at. What's the latest from down there involving those three?
Yeah, absolutely. So with Decoe, he fell back and he hit the back of his head on the ground heavily. So that was borderline self-inflicted. The Darcy one was very innocuous. Head over the ball, gaining possession, ran forward into an opponent who was stationary near stationary. Not a lot in it from looking at it, but he's still downstairs, and we haven't seen him back. And obviously Darcy Cameron, he's come off with a cut to the head. Looks like just a blood rule scenario, should be okay.
And so the Darcy one, you're saying that the opponent that he ran into, you're not looking at that player for any kind of culpability, which we're always worried about when there's a concussion sustained?
The player was dead long inside 50, and he was stationary near stationary, and Darcy went at him. There was no sort of shoulder to the head or bumping motion at all. I don't suspect that there'll be anything to be worried about there.
Thanks, Ray. Great work. Stay out of the rain at half-time. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Collingwood by 9 at the half, so 3-5-23. Fremantle 2-2-14. The goal kickers won't take long again. McStay, Membry, Long, all with one each, while Bolton and Switkowski have kicked the only two Fremantle goals. It's 23-14 at half-time. There have been showers, but that's not the main reason for the scoreline. Fremantle, of course, built their game on defence under Justin Longmuir, and Collingwood, in Steel Sidebottom's own words with us, Mick, a fortnight ago, said they're the best defence in the competition. They're trying to do it a different way. The Pies have had 35 inside 50s for 8 scores. Fremantle have gone inside 20 times for 4 scores. We've had 2 lead changes. They both came in the second term at half-time. The Magpies by 9 points. Josh Franco, the All-Australian, alongside the coaching icon Mick Malthouse, with their take to half-time here on ABC Sport.
Well, Josh, everything we've said, we can only repeat now, is that I just feel that I know it's only 8 or 9, it's 9 points, but it's quite significant. When you've got a domination inside the front 50 of the way they're going, they get 70. So they're 35-20. So, I mean, that is a domination. However, the ability of the smart players of Collingwood, they're the ones that have kept, I reckon, the ball from half back into the Collingwood forward line. I'm talking about Dacos, Sidebottom, Maynard to a degree, certainly Pendlebury. Whereas on the other side, I can't think of anyone that's really has the smarts enough to take the football forward. They're not playing on from the man on the mark. They're not playing on themselves from the mark, and they're not giving it off to a player on the mark. So therefore, it's just another kick where Collingwood are just setting up beautifully. And in that last 10 to 15 minutes, Howe sits in behind the ball, doesn't pick up anyone. The life of me, I cannot understand when you're trailing where that sixth forward is, because he's getting absorbed in the wet conditions. And when you've got a lot of numbers around the ball, that one extra player is meaningless. But Collingwood's one extra player stands out. So time and time again, a Fremantle player picked it up, looked up, saw Howe, and then decided to go short or give away a hand pass and lost the ball. So the way to counter that is have 6 forwards, make Howe become accountable. And if it's the worst thing, is put the ball on top of them. At least it's going to come to the ground, and Howe then has to create the play.
Absolutely. And what I will say is, watching Collingwood last week against Brisbane, they were nowhere. But defensively, whatever they've done during the week, they've been absolutely outstanding. And you could say that the conditions have helped them, potentially, but Fremantle have lost confidence in their ball movement. They can't get their running game going. No. They've had 20 inside 50s for the half, so they went at 11 in the first quarter and 9 in that second quarter. Collingwood have dominated field positions, and I guess the reason why their efficiency's high is because the only time they look threatening is when they go quick, or there's a turnover at half back and they can actually go quick and get their forward handball going. And that's the only time that Fremantle have looked dangerous with ball in hand. So at the moment, the conditions aren't allowing Fremantle, neither's Collingwood, and the way they're defending. It's not allowing the Dockers to get the game on their terms from an offensive point of view. They've got to find another way. And I totally agree with you, Mick. You can see it. You said it on cue that +1 behind the ball, if they are going to go back to hack kicking it forward and dumping it forward because of the conditions, they've got to engage that player. Otherwise, it's coming back with interest.
Well, you can't rely on a dry ball, so therefore you don't have that capacity for a quick hand pass where the player can scoot away. What's happening is they're getting bogged down. So all their possessions that they want to create opportunities, they're all under pressure. And then the player looks up and finds a target, and it's a Collingwood person, so you go, well, we're going to go sideways, and they get caught from behind. They get their second or third hand pass. They're the same number of possessions, and I would say that I could count, just in my mind, just thinking about them, 15 to 20 that have gone directly, hand passes even, have gone directly to a Collingwood player or to his feet, where they've been able to mop it up, and that is a non-adjusting to what's happening. When you see something, good players will go, oh, it's wet. I'm not going to overuse this. I'm just going to bang it in. But to add to that, the coach has got to say, well, I want you to do that, but I'm going to also in front of you, I'm going to have Voss on picking up Howe.
Yeah.
I don't even know that sixth player is. I cannot identify that sixth player.
So the first thing you're doing at halftime, if you're Justin Longmuir, you're mounting up the spare.
I'm yes.
I mean, you would have done it in the first quarter, probably, Mick, the way you've been talking about it. But
you have to, because you've said this. I get annoyed at coaches that have to wait till half time or quarter time to make a decision. It's so obvious when something's happening like that. You go, right, we're going to make a change, and you should already have been talking about this anyway. You know Adelaide was going to be wet, so the message goes out. No, we're banging it in. We're forgetting that third hand pass. We're banging it in. Get to his feet. Get Bolton.
Murphy Reid, those kind of guys,
young players, get them to their feet. Yeah. Because at the moment they're not playing on, and they're playing to Collingwood's strength.
But it's a McRae style game, isn't it? He's been able to drag it down. We'll win with 65 to 40 or whatever it turns out to be, and at the moment it's 23 to 14 at halftime. Collingwood by 9.
And I reckon even further to that, Mick, when you look at the numbers, so Fremantle had 102 kicks, 77 handballs. Collingwood are running at 112 and 67. So they kicked the handball, and we talked about this pre-game that Fremantle do like to use the ball by hands, and that forward handball and their metres gains has been impressive over the first 4 rounds. But they've got to go in at half-time and come out to start this third quarter wanting and needing to win a different way, because at the moment it's not working. Because Collingwood's pressure's been really good. They can't get that forward handball going, and defensively when the ball's held up, they can't move it.
No.
So they're not getting the game on their terms at all. So massive tick to the Pies.
Yeah.
Fun game of footy. You mentioned Nick Dacos. I know I'm in the tank for him, and so many commentators are, and it frustrates people about the love that Nick Dacos gets, but he's shown tonight, when everyone else has struggled and the conditions and everything else, just what a champion he is.
Well, we remember his first kick out in the full. And from there on in, and I think that was deep in it was certainly well into the first quarter. Then his second one wasn't much better. Now, the other 15 that he's had since, they've all been effective.
Yeah. I think the other thing with Nick Dacos as well, if you watched him, obviously we're talking about offence when ball is in his hands, but defensively too, his running capacity.
Yeah.
You just watch the work he does off the ball. Any wonder he's a star. Yeah. And then he's got the offensive game to match it. But he's impressive both sides of the ball.
Freo's best tonight. Murphy Reid's been excellent in the wet conditions, hasn't he? Like, he's done some nice things.
Yeah.
He's been one of their winners.
I know we keep using Dacos, but he's done. Not only has he got that, he's gone 360 metres. Now the metres so far are about 3,000, so that's 1,500 again. Collingwood have done, and I think 1,300 that quarter by Fremantle. But the next in line, if you look through their back line, all of the Collingwood back line players hit and go long. You have a look at we look at their midfield. Sarong's 195 metres, nowhere near enough.
Rachel 254.
Well, that's not bad. Ryan and the halfback wouldn't expect that, but you're not getting enough from players like Voss at the moment. I know he's a forward, but he's incidental. There's nothing about Dudley's done nothing. Amos has done well. You wouldn't even know Davis out there. Johnson's playing on a wing. He's had 4 possessions. Side bottom on the other side has had 10 possessions, albeit the fact that he's only done 83 metres. But nonetheless, he's caught the ball in the goal square. He's been in the back line helping me out.
More from Josh Franco and also Mick Moldhouse coming up off the SMS. Your thoughts, 0437 774. How's this one from John from Coburg? Weird, this game. It's so bad, Carlton could win it.
So the defensive scrap's not for everyone as much as it is for you, Mick. I know you love the defensive elements that are on show. Just 5 goals in that first half. 3-5 Collingwood. They lead Fremantle 2-2. More of your thoughts coming up in just a moment, plus the Sunday teams. And you'll hear about a record-breaking feat on the track tonight in Sydney. It is Collingwood by 9 points. Second half not too far away, but first the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm Satyam Weinstein. Questions remain over the durability of the ceasefire between Iran and the US after Kuwait accused Iran and its proxies of launching drone attacks despite the 2-week truce, which Tehran denies. Here's Francis Du.
US President Donald Trump also appeared to cast doubt on the effectiveness of the 2-week ceasefire over Iran's continued chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz, while disagreement continues about whether Lebanon is included in the ceasefire, with Iran and mediator Pakistan saying yes and the US and Israel saying no. However, diplomatic activity is intensifying with peace talks due to start in Islamabad later tonight, with Vice President J.D. Vance leading the US delegation. But other tricky questions remain, such as Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium and how and when normal traffic will resume through the Strait of Hormuz.
Lebanese Australians say messages from family members in Lebanon describe an Israeli assault there unlike anything seen before. Israel claims it struck more than 100 Hezbollah targets, with Lebanese officials saying more than 300 people were killed. But Australian-Lebanese biochemist Saad Ramadan says civilians are bearing the brunt, including his sister, whose home in the south of the country has been destroyed.
My sister lost her house in the south, so she doesn't have a house. If she wants to go back, she have to stay somewhere until she rebuilds, if she can rebuild, because Israel decided to push the border till the Litani River. But I hope this will never happen.
Ukrainians are expressing skepticism after Russia announced a temporary ceasefire for Orthodox Easter. The Kremlin says President Vladimir Putin has ordered a 32-hour pause to the fighting over the weekend. This Ukrainian says he doubts the truce will hold.
How can you trust a man who destroyed his own people, attacked Ukraine, and is basically the #1 terrorist? How can you trust him? He lies.
The federal opposition has backed calls for Immigration Minister Tony Burke to deport a British convicted child sex offender who had his visa reinstated. Duriana Zavira has more.
The man, who is now in his 80s, was jailed for 14 months in 2024 for molesting a 9-year-old girl. His visa was automatically cancelled because of his conviction, but the tribunal that reviews government decisions overturned the cancellation. The decision was made under Ministerial Direction 110, a rule introduced by the federal government in 2024 to toughen the visa appeal system, after the old rules allowed dozens of serious criminals to avoid deportation. The opposition's Home Affairs spokesperson Jonathan Dunham says the latest case shows the new ministerial direction was not working. The department has been contacted for comment.
The Artemis 2 astronauts are preparing for their return to Earth as their historic 10-day voyage around the moon nears its conclusion. The 3 Americans and a Canadian are expected to splash down at 10:07 tomorrow morning, Australian Eastern Standard Time, just off the coast of San Diego in the U.S. state of California. NASA's Associate Director Amit Kashyap says he's confident of a safe return.
There's no question that we'll all be anxious. I have full confidence in the team. They do too. We've been with them the whole time, and so we've done the work. It's impossible to say you don't have irrational fears left, right? But I'd tell you I don't have any rational fears about what's going to happen.
Victoria's Education Union says its plan for further strike action next term doesn't mean it's walking away from negotiations with the Victorian government. The AEU today announced a plan for rolling half-day strikes in alternate parts of the state, beginning from week 3 of term 2. Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen has urged the union to stay at the negotiating table if it wants an outcome on the protracted pay dispute. Victoria's AEU branch president, Justin Mullally, says negotiations are ongoing and the strikes won't stop that.
This action doesn't interrupt negotiations. We need to continue to negotiate at this stage, but the government needs to understand how important it is for there to be a deal that properly reflects the value of AEU members' work.
WA police have confirmed several human bones discovered at Wadjamup, also known as Rottnest Island, are consistent with Indigenous ancestry. Police began investigating the origin of the bones on Wednesday when they were found on the grounds of the Holy Trinity Catholic Church during construction work. The state anthropologist attended the scene with officers on Thursday, and police say specialist advice indicates the remains are historical in nature. WA police say they've liaised with the local Aboriginal Corporation and Rottnest Island Authority. ABC News.
Look at me. Anne Edmonds, Kitty Flanagan, Magda Zabansky, and so many more.
Good morning, everyone.
No one cares. In comedy gems like Fisk, Kath and Kim, and Bad Company. This is fun.
No, thank you.
Comedy that leaves an impression. ABC iView.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Brayshaw running by Bolton, takes a bounce immediately, then runs inside forward 50, steadies and kicks a goal for Freo. Oh, listen to the crowd. They're celebrating a good bit of play as much as the Dockers goal. Pendlebury goes on. He's long again, forced to fend someone away. It's coming back meantime. Taken around the neck by Sherry. That's the reason for the free kick. Ned Long, and that's a good looking kick. Hits through for a major. Another lead change, with Collingwood hitting the fronts.
Jordan De Goey came off the ground under a little duress about 5 minutes ago. He's been down in the change room with the doctors. He's come back out. He's in the warm-up jumper. Failed to pass the assessment, and he's out for the rest of the evening.
To Nick Dacos, long penetrating kick into the forward pocket. McStay takes the mark. Just having a wrong foot Ryan, who lost track of the ball. And now McStay will have a look. Left forward pocket for the Pies. McStay to finish the business in the pocket. He bends it through. Hot Pies in Adelaide. They kick back-to-back goals.
Sean Darcy came off the field in the hands of the trainers, assisted off. He's gone downstairs. Again, a head knock, and we'll wait to see the outcome of that assessment.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the second quarter. It has been a defensively orientated game, it's fair to say. 3 goals 5, leads 2 goals 2. At half-time, it's Collingwood by 9 points over the Dockers. And what has been a wet night so far, it's been a wet weekend in Adelaide. There has been sweeping showers, but that's not really the reason why this game has panned out the way it has. Collingwood have scored 8 times from 35 entries, while the Dockers are going at 1 in 5. They've had 4 scoring shots from 20 entries. The Magpies winning the territory battle, plus 15 in the inside 50s. And at halftime, Nick Dacos has been the premier player on the ground again on his return with 17 disposals to go along with 4 inside 50s. Nick Dacos with over 360 metres gained. Not to try and preempt the votes from Josh Franco to come later tonight, but I think it's fair to say at the halfway mark, Nick's made a pretty good case. In the 3 games he's played, he's polled 8 of a possible 9 votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. So the young man, who's still a game shy of his 100th, is off to a flyer. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport. Weekend's just beginning. Of course, every game, every weekend you can hear through ABC Listen, but Gather Round in particular, we've got all venues covered. There's games in the Barossa tomorrow and Sunday, and likewise with a pair of games at Norwood to be played, alongside the 3 further fixtures to come here at Adelaide Oval. Off the SMS, Dan from East Perth, the Dockers' best team in the rain in the AFL. So I think last year was like the wettest winter in Perth in like 30 years or something ridiculous. So they had a little bit of experience last year, but
and a little bit of experience this year because we had the cyclone that hit
that's
up north,
right.
and
that's
it
right.
bucketed down, despite being told that it wasn't going to, but still rained for most of the game against Richmond a couple of weeks ago, and were able to get the job done there.
Richard from Geelong enjoying watching the pre-match circle work. When does the game start? So a little tongue-in-cheek. G'day team, Grant here in Hobart enjoying the show. Corby, question for you. This must be the only time when the ABC AFL team is all together in one city. Do you have a meal together? Some of you might not have met before. Go the Blues. There has been sort of various sort of social functions. The problem is we're never all here at the one time, or in the night time, someone's always working. There's always a game on, so it's not like you can get together at 11 p.m. or whatever it turns out.
We did once last year, didn't we? All got together after one game. Most of us did, anyway.
As best we can, usually at the end of the weekend we do something.
That was also why I enjoyed being in the Barossa last week, because the Barossa crew gets together on both occasions and has a little wander around.
So we try to as best we can, but
we don't like each other, though.
Well, we don't want to reveal that, do we?
Don't
we don't
be
want
like that, Michael.
We
That's
don't
not
want to,
true.
We don't want to give that up. Shout out to Lockie Kennedy, by the way, who broke the 10-second barrier tonight at the National Champs in Sydney, ran a 9.96. So Australia's track sensation, Lockie Kennedy. Second half underway here on ABC Sport. Pies by 9. Here's Clint Wilden.
No genuine clearance immediately, but eventually slapped out of there by Brayshaw. Jackson tried to soccer it on, ricocheted back to him, kicked it forward again to centre half forward. He'll go through and complete the tackle on Houston. A little bit of push and shove afterwards. Still no sign of Sean Darcy after getting a knock to the head when he ran into Long in that first half. And of course, if you just joined us, Jordan De Goey out of the game after failing an HIA.
This will be
He's out with concussion.
Yeah, this will be a big test for Jackson. He's going to ruck against two players, and it's a bit damp, so the leg will certainly test him.
Clark hurried kick forward only as far as Cameron, gave it out to Crisp. He kicked it forward again, more in hope than anything else, and it's been marked here just inside the outer edge of the centre square by Warner. Takes a couple of steps forward and bangs it long into the right forward pocket. Howe flew, got a fish to it. Maynard slapped it away. Bolton had it for a moment, knocked out of his grasp. Side bottom, gathers off the ground, worked it onto Steele, kicking the direction of Membry. Spoil came from behind from Pearce, and it's over the boundary line for a throw-in. Left half back. Oh no, Lasso, last touch out of bounds. So saw exactly how that came off. Hard up against the boundary line, but Schultz has got it for the Collingwood Magpies.
Kicks beyond the wing. Alex Pearce got himself in the pole position, couldn't complete the mark, and that is a heavy tackle. Ripped to the ground by Jordan Clark. Ned Long in all of that. It's usually the spinning motion, ripping at the hips that they don't ordinarily like, the umpires, but Long appears to be okay and plays back underway. Sarong squeezes a kick out. Jackson cleans it up, gives it to the run of Clark, who puts Fremantle inside 50, and Frampton. There he is again, Mick. Takes the intercept mark, centre half back for the Pies.
It's a poor kick.
Yeah, it was a poor.
Oh, goes wide to Howe, and Howe just absolutely butchers one. Trying to trickle it away towards Lipinski. Turns it over. Last disposal free. Johnson reloads and Dudley marks.
Yeah, well, that's a really brave kick. I guess when you go on your forward line like that, but it was precise. It went between two Collingwood players. So, and the difference there was they moved the ball quickly, Fremantle.
Already a noted difference in terms of kicks to hand passes from Fremantle in this quarter.
Well, they should be if they don't. They haven't learnt much.
So here comes Dudley in Roger Hayden's old number. He skips in. His drop punt's superb. He turned to celebrate before it had got through. The Dudley bomb for Fremantle. And all of a sudden it's a one-score game. Collingwood by 3 points. Magpies 3-5. Fremantle moved to 3-2. Early stages, third term. Gather round on ABC Sport.
Well, that was just what the Dockers ordered. My bad. It's interesting as well, looking at one of the other stats, and this obviously dictated and paints a bit of a picture of how the game's being played. The inside 50, forward 50 tackles. Collingwood had 14 in the first half, Fremantle just the 4. And this little bloke here, Isaiah Dudley's had virtually no impact in the game. He's only had 4 disposals in the first half, kicked his first goal, but he's a player that needs to inject himself in this contest, and again comes off the back as if Freo can get some field position and lock it in their front half. Little blokes like that, Bolton will start to have an influence on this contest.
3-point ball game from the restart. Jackson got a fingertip on it, running it over the top of it, went side bottom. Jackson got it again, gave it to Brayshaw, kicks Freo towards right half forward. Decent battle here. Reid emerges with it. Murphy Reid stabs it inside forward 50. Amos leading out marks.
The bloke that's having the biggest bearing on the game right now, Jackson. He's been able. He hasn't won both tap outs, but his follow up has been outstanding.
Just sort of feel too the game. I know it's only a small sample size in this third quarter, but just the momentum swung a little bit, hasn't it? 4-zip inside 50 Fremantle's way, and once again dominating field position.
Lovely delivery from Murphy Reid. Jai Amos, who's found some form in the past fortnight. 45-degree angle out to the right. Kicks the goal for Fremantle and puts the Dockers back in front. Third lead change of the evening. Freo 4-2-26, Collingwood 3-5-23. The Dockers by 3 points in the 5th minute of the third term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
And Mick, in the blink of an eye, all of a sudden Fremantle are leading this contest after looking pretty pedestrian in that first half. But Collingwood got to stick to the task. They've got to start getting their hands on the footy in the centre of the ground and get the ball going forward rather than defending from your back half.
Well, that's basically it. There's been 3 stoppages, 2-1. I can't remember the one that Collingwood won, but certainly the Dockers have won the first 2.
Yeah.
And both of them have come out of the way Jackson's played. So I don't know if he can sustain this. This is where they're probably going to choose one of these big blokes front end to help him. Here he is again.
Whole new game. Jackson wins the hit out at the restart. Sarong, long hand pass to centre half forward. Sliding in there, Dudley collects. Ball comes out the back door. Collingwood win it. The Dacos brothers combine. Josh to Nick. Now a hand pass away to Pendlebury. His handball finds Josh Dacos. He turns it over. Picked off by Switkowski. Slick hands. Away to Reid. Reid to Dudley. Dudley goals. Freo with 3 in a row. And the Purple Haze is sweeping across Adelaide Oval. And this is a whole new game. 5 consecutive inside 50s for Fremantle to start the second half. The Dockers now by 9 points. We're only 6 minutes into the third. 5-2 to 3-5. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
Now, Corby, you've just kicked 2 goals. Would you take the bloke off?
Not me, Mick.
I would put the biggest gate in front of him if he's running off. Just turn him around. He's in form. You know what else he's in? His backline player on him is now edgy. Why take the heat off that? It doesn't matter about your numbers. You know your numbers are only numbers.
You coach at the moment, Josh. North Adelaide, do you have little levers for players that are hot to keep them out there?
100%.
Yeah,
ignore
absolutely. The rotation.
Yeah, definitely.
Freo trio in terms of goals, but Pendlebury will bring it away out of the middle. Have it to Schultz, then to Nick Dacos. Lovely ball over the top again to Schultz. Hand pass inside forward 50. Membry took on the tackle. We're going to hand pass away towards full forward. Long couldn't gather. Pressure came. McVie ran straight into trouble. Ball's jarred out after he was tackled. Ball hits the deck. They'll pile on top of it inside Collingwood's forward 50. Long, the last Collingwood player up, and underneath all of that was Erasmus. He might have dodged one then. Jackson palmed it down to Bolton, tackled immediately by Long. Ball jarred out, came to Elliott, then to Nick Dacos, tackled by O'Meara. Hand pass to Lipinski though, back to Quaynor, right half forward, kicked it back towards full forward. Big fly McStay couldn't mark. Spilled out the back to Warner. Time for the Dockers to go to Wagner from the right back pocket. Wagner kicks towards Tracy. Good mark up against Frampton. And he's got it at right half back. Kicks inboard and finds Jackson for the Dockers, who marks and plays on by hand. Erasmus left it behind him. Tackled by Josh Dacos. It's been holding the ball. No. Gee, you've seen it played a lot quicker than that earlier tonight.
No need to have that hand pass. No, why add another hand pass on a day like this? You're already running towards home. Let the bloke next to you support you. Be the wingman.
Jackson palms it down, but Nick Dacos sells the dummy and now kicks down to half forward. Cox at the drop. Takes the intercept mark. This feels like a big moment in the night right now.
It just feels like the game's opened up a bit, doesn't it? Particularly from Freo's perspective.
It even seems like it's the ground looks drier.
Yeah.
3 quick goals for the Dockers. They've gone from 9 down at the half to 9 up. 8 minutes played in the third. And now Fremantle possessing the footy as Ryan shares it with Warner. He's got it in a slow play at half back.
Collingwood set up well again.
Off he trots. Warner kicks beyond the wing. Punched away by Frampton and over the fence. We'll have the boundary throwing between wing and half forward for Fremantle. So 2 to Dudley, 1 to Amos. Fremantle with the dream start. And a very quick start at that. They had the first 5 inside 50s in this third quarter. It's now 9 minutes old. The Dockers by 9 points.
And 6 forwards Fremantle have got.
Ball spun in, just shy of right half forward. Jackson went out after it, got a tap on it. Ball still on the deck. Away hand pass came from Cameron to Long. Back towards Nick Dacos. Back into traffic. Picked up here. Trying to get it out. Pendlebury only found a Docker in Switkowski. He hand passed across half forward. Eventually Bolton emerges with it. Stole it away from Chris. Off balance as he got a kick away. Goes up and down in the lift shaft. Quaynor went to it. Couldn't mark it. Punched it forward to Houston.
Magpies have it through Crisp. Hand pass across half-back. Maynard knew he couldn't gather. Elects to just soccer it forward, only as far as McVie on the logo. Commentary wing to O'Meara. Hand pass running by McVie. Broke through and then kicks towards left ball forward. Coming to float across the front, Cameron. And then punched out at the back by Howe. Amos was the docker in the vicinity. It's over for a boundary throw-in deep in the left forward pocket. By the way, just a reminder, Jordan Ngoe out of this game through concussion, and Sean Darcy also copped a knock to the head. We haven't seen him for a quarter and a bit so far.
Boundary throw in. Cameron edges out Jackson, grabs it out of the ruck, kicks smothered, trying to exit the defensive 50. Nick Dacos punches it away at the drop. Quaynor trying to jump on top of it. Ball slides out Fremantle's way. Running into a dead end is Sherry. Ball comes out. Collingwood win it. Lipinski off half-back, kicks down the wing. Elliott runs underneath it. Pearce tried to spoil, but the ball went behind him. He and Elliott running back for the footy. Freo with support. And Cox just soccers it away to Clark. Now to Sarong. And pass to Ryan, and Fremantle get out of trouble there. The switch across the half-back line. Warner with it. Oh, that's a wild kick. Trying to link up with Wagner. Missed him by 5 metres. Slate slides out of bounds, and as a result, it's going to be a free kick for last disposal out of play. It's going to go Collingwood's way.
Well, missed opportunities, isn't it? For Freo?
Shocking.
Wow.
How bad is that? You really pay a penalty now by poor disposal.
Roan Steele takes the free. Kicks it deep into the forward pocket. Cox down there. Knocks it down to McVie. Hurried kick out of defence. Tracy leaps up. Makes a contest. Pack forms there. Socket away by Steele inside 50. And a sprawling mark for Schultz. And there's something out of nothing as Roan Steele just hacks it off the deck. Why don't they do that more in the wet?
Well, that's the whole thing. That's part of it. It counts as a kick. It goes forward. You've got to get, I'll call it metres. You've got to get, I call it yards. You've got to get yards in the wet. Just get the ball forward. Make the opposition make a mistake in your half of the ground.
Lockie Schultz in his 4th game against his old team. He's 1-1-1 in the 3 games previously. A win, a loss and a draw. As his kick here is right to the goal line. It's punched back in the field of play. It's a dangerous spoil on the last line of defence. Fremantle are going to work it out. Pearce gets a hand pass away to Sherry, who can't trap it. This ball's still live, close to the boundary line. Eventually, Sidebottom sees it out, half forward here for the Pies. No change to the score. Fremantle by 9. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, can confirm. Sean Darcy sitting in the back row with his jumper on. He's failed the HIA and won't take any further part tonight.
Both clubs losing a player to concussion. Darcy for the Dockers, the Goey for the Magpies. Throw it in. Jackson got to it first. Won it down to O'Meara for Fremantle. Kicked immediately to left half back. Tracy picks it up off the deck. Broke the tackle of Sidebottom. Not a great hand pass back for Brayshaw. Has to mop it up, but he can't keep it in. Tracy went towards it. Immediately gestured, although the hand pass had come off Brayshaw, that he got a little touch on it on the way through.
Once again, the overuse by hands for Fremantle.
It is.
Just need to hack it forward.
Tracy's been interesting, though. He's come up the ground. Now it gives them an outlet on the wing, at least, or half back line. So, but what it does is it exposes them out the back.
Thrown in again. One down by Steen, but straight to O'Meara of Fremantle. Hand pass into the ground to Erasmus, and he's tackled by Long over the boundary line. You talk about they've gone back to hand passing. When they were just kicking the football, we saw them kick 3 goals in a row.
Yep. Basically out of the centre, though.
It's true. But as you said, Nick, it does give you metres.
Yep, that's what you need on a night like this. It's gold.
Thrown back in. Jackson slapped it down for the Dockers and then tracking it towards the boundary line. His Sidebottom sees it goes over the line right next to the interchange gates for Collingwood.
Another thing I will say is no doubt they practice this all pre-season, so it is hard to break that habit, particularly when the conditions turn like they are, but they've got to be better than that.
Josh Franco on ABC Sport, twice a place getter in the Brownlow medal, former All-Australian. North Adelaide coach in the SANFL from the boundary throw-in. Pendlebury to his mate Sidebottom, and McVie takes a one-hander running back at half-back in front of McCreary.
So there's just no run from behind, and that's holding them back.
There's a few mooks out there tonight, it must be said, as the kick goes down the wing and Frampton picks it off. Him and Howe have had a nice night behind the footy. Takes an intercept mark here and looks for his mate Jeremy Howe. Long kick all the way back to the left-back flank. Finds Howe, comes back out of the defensive 50, and here's Quaynor. Having a look down the eastern side. Short kick to Houston. A bit of kick-to-kick here. Fremantle by 9 points. They've kicked the only 3 goals in the third. 14 minutes played. Third quarter. Key stage of the night.
Collingwood back out the western side. Josh Dacos kicks to the wing. McCreary marks. Hand pass away to Nick. He's got it high half forward. Good chase and tackle from Tracy. Got him late though. Late on the tackle attempt and a downfield free for Collingwood at right half forward.
I'm not sure about that free kick. Clinton, you're shaking your head. I reckon that was in the action of kicking. That's a tough price to pay from Fremantle's perspective.
You can see all the cynics on the social media channels, almost like the American football, protect the quarterback, not allowed to breathe on the star players. And there's Nick gets a downfield free kick. It's going to go to his teammate Ned Long, who's the beneficiary at right half forward. He kicks from 48 metres out, and the footy gods take care of it. He misses out to the right and behind. So Collingwood still goalless in the quarter. That's their first score, by the way. It comes at the 15-minute mark of the third. And Ned Long behind. Fremantle by 8. They've kicked the only 3 goals in the third term.
They can be talking with Ray about that over the next couple of days. Warner, long beyond defensive 50. Big pack up, no mark taken. Frampton made his presence felt. Knocked forward by Brayshaw off his boot. Perryman can't gather. Scooped up by Houston. It's a side bottom. Got a hand pass away. Did well. And turned to Anderson. It's high up in the air towards right half forward and coming out to Mark McStay.
Got to go quick. Got even ahead of the ball.
Well, he's paused. 70 from goal. Decides he won't go inside forward 50. Goes back to Houston. A couple of metres on the commentary edge of the centre square, and he'll move it short to Nick Dacos again.
Got 30 players inside Collingwood forward 50 now, so really difficult to score.
Still 2 kicks from goal. Dacos will just pop it up to see what eventuates. Flying was Sarong. Spilled down to Anderson. Had a hurried kick at goal. Elliott's over it. Got a hand pass out the back as he went to ground. McVee tumbles a clearing kick beyond defensive 50. Trying to keep it in play, Houston. Going the other way, Tracy got it for the Dockers. Hand pass to O'Meara. Then to Erasmus in real trouble. Hands it back to Chapman. Throws it on the boot.
In hope down the wing. Amos has got a bit to do. Cleverly knocks it down. Bolton went without it. Picked up by Perryman for the Pies. Gives it to Frampton. Handball away to Houston. Collingwood get out of danger for now. Howe kicks laterally. Got it to Quaynor. Under pressure to Roan Steele, despite the efforts from Dudley. And Steele goes long out to the wing for Membry. Kicked the first of the night. It was at the 6-minute mark of the opening term, and Collingwood have kicked only 2 further goals. Now 17 minutes into the third. They come back inside to Maynard. There's a long penetrating kick, the lefty into the pocket. Elliott goes the climb, not to be. Ball falls down the Pies' way, and in the end, a hand pass from from Schultz under pressure ends up out of play, and he's been penalised for it. Fremantle free kick back pocket.
There's one extra hand pass extra by Fremantle again caused a turnover, which was. They are killing themselves, Fremantle. They could be further in front.
They lead by 8 points as they go surging down the outer wing. Wagner got it to Bolton from right on centre wing outer side. He'll kick inside forward 50. Tracy against Frampton. Tracy won it to ground. Collingwood with the numbers to mop up. Howe to Perryman to Quaynor. Just beyond his defensive 50. Stabs the kick precise and gets it hard up against the boundary to Pendlebury.
Once again, Mick, Collingwood set up really well inside their D50. Bolton had no one to kick to and then got outnumbered at the fall of the ball for the exit for the Pies.
Collingwood by a point at quarter time, by 9 points at the half. The Dockers have kicked the past 3. They lead by 8 at the moment as the Magpies switch play and head to the commentary wing, marking on the logo Elliott. Long kick towards right half forward. It's gone over the top of Lipinski. That'll be the lasso rule. Fremantle will have the free kick through Chapman at left half back.
Fremantle have kicked the only 3 goals in the quarter, but those 3 goals, by the way, came in a span of about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So the 3-minute mark, the 4-minute mark, and the 6-minute mark. We're now 18 and a half minutes into the third. It's Fremantle by 8 points. And they've worked the ball from left half back to right half back. Warner goes with the kick down the line. Amos leaps up, had a fair piece of it. Not to be, but he's getting a free. It's coming back to Amos. Some contact illegally in the marking contest. Amos kicks inside on the 45. Erasmus the target. Can't complete the mark. Scooped up there by Steen. Got a hand pass away to Pendlebury. Handball meant for Quaynor. Inadvertently soccers it away to the advantage of O'Meara. Quaynor's got a couple to beat now. Fremantle with support. No one can take it clean. That was clever from Nick Dacos. Almost like a solo when Gaelic footy just volleyed it up to his teammate. String of handballs. Lipinski inside bottom involved. Now the kick down the wing. Membry superb. Finds McStay, who marks it right half forward. He is a left footer, and so he's going to arc around, improves the angle, and the debutante's got it at true centre-half forward. Angus Anderson, the 22-year-old, 40 metres out straight in front.
And Corbin, you mentioned it just a moment ago. Fremantle's first 3 or 4 or 5 minutes was good.
Yep.
Now the game's looking like it did in the first half. Collingwood are dominating field position.
Overuse. Every time that Fremantle go overuse that fourth or fifth hand pass, Collingwood bring it back.
Here he is. 9 disposals so far tonight for Anderson, the 22-year-old. Best of field in the Sandford Grand Final. Now in the big time. Now goaling.
Well done.
Allow me to introduce myself, Angus Anderson. The 22-year-old goals on debut. And Collingwood roar back into the game. 5-2 to 4-6. Time on in the third term. It's just a 2-point game. Dockers on top. Josh Franco and Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Well, Mick, as we said, the start of that third quarter, it looked like Fremantle were starting to get their game going. They had some important centre clearances and stoppages around the ground and looked really threatening ahead of the ball with Isaiah Dudley. But it's almost been flipped on its head once again. Collingwood are defending the ground well. Fremantle in these conditions are overusing it, as you said, by 1 or 2 extra handballs, which aren't necessary, and they're paying the price for it.
Just have a look at the kicks, hand passes again. I know Collingwood's hand passes are up because they've got a lot of clear. They're under pressure and clearing it through their hand passes. But right now, that game has slipped back straight into that second quarter role where even the inside 50s have gone to 7-8. Collingwood a 7, but they were down 1-6, I think, at one stage.
Jacks won the first bounce. It was locked in. Cameron the second knocked it forward only as far as Clark. Tried to shovel it to Johnson, surrounded by Collingwood players. It's going to be locked in here. They'll ball it up outer edge of the 2 centre circles. Cameron against Jackson again. Comes down. Here's Anderson. Tries to get away from Johnson. Just got the kick in the direction of centre half forward. Pearce coming out was held by McStay. He'll have the free kick for Fremantle.
And the other thing from the Dockers' perspective, Brayshaw just the 3 disposals, Sarong just the 3 as well.
Oh, yeah, they're not getting it all in midfield.
Not touching the footy.
No.
Freo still lead by 2, 22 gone in the third.
Whereas, Dacos 8, Pendlebury 6.
To Ryan, to Murphy, Reid, to Wagner, and this is where Fremantle stop. There's nowhere to go. So they're forced to kick long to a contest. Just over the wing, pack of 5 up, off hands. Here's Anderson again, broke one tackle, then a second, showed some real strength. Most recent goal kicker on debut. Kicker was left half forward. Pearce lost his footing. Fortunately, Ryan was there, coming the other way to mop up. Immediately tackled by McStay. It's going to be held in. About 52 out from Collingwood's attacking goal. They're heading to the Riverbank stand in the southern end of Adelaide Oval. 22 and a bit minutes gone in the third. They trail the Dockers by 2.
Cameron grabs it out of the ruck. Shallow entry inside 50. McVie had it, lost it. Scooped up momentarily by Johnson. Now spills to Schultz. He's tackled out of play. Boundary throw in. Half forward for the Pies.
Yeah, the first game on Anderson, really strong and composed with ball in hand.
Yeah, he prepared to back himself.
He did, yeah.
That's a difference again. Collingwood just have more players that can win the ball in probably that midfield range. That's.
He had 30 last week, Anderson in the VFL, and 12 clearances to earn his call-up. And the boundary throw-in, first clean possession, inside forward 50, Lipinski. Hand pass looking for Schultz. Ushered out off the deck, Warner to Johnson, and he's held up. We'll have a ball up.
So you just see Howe sitting in the centre of the ground. So in fact, they got Howe's in the centre of the ground, and there's no one near him. So if they come out for Fremantle, the ball's just going to rebound straight back.
A restart.
And if you can find that 6 forward, I just cannot identify that 6 forward.
Well, I reckon what's happening here at the moment, Mick, I reckon it's Cameron Darcy, or Darcy Cameron, is sitting out as the ruckman.
But that's 2 that sit out.
Yeah, which frees up Howe, but.
Well,
taken over the boundary line by Reid. It's thrown back in again. It will come to McCreary here. He'll kick around. The body wants McStay. Got a hand to it. Spill down at the back. It's a fullback for the Dockers. O'Meara to Chapman under pressure. Hand pass to Clark. They've worked that pretty well, Fremantle. To O'Meara. That wasn't worked well at all. That was nothing short of appalling
kick down the throat of Anderson, who moves it short, too short to be a mark to Elliott. Now it comes its way to Houston, sent towards full forward. Clark out, spoils it away. Looking to go and scoop it up, taken by Perryman to McCreary at right half forward, kicks back to the teeth of goal, reaching for it, Jackson, couldn't quite get there, knocked it out of the hands of Schultz. And Fremantle can emerge in a clearing kick through Wagner into the middle of the ground.
To Frampton and Tracy. Hands on it from Frampton. Gets support, though, from Howe. Collingwood back with it. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Kicks straight down the pipe. Turnover. And Jackson with the intercept mark. Centre-half back.
You reckon it's a minute to go last quarter to save the game. Because Fremantle have learnt nothing from that initial 3 minutes where they got those 3 goals. They've gone straight back into giving the ball back across this half-forward line.
Jackson wide to Clark, still at half-back, kicks long down the wing, and that's a nice mark from Luke Jackson.
He's been fantastic, but I don't know if he's going to last the whole game out.
He's going it alone. Sean Darcy out of the game at half-time with a suspected concussion, failed the HIA. Both teams one down after De Goey went out in the second quarter, also with concussion. Short to Reid. Reid kicks down the boundary line, dropping back in the hole. Sarong can't complete the mark under contact. And the ball spills out of play, about 60 metres out, half forward for the Dockers.
Yeah, it's a midfield that's really struggling. Fremantle. Collingwood's were on top there with Dacos. Anderson, and new name, 7. What's he had so far this quarter? 7 possessions.
Yeah.
He's dominated, quite frankly. 203 metres, 1 goal.
Have kicked 3 goals to 1 Fremantle, hanging on to a 2-point lead from the restart. Out the back from the throwing, it came out to Lipinski, got it to Pendlebury, kicked towards the logo. Commentary wing, Chris, beautiful hand pass, hit Elliott. He was at right half forward, then kicks the full forward. 2 goes at it. Was he being held here? The kick goes to ground. McStay. Good spoil coming in the end from Warner. Wagner mops it up for the Dockers. Got it onto Chapman. Kick towards right half back. There's Josh Dacos. Winning out in the marking contest against Reid. 2 kicks from goal himself. He'll move it short. Sending it to Maynard, who stabs the ball inside forward 50 to Crisp. And he marks. Tight in the left forward pocket, about 45 from goal.
I just thought that previous entry, I think it was Elliott that kicked it in. I thought McStay could have come at the kicker. You look for the long one over the back, turn the ball over. But as we've said, the theme of the night is Collingwood setting up really well behind the footy and able to re-enter the ball with a good turnover.
97 to 77 possessions this quarter.
Yeah, and again, Sarong only 3, Brayshaw just the 3.
13 to 8 inside 50s.
Not enough of their mids touching the footy.
Dominating the game, Collingwood.
Yep.
Jack Crisp in game 267 consecutively. Crisp for the Magpies, deep in the left forward pocket. That's a lovely kick. That is Crisp off the boot from Crisp himself. And that will give Collingwood back the lead. They're up by 4, the Magpies, 5-6-36 to 5-2-32. 27 and a half minutes gone in the third term. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport, on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and streaming on ABC Listen.
And once again, Mick, we spoke about Fremantle's ability to win the contested ball and clearances in recent weeks. Collingwood have been pretty poor, particularly against Brisbane last week, but this quarter they've had 10-5 clearances. The contested possessions are in favour of the Pies, but they're uncontested balls, so their ability to use and shift the ball by hand has been very good, and they're getting the game on their terms again.
What we got seduced by was 3 minutes of play out of the centre by Jackson, and outside of that, that's the only period where Fremantle have actually looked any good.
They had 5 inside 50s in that time for 3 goals. Out of the middle here, Jackson down to Sarong. That's clean movement for the Dockers. Out to half forward, spills off the pack to Bolton. Bolton looking for Amos, got to him on the hop. Now trying to dribble it like a basketball, and in the end he's lost the handle, out of play. And a throw-in half forward for Freo.
And you're right, Mick, again, only time they look dangerous at the moment is when they...
Jackson.
Yeah, when they win the centre bounce clearance.
Yeah, and it's all come from the hand of Jackson. As I say, I don't know how long he can last. I know he's superbly fit, but...
Jackson and Cameron going at it. Cameron's had more of the ruck duties tonight. Nick Dacos had it, lost it, spills to Jackson again for Freo. Gives it to Sarong, hand pass out to the boundary line and beats Reid out of play. So we saw Steen excellent under the roof at Docklands a few weeks ago, and since then didn't have huge minutes against Brisbane.
No,
and
they've worked out that they hit the body now, and he's also... Right. I've just watched him now. He's
They've worked him out a bit.
Yeah, he's no longer. He's not a high jumper now. He's now starting to be a long jumper, and they're hitting his body.
I'm still getting used to it too, between Oscar Steen and Roan Steele and Steele Sidebottom. There's lots of very similar sounding names.
Jackson won the tap. It went back over the boundary line. We've got ourselves another throw in right forward pocket for Fremantle. Jackson palmed it down, bounced back to Cameron, got dispossessed with it. Murphy Reid tried to get a hand pass out. Here is Brayshaw, broke one tackle and then hand passed it straight towards Josh Dacos. He said, thanks very much. Worked it out to Steele, then to Elliott. He was well tackled. Chapman got him. Quaynor goes into lend support. Umpire says we've got a free kick taken high here. Chapman. And we'll get the free kick for Fremantle. He's 2 kicks from goal. Looks to move it on quickly. Kicks to a big pack in the right forward pocket, but the siren beats everyone. And Collingwood lead by 4 points with a quarter to play. 5-6-36 to Fremantle's 5-2-32.
They hadn't trailed Fremantle at a single quarter break all season leading into tonight, and yet they've been behind at all 3 breaks. They trailed by 1 point at quarter time, by 9 at the half, and now by 4 at three-quarter time, and yet that alone doesn't nearly tell the story of the game. It was a low-scoring scrap in the first half, 3-2. Collingwood up by 9. The Dockers played the most, pardon the corny expression, purple patch to start the third term, where they kicked 3 goals in a blistering 3.5 minutes of footy. 2 to Dudley, 1 to Amos. They got out by 9 points themselves, the Dockers, and then Collingwood have worn them down. They kicked 2 red-time goals, and so the Magpies back on top. They lead by 4 points. The goal kickers, 1 each for Membry, Long, McStay, Anderson and Crisp. Meanwhile for Fremantle, Switkowski, Bolton, Amos and Dudley. He's the only multiple goal kicker on the ground. Dudley has 2. So 5-6 to 5-2. Collingwood by 4 points. A game which has had 4 lead changes in it. And just repeating, both Jordan De Goey and Sean Darcy out of the game, both with suspected concussion after failing head injury assessments. Very cheeky, our listeners off the SMS. Frank, when we were pondering Collingwood's woes earlier in the quarter, said Collingwood may have jet lag, given they've had back-to-back travel games. I'm not sure about that, Mick. It's a little backhander at your old voice.
That's a backhander.
Kel from Wattonia. Hi, Mick and team. I think Jack Crisp is controlling his side. What do you think from Kel?
Well, nice goal. I don't know whether he's had a lot to do.
Okay.
I think Anderson's the kid that quarter. He's the one that was impressed me the most.
All right, more of your thoughts to come. 0437 774 774, as well as the thoughts of Josh Franco and Mick Malthouse. That's coming up next. 30 seconds away. It's Collingwood by 4 points. This is Gather Round on ABC Sport.
There's no doubt that country music is bigger than ever right now. Join me, Outback Tom, as I get you around the artists that are blazing a trail. Listen to Country Club, Sunday night at 6 on ABC Country, or anytime you like on the ABC Listen app.
On ABC Sport, this is the 2026 AFL Gather Round, live from South Australia.
Last disposal free, Johnson reloads and Dudley marks. So here comes Dudley in Roger Hayden's old number. He skips in, his drop punt's superb. He turned to celebrate before it had got through. The Dudley bomb for Fremantle.
Decent battle here. Reid emerges with it. Murphy Reid stabs it inside forward 50. Amos leading out marks. 45-degree angle out to the right. Kicks the goal for Fremantle and puts the Dockers back in front.
Pendlebury, his handball finds Josh Dacos. He turns it over. Picked off by Switkowski. Slick hands. Away to Reid. Reid to Dudley. Dudley goals. Freo in 3 in a row. And the purple haze is sweeping across Adelaide Oval. And this is a whole new game. Memory superb, finds McStay, who marks it right half forward. He is a left footer, and so he's going to arc around, improves the angle, and the debutante's got it at true centre half forward. Angus Anderson, the 22-year-old, best of field in the Sandford Grand Final, now in the big time, now goaling. Allow me to introduce myself, Angus Anderson. The 22-year-old goals on debut, and Collingwood roar back into the game.
Sending it to Maynard, who stabs the ball inside forward 50 to Chris. And he marks tight in the left forward pocket, about 45 from goal. Chris for the Magpies deep in the left forward pocket. That's a lovely kick.
That is crisp off the boot from Crisp himself, and that will give Collingwood back the lead.
The 2026 AFL Gather Round.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
They played a 1-point game the last time they met. Fremantle coming from 22 down in the last quarter to snatch victory at the MCG by 1. It feels like we're in for another razor-thin result tonight. The last 3 games between these two teams decided by a collective margin of 15 points. Less than a kick in it. Collingwood by 4. A quarter to play. Josh Franco and Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
Well, Mick, it was apart from 5 minutes of that third quarter where Fremantle started to get their hands on the footy and looked threatening out of centre bounce. The back 25 minutes of that quarter just looked like a copy and paste from the first half.
Yeah.
And once again, Collingwood setting up really well defensively. Their hands were better in tight. They were cleaner with the ball, but just didn't capitalise on their opportunities.
They don't kick big scores, Collingwood, this year. So what we're seeing is something that is they've got to defend small scores. That's I'm not necessarily at three-quarter time 5 goals 6, but they probably can't defend any more than 12 or 13 goals, quite frankly, because they don't have that capacity. And to go off the ground even subtracts it even more. The interesting thing to me is that we identified a loose play behind the ball for the second quarter. It looked like it got gobbled up in that quarter until the ball lodged into the Collingwood forward line and stayed there, and all of a sudden the Fremantle forwards collapsed into the Collingwood defence, leaving Howe didn't have a lot of possessions, but what he did do, he just waved to them, and as they've come out, they have to go sideways, go short, or extra hand pass, which they generally gave straight back to Collingwood. So you're right. Unless they're prepared to go back and start to run the ball and have 6 forwards, this game is, you might as well just bloody tick it off right now.
Absolutely. And the other thing as well, we mentioned it, is that Sarong, Brayshaw, they're the 2 key movers for Freo.
Can't get it.
Hardly touched the footy. Sarong had 6 in that quarter, but probably 3 of those were in the last 30 seconds of that quarter.
Yeah.
Brayshaw just the 4, so they need to get going.
They can't get near it.
No.
And they're not getting tagged or anything.
No.
It's been a defensive grind. Are we going to get a close finish? Collingwood by 4. They've kicked the last 2. Jackson wins it down. Nick Dacos gets it going forward. Oh, Chapman tried to race away with it, had the blinkers on, and Schultz got him.
I don't know where he thinks he's going. There's their backline run again, Collingwood.
Schultz across the centre square, finds Quaynor. Quaynor short kick. Elliott slips over. Ball slides inside 50. Here's Clark for the Dockers. Hand pass away to Erasmus.
No composure.
Clearing kick straight to Quaynor.
Because their backline is set up perfectly, Collingwood.
Yeah, he's backing across with a kick to Maynard.
And they've got laterally, he's got Frampton on this wing. He could go out to him, or he can go in the forward line.
Pies home to the Cathedral End. Long driving kick forward. McStay. Velcro for hands. Takes it in the right forward pocket. 20 out.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're Justin Longmuir sitting up in the box, he'd be fuming at that 55-metre high ball inside their forward 50, and he took an uncontested mark. That's not good enough. And Pearce is a terrific defender, but just didn't do enough to get some body on McStay to bring the ball to ground.
Yeah, I reckon in Pearce's case, the ball, he not changed direction, but he got caught out and then he lost direction.
Oh, boy, gee, he rushed that McStay and missed to the near side as Collingwood threatened to put it out to double digits for the first time tonight either way. It's been in single digits all night, and McStay misses near side, so 5-7 leads 5-2. The Dockers with 7 scores through 3 quarters and 90 seconds of footy.
That was very gettable from McStay. Ryan beyond defensive 50 at the back. Tracy. Big pack just shy of the wing.
That's what they need more of, Freo. Just that mark to release the pressure.
The ability to do it more often, Tracy. Dumps it long towards right half forward. 3-on-3 battle. Howe at the back palmed it down with the spoil. Came to Josh Dacos. Went across half back. Kicks towards the outer wing. Pearce took front position against McStay. Looks to play on quickly towards left half forward. There is Reid. Handed it back again to Erasmus. Kicked inside 40. Couldn't find Dudley. Spilled off his hands to Quaynor. Then to Pendlebury to Houston. They're working around through Lipinski. Again by hand to Maynard. Now to Quaynor. And Quaynor does get a kick away. Goes to the debutant in Anderson. In space is Elliott. Ball goes his way. Bounces it and then gathers it. Swept the hand pass to Membry. Deep in the right forward pocket. Centering kick. Wants Schultz.
Too good.
And the former Docker marks right in front of goal and 30 metres out.
Well, that's the difference. Too good. Yeah, and that's the difference. Fremantle butchered the ball going inside forward 50. Conversely, that kick from Quaynor to come back through the middle just opened up the play. Superb.
And they had options all the way down the ground, so they didn't have to hesitate.
Lockie Schultz has been accurate this year, 6-1 so far.
Big kick, this one.
Kicks just about all over, really. This low score line like this.
Comes in from pretty much straight in front. He has hit the left-hand goalpost. It's almost like Collingwood just are afraid of taking the advantage to take the margin into double digits. That's twice now they've missed.
Goodness me.
Collingwood by 6 points, 3 and a bit gone in the last. Schultz 0-3 tonight. He's had posters at either end.
Yep.
Against his old team. There's Ryan with the kick-out duties, long to the wing. Jackson comes through, takes the mark.
So this is where they are far too slow because they've got one-on-one forward, but now he's lost that initiative because now Collingwood have got the extra back.
And he had runners going past him too, Nick.
Yeah.
They're going to kick it to Tracy anyway. He's got a few to beat. Jeremy Howe gets upstairs and rips it down out of the Adelaide sky. And that's his jam. Jeremy Howe on a wet night takes the juggled mark. And he's backing across to Houston, who comes out wide for Crisp. So 6-point game, or 6 behind game, 5-8 to 5-2. And as Clint mentioned, Collingwood's inaccuracy really keeping Freo in it. 4 minutes gone in the last. Goes long down the line. Jackson picks it off. And he's had a big second half, Luke Jackson. He's got it in front of the benches and in front of his running mate Darcy Cameron. Freo with the footy just backward of halfway.
Decides to go backwards, Jackson.
And this is where, for those that aren't watching on TV, he goes backwards. And now it comes back to exactly the same spot where Jackson kicked it because Collingwood have already pushed across, taken up the ground. The only way you get through Collingwood's defence is to attack them head on.
He went to O'Meara and then backed down the line. Big pack in the commentary wing, and Houston has it. And then his back going is Bolton, and that's been pinged for holding the ball. No genuine attempt to get rid of it. That seems a little bit harsh. We'll head downstairs to Rain just a moment. Bolton kicks towards right half forward. Cameron, good mark. Ray Chamberlain downstairs.
Yeah, the interpretation with that tackle is no prior opportunity. Legally tackle, ball not pinned. Must make an attempt. You can't just secure the ball.
You can have a guy on his back, Ray.
Yeah, you got a handball or kick it, bruv.
Fly goes on towards Switkowski. Don't say there's a disconnect between the umpires and the football community as it goes to Johnson inside forward 50 and a great mark going up Maynard. Last line of defence. That's a ripper. Strong. Goes out towards the right back pocket and finds Quaynor.
Yeah, he's given Amos a real bath.
Short to Howe. Howe centering kick to Nick Dacos. True centre half back and the shift continues. Quick ball movement for the Pies. Up to Crisp on the wing. Short kick to Cameron in front of the benches. They got a man out in long at half forward. That's ignored.
Sure, that was 15 either, just quietly. That kick.
Cameron in front of the benches. Collingwood by 6 points. 6 minutes into the last. Kicks to a pack. Membry, customary, jumps off both feet. Can't mark. Spills down to Pendlebury. Hand pass away back to Membry. To Long. Short kick. Turnover. And Clark read it well. Jumps in front of Crisp to take the intercept mark at halfback for Fremantle.
It's like no one wants to win this game.
It's there to be had. 6 point game. Collingwood on top. 6.5 troubled final turn. Clark kicks to the commentary wing. Jackson was there. Moss from the side. Neither could take the mark. Dacos of the Josh variety gathers. Hands it off to Pendlebury. Got bumped over by Voss as he got the kick away, but it was precise enough, and it found Membry marking it left half forward for the Magpies. Kick inside forward 50. Pearce led out to it. So did McStay. Lipinski gathered. Hand pass back to McCreary. Short quick to Quaynor, and that's deemed to be long enough to be a mark. Just edge past the distance required. Quaynor's got it at right half forward. He'll put it high towards full forward. They'll come from everywhere. Pearce with the fist. Bounces away past side bottom. Sarong couldn't gather. Switkowski could for the Dockers to Erasmus. Popped the hand pass short to Murphy Reid at left half back. Quaynor corrals him. Clever kick though to Switkowski. Oh, that not the required trip. Switkowski caught. Advantage applied. Steal into the pocket. Punched away by Ryan and out of play. So we've seen that imperfectly applied. The what constitutes a kick, the 15 metres. And out it goes, so boundary throw-in, 35 out from the Collingwood goal. Pies by 6, 7.5 travelled final term. 5-8 to 5-2. Low scoring affair. Jackson palms it down. Erasmus moves it to Sarong. Kick smothered. Side bottom to Vet with the 1%er, and the ball spills out of play. 60 out from the Collingwood goal.
Got to say, Mick, it's almost at the point, you can't help but think that Fremantle need to start, I know we've been saying it all night, they need to start taking the game on and take a few more risks rather than just kicking long down the line, because, as we said, the mode of play at the moment for the Dockers isn't working.
Jackson wins the hit out. Volleyball spike forward, though, by side bottom. Likewise, Schultz keep trying to move it onto the Collingwood goal. Schultz gets a second play at it. Clark tackles him. Ball up. Forward pocket for the Pies in front of the hill and the beautiful old scoreboard. The cathedral in the background. Game on the line. 8.5 gone in the last. Collingwood by 6.
Magnificent ground both for football and cricket. The Adelaide Oval, one down by the Dockers in Jackson. Clark got a clearing kick away. Voss came out, bounced off his chest. Nick Dacos was there. Runs inside forward 50. Nick Dacos heads the goal and he misses to the right-hand side. 7-point lead. 5-9-39 to 5-2-32. Pies in front of the Dockers. Nearly 9 gone in the last.
Pies could have put this to bed, couldn't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Voss should have marked that.
Yeah.
When if it was a pie, it'd be feeding him all over his face, because you just can't miss that at this level.
No. Chapman marks the kick out. Now he goes long to the wing. Jackson, the target, who's been enormous. Howe leaps up, spoils, spills down Fremantle's way. Bolton to Sherry. Hand pass away to Jager O'Meara. Kicks down the boundary line. Amos, good grab. Under pressure from Maynard.
This is where I reckon they've got to go a bit quicker.
Oh, absolutely.
They've got to roll and go, and they've got even numbers ahead of the ball. But now Collingwood get numbers back in their D50, and they're kicking to a...
Handbrake on. Amos now kicks inside the forward 50. They need a mark. Off the pack, spills to Tracy. Took on Quaynor, tackled, somehow got a kick away. Josh Dacos, hand pass into dispute. Gang tackled, Sarong. Says, I'll have it. Ball up, half forward for Freo. They trail by 7 points. Collingwood lead, 10 gone final term. 5 goals each, 5-9 leads 5-2. Gather round on ABC Sport, game on the line.
Inside forward 50 for Freo. It's off the head of Steen. Came down here for Sarong. Kicks straight back into Steen. He sockers it towards full forward. Trying to break away. Amos wrapped up by Howe. Ball jarred free. Frampton couldn't quite reach it. Reid could for the Dockers. Hand pass backwards. Hitting it quickly was Erasmus. Got tackled. Lost it. Quaynor clearing kick towards right half back. Howe punches it down. It will spill there for Chapman. Surrounded by 2 Magpies. Kicks long inside forward 50. Tracy out up against Frampton. Couldn't mark. Reid overruns it. Quaynor tapped it to Houston. Worked it out to Lipinski. Clever kick. Now that's not far enough to be a mark, but it found Josh Dacos, and he will go down the outer side of the ground where it's marked by Membry just shy of the wing.
Oh, Membry laterally just to Nick Dacos. Got the contact from Sarong. No 50, fair enough too, as Dacos gets up and moves it. Collingwood numbers on the wing. Anderson takes the mark. He's got Crisp alongside him. Anderson inside 50, turns it over cold. And Warner takes the intercept mark for Freo. And Collingwood's forward progress halted.
See, what he should have done is handball to Crisp.
Short to Bolton, long kick out wide for Amos, and Amos is going in reverse. Back to Ryan. Halfway through the final term, Freo kick the next goal, it's game on. If Collingwood kick the next goal, it's almost game over.
Yeah.
5-9 to 5-2, low scoring affair. Collingwood by 7. Short kick finds O'Meara on the wing.
Go back 20 years, this wouldn't be on the name of game you'd be buying as it kicked towards right half forward. Jackson got a hand pass away to Amos. Oh, ugly kick along the ground. Goes inside forward 50 though. Frampton slapped it towards the boundary line. Dacos tried to keep it in. Short hand pass to Quaynor. He's wrapped up. Got tackled by Bolton. Ball again spilled along the boundary line. Side bottom happy to take it over. That was one of those grey areas.
Well, he couldn't make up his mind. He had to look at it was still side bottom. So that is as blatant as you'll ever get on your life.
He's absolutely taken across the line. Got away with it though. Throwing in. Steen got hands to it. Spilled down to Quaynor. Hand pass to Chris. Look away. Hand pass over the shoulder. Worked underneath it then. It was long. Came out to Murphy Reid. Short hand pass back straight into traffic. I think it's McVie who's underneath Josh Dacos it is. Well, ball up again at right half forward for the Dockers. They trail by 7 points, 13 gone in the last.
Here comes the rain as the showers sweep through again. Jackson from the stoppage, hurried kick forward, spills to Quaynor. Handball back in play, Reid clever, taps it down to Sherry. He gives it off to his teammate O'Meara, shoots a kick to the goal square, slides its way through. Frampton no clears, pumps it out to half back for Collingwood. It'll come back with interest. Warner kicks laterally, finds Johnson. And Fremantle with it again, 60 metres out. Just about every player in the Dockers forward 50. Collingwood by 7, 13 gone in the last. Lays it up to full forward. It hits the deck. Taken by Chris. Clearing kick, a turnover. Clark marks right on the 50.
Having a bit of a patch here, Freo. Yeah. Creating some repeat entries. Bit of lack of composure there from Collingwood. I think it was Chris. He was under pressure, but just had to show a bit more composure with ball in hand.
Clark into the teeth of the breeze, decides to kick to the pocket for Tracy. Whistle on the play. Free kick, Collingwood.
Yeah, he's pushed him straight in the back.
And Amos gives away the free. Howe will get a back pocket for the Pies.
Well, I think it wanted Tracy to give it away.
What did I say, sorry?
Amos.
It was Tracy. Tracy free kick. Free kick for Howe, back pocket. One of those ones where you're looking at the guy and you know who it is and you say the wrong name. 14 gone, final term, 7-point lead for Collingwood.
They turn it over again, though. Kick beyond defensive 50, taken by Pearce.
It's not going to save them. This is junk football now. It's going to have to be a fluke. That were a very good bit of play by someone.
Collingwood by 7 points, back inside forward 50 for the Dockers, offhand down to Pendlebury. Spills there to Josh Dacos, clearing kick towards the outer wing. Little nudge in the back by Lipinski, up against Warner. He went back in over the top of it and then got taken high by Warner, who pleads his case.
Nah, that was there. That was reckless.
Yeah, it was.
Silly.
You let them pick it, then you grab them. You don't jump straight over their neck.
Play on. Lipinski goes on a bit of a run, kicks towards right half forward. Embry thought he was being held. It's missed by everybody at the back. Clark picks it up to Johnson, breaks one tackle of Dacos. Ugly kick, bounces away at Pendlebury, immediately set upon by two Dockers. He ran into Wagner, coming the other way. Got some support too. Going to have a ball up just forward of the centre wing. It was Voss coming the other way. Outer side of the ground for Collingwood.
I thought that Lipinski one could have gone the other way with the in the back or the holding the ball in the end.
Yeah, on reflection.
Lipinski earns a free kick himself for a high tackle, so the Freo fans a little salty. They've had a bit in their own keeping tonight they haven't taken care of so far. Collingwood by 7. Rucks share it down and then side bottom punches it forward, makes 10 metres, ball up again.
Corbin, just a player we spoke about at three-quarter time, Brayshaw, has not touched the footy in this last quarter.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yep.
The game on the line. The big money midfielders going missing here for Freo. Hurried kick forward for the Pies. Spills down to Membry. Hand pass forward. Pearce under pressure. Got it away just. Cox with the 1-2 there with O'Meara. Back to Cox, but he's under pressure. Taps it close to the boundary line. Ball stays alive. No one wants to pick it up and see it out. In the end, like a rugby maul, they all walk over the line together. And we'll have a boundary throwing between wing and half forward for Collingwood. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary line.
Yeah, your commentary's really interesting there. The ball sits on the boundary line and no one wants to pick it up. That's for review.
It's always one of the fears with the lasso rule. Thrown back in. Cameron barging forward. Might have been taken high by Brayshaw. Umpire says play on. It came out the side. It's been locked in here. McCreary doing the defending. Clark, who was on the ground. Umpire throws it up in the air immediately. Cameron punches it forward, straight back over the boundary line. They'll throw it in again.
We haven't had the same intervention tonight, have we? With maybe there hasn't been as many contentious ones, but maybe there's been a little more responsibility for the men on the field and less so the arc back at Docklands.
Will be spun back in. Right half forward for the Magpies. Cameron takes it. Clean possession. Kicks immediately inside forward 50 going up. Elliott could have marked it, dropped it. Cox recovers for the Dockers. Sends it back to the outer side. Punched forward. Jackson got it on to Sherry. Decided to hand pass inboard to O'Meara. Hand pass to the run of Johnson. It opens us up for Fremantle now. Kicks right up the middle. Amos marks. Leading out, marking 45 from goal and right in front. This is a massive moment in this game with Collingwood leading by 7 points.
Once again, the forward handball through the middle of the ground, and Amos decided to lead at the kicker with speed on the ball. Almost impossible to defend with so much space inside forward 50. You talk about important kicks. I think this is huge.
Yeah, that rain is right in his face too.
Yeah.
Yep, the breeze is against him. The rain pours down. Giant Amos from 49 outs. He makes it rain purple. He's second. And the contest remains up for grabs here on Friday night at Gather Round. Collingwood's lead cut to 1 point. 6-2-38 Fremantle. The Magpies still holding on at the 18-minute mark of the final term. They're 5-9-39.
Well, it's evened up everywhere. Stats 63, 61. Tested footballs owned by 28-26. Clearance is 5-3. Inside 50s is 11-10. So it is, the whole quarter is even right out as far as the stats go. It's almost like this last, it's been living in and around Fremantle's half forward line. Not necessarily inside it, but around it.
It's a game of moments now. Collingwood by 1 point. Just over 5 minutes to play. Bolton knocks it out, but straight to Nick Dacos. Kicks out to half forward. Schultz left it behind. Wagner didn't. Got it for the Dockers. Gives it to Clark. Hurried kick forward. Cameron hugs it to his chest at centre half back for Collingwood.
That's the first thing they do. Cripps stays out on this wing, holds his ground, and they know they've got an outlet.
Kick finds Crisp, and now he goes back and across to Frampton. Now Collingwood on the back flank.
Well, that's a dangerous one.
Still 5 minutes to go. Frampton misses Elliott. Centre half back. Ball in live play. Dudley big tackle. Turnover. Johnson collects. Johnson closes. Johnson goals! Freo on top. The game changes again. And the Dockers with 2 in a minute turn the lead around. Fremantle by 5 points. And the Dockers are playing from in front as we hit the final 5 minutes. Fremantle 7-2, Collingwood 5-9. Gather round on ABC Sport. This game's just getting good.
And what did I say? Just as Frampton picked it up, and just before he kicked it, I said, this is dangerous. There's two types of people you never give it to. Ruckman
key defenders.
And key defenders who think that they're thorough merit.
Oh, particularly in these conditions as well. The ball's slippery,
boy.
It's wet. That's a tough kick to hit in any conditions, let alone when it's wet.
And no one knows whose thorough merit it is. He was an outstanding winger for Collingwood in the 50s.
One down by Cameron in the middle. Tried to work it out to Anderson. Pressure applied by Brayshaw. Sarong picked it up. Kicked towards centre half forward. No mark taken. Sherry over it. Taken by Tracy. Hand pass into the path of Dudley. Tried to soccer it forward. Josh Dacos goes sliding back. Knocked it out. Dudley. Hand pass over the head. Wagner can't gather it first time. Gets it the second. Gave it to Tracy. Right forward pocket. Sherry breaks away from one. Tackled eventually. Just got the hand pass out. But not before the umpire said no. Holding the ball against him.
Quick with a whistle.
Very quick. It came to Perryman, who's got it at left full back. Freo by 5 points, 21 gone in the last.
Game of moments from here. Long kick down the wing. Cox spoils. A little fumble once and twice from Crisp. Taps it back. Brayshaw gets involved. Handball misses the target. Attacking it, Josh Dacos spills it out of bounds. And a throw-in, 60 out from the Freo goal. The Dockers, they kicked 3 goals in a purple patch to start the third. And in the space of 3 minutes, didn't score again, then kicked 2 goals in 1 minute.
Well, now
so essentially snatched the lead.
Absolutely. 4 minutes of actual game time left. Pies now have to start taking some risks with their ball movement to get back in this contest and get a front.
7-2 to 5-9. Fremantle by 5 points from the boundary throw-in. Makes its way to Switkowski. Hurried kick forward. Frampton thought he'd marked it. Punched out of his grasp by Tracy. Sherry scoops it up in the pocket. Freo with it. Gives it to Brayshaw. Off balance. Shoots. Misses. Handy point. As they say in the classics, Fremantle by 6. 22 gone in the last.
47,275 in as run down then Maynard. Ball spills free. Came to Switkowski at centre half forward. On to Tracy. Kicks in the direction of full forward. Amos got hands to it. Down to Brayshaw. Back to Dudley. Dropped it under pressure in the hot conditions.
No, that is a shocking free kick.
Free kick going against him.
I actually thought it was all right, believe it or not. I reckon he ducked into it. Have a look at the replay.
Tackled by Cameron. He gets the free kick for the Collingwood Magpies. It comes out again to Josh Dacos, to Frampton, now to Quaynor, almost run down. Punched over the boundary line. O'Meara got there just as Steele thought he was about to take the mark.
Who's this coming off Fremantle?
This is young Sherry. So that's Chris Sherry in his 4th game, hitting the bench. Paddy Voss comes on.
Oh, I'm not sure. He's got to keep ground players on. Voss is neither a ground player nor an aerial player on a day like this.
Last 3 results between these teams decided by an average margin of 5 points. The margin at the moment, Fremantle by 6. Boundary throw-in, eastern wing. No clean possession. First one will go to Bolton from the boundary throw-in. Spin move, gets around Anderson. Nice work, Bolton. High bomb inside 50. Cameron down there. Frampton spoils. Socket out of midair. The volley from Switkowski goes out on the full. Free kick, Collingwood, back pocket, 6-point game. Tick, 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 tick. Final 2.5 minutes. It is Fremantle by 6 points.
It'll be ugly, but it'll be another tick for the Dockers' hopes of a good season if they could win this one. They've been awful for most of the night, and they find themselves in front late in the game. All over the boundary line at right half back for Collingwood. It's going to be spun back in. Dockers lead on the scoreboard by 6 points. 23 and a bit gone in the last. Cameron won it down for the Magpies. Went as far as Clark. Tackled by Sidebottom. Got a hand pass out to O'Meara for the Dockers, to Brayshaw, to Warner. Back to Brayshaw. Stepped around Schultz. Kick towards left half forward, turns it over. Maynard marks hard up against the boundary at right half back.
Tracy's gone behind the ball for the Dockers as well.
Safe hands so often. The rain has got heavier again as Collingwood send it towards
that's a very
centre wing, and that's a great mark to Pearce, as you called me.
Well, it's a mark under pressure.
No, he couldn't drop it. In the pouring rain, the captain for the Dockers to a 3-on-3 at left half forward.
You've got to go quick now.
Marked again by Maynard. Puts it back from whence it came. Flying up, Cox got the spoil over McStay. Spilled down towards Perryman. Tumbles a kick inside forward 50. Elliott flew back to the fight of the football. That could be a match-saving mark to Tracy. Had it between fullback and centre half back, and he would have known they were coming from behind. Great grab, and then calmly moves it out to Ryan, who marks in the right back pocket. Freo's lead 6 points, 25 gone in the last.
Ryan to go long down the line. Jackson hands to it, spills to Brayshaw, tackle dispossessed. Cameron trying to hand it out. Caught, ball up between wing and half forward for the Pies. That was a great call. Big mark for Tracy, and Jamie Elliott jumped off the cathedral behind him. Looked like he was going to take a superb pack mark. Didn't get a play on it. Jackson palms it down. Brayshaw somehow corridor kick. Not the result he wanted. Perryman hands it to McCreary. McCreary to full forward. Membry hands to it. Spills to Frampton. Handball to Elliott. His handball picked off. Switkowski on the bottom of the pack. Draws a crowd. Umpire circles and a ball up.
Oh, gee, that's a
15 metres out from the Pies goal.
Decision.
I thought he dragged it in then.
I thought he did too.
Yeah.
Thought Freo got lucky.
Yep.
Final minute. Fremantle by 6.
Well, up again. Cameron palmed it down. Tracy out after it. Spilled to Lipinski. Couldn't gather. Desperate stakes. Everyone around the football. Both teams called for holding the ball. Underneath all of that is Wagner. He was tackled by Lipinski. Ball up again. Still inside Collingwood's forward 50.
34 players inside their forward 50 for Collingwood.
Jackson got it down. Trying to emerge with it. Brayshaw. He was tackled. Locked in. Fremantle's lead is 6 points. Whew. 26 and a bit gone. One moment could be it. It came out towards Sidebottom. Tackled and lost it. Still plays over it. Cameron got a short hand pass away. Schultz couldn't gather. Jackson tried to work it out. Came now towards Chapman. Hurried kick beyond defensive 50.
Pies on the wing, trying to get a play on it. Josh Dacos overruns it. Perryman taps it out. Clark picks it off for Freo. Hands it to Voss. Voss kicks it to Amos, who's out. No one in front of him. Siren goes. The Dockers beat the Pies at their own game. In a game of moments, it's Freo who navigate the key moments and the key minutes. The Dockers make it 4 on the bounce. Fremantle by 6 points. No style points, but Fremantle win by 6 points. They kick the only 2 goals of the final term, and they win the low-scoring, grinded-out affair with the best defensive team in the game. It is Fremantle prevailing over Collingwood, 7-3-45 to Collingwood 5-9-39. In front of 47,275, the Dockers prevail by 6. What a game to pull apart. It was one for the purist tonight in challenging conditions, defensively orientated, and yet despite being behind for a long time in the ninth, the Dockers ultimately in front when it mattered. It was Collingwood by a point at quarter time, by 9 at the half, by 4 at three-quarter time, and the Magpies shot themselves in the foot. They kicked 3 behinds in that final term to Fremantle's 2 goals, 1. And in the end, the Dockers come over the top. Goals to Amos and Johnson. And Fremantle win by 6. Josh Franco, Mick Malthouse. The Dockers did it when it counted.
Well, I don't know about you, Josh. Looking over the game, to me, the best player on the ground was deservedly the bloke that set the Dockers up. Not only because of those 4 or 5 minutes in the third quarter, and then again, when Darcy went off, he, I reckon, single-handedly was either... He's only had 17 and 18 possessions, but where he was able to dictate the terms around where he was. And I think even that last one, with another couple of seconds, Amos kicks the goal or whatever happens, and again, that come from his work behind the ball. I thought Dacos was good, very, very good, wasn't dominant. I don't know how many times he actually got the ball into his forwards, but to me, there's a ruckman on a day like this. It's very rare that you say a ruckman is going to control the game on a very wet night. And I've got to say that his jumping and his ability around the ground gave other players, given the fact, what you said, their midfield was atrocious as far as possession rate. So it virtually was left to him to, I don't know, just work the ball into a position where they weren't beaten badly.
Yeah. I think the other thing as well, you obviously, his Jackson's work around the ball in terms of his ruck and his ground level stuff, but his aerial stuff, a couple of marks he took in front of us, which were just to release that pressure coming out of Collingwood's forward 50 from the Dockers' perspective, were really critical and really important. But I must admit, I can't help but think Collingwood would be going into the rooms now thinking that was the one that got away. And I think I said even
those
halfway,
shots on goal.
Yeah,
Clearly
absolutely.
those.
Schultz, McStay. Ones you've just got to kick.
What did you say? Schultz was twice, was it? I think it was 2.
Yeah, he was 2, yep.
And then you got McStay, who was only 25 metres directly in front.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess when you've got a low-scoring game like that, look, if you come away at the end of the season, you said, oh, by the way, the Dockers one was kicking 7 goals, 3, 10 shots on goal from inside 50s. I'm not sure him. I can't. 20 inside 50s were
61 to 45.
45 times, and they've gone 25%, which is. Oh, by the way, they've gone 25%. They've only kicked 7 goals, 3, and they won the game. And it wasn't boggy. It was wet at times, but it wasn't boggy.
There's a lot in that, though, isn't it? Like that whole game was set up. That's how Collingwood love to play. Let's drag you into a scrap.
Yep.
We'll navigate the minutes better than you. We'll convert the moments better than you. And ultimately, they got beat at their own game tonight.
They did.
That is what Collingwood do all the time. And yet Fremantle, when the game was there to be won, it was Amos, it was Johnson, Jackson controlled it throughout. There's a lot in that. You don't have to play lights out every week.
No.
And ultimately, that was a 4 points. It was gettable, and they went and got it.
I thought the coaching on both sides. I know this is dangerous ground for me because I don't like talking too much about. But I couldn't believe it took so long to get a loose player to mop up the loose player for a start off, which Fremantle didn't do until late. They're into the third quarter, and they were able to actually score against it. Then in the last quarter, Tracy going back, I was surprised that Collingwood didn't then push their next player up into the middle of the ground. Because Tracy, when he's got opponents, he's not a bad mark. When he can just judge where he wants to go. Look, he only took the 1 mark, but it was a telling mark.
Yeah.
And because he's a thumping kick, he goes 50 metres with a wet ball, so he takes the ball away, and it's all of a sudden becomes 2 kicks to get the ball there. I thought Collingwood erred in not putting a player in between that and the ball, him and the ball, so it forces them to come up. But I mean, these are okay sitting up here.
Yeah, do you have nights like that though, where you go, look, sometimes we take the lesson, we take the L and we take the lesson or whatever. But sometimes it's nice to get the lesson, but also get the 4 points. And I feel
absolutely.
like for Fremantle, that's what they got tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And all they had to do, this was genuinely, we said at the start, this was just a game they had to come and win. Didn't matter how they did it, they just had to come and somehow eke out and grind out and in tricky conditions get the win. And they would like what they saw from a couple of their players, particularly you mentioned Nick, but Jackson. I thought Luke Ryan was terrific at times tonight.
Luke Ryan was very, very good.
And so while some players went missing, what it did was some other players were absolutely able to step up and win those half moments. And look, Josh Tracy being sent back, that mark he's taken then.
Well, don't underestimate your great captain. I say you because I know you lean that way a little bit, but Pearce was outstanding.
Yeah, terrific.
Oh, he got done over once. He got overdone, and then it's he missed the shot on goal anyway. But the fact that he outmarked his opponents on several occasions and repelled it beautifully.
And he had some really critical moments, didn't he?
Yeah. I reckon when you look back through the game, you'll find that the majority. I still say your win goes into your bottom 5-year list. I've still come to grips with Darcy was off. Voss wasn't worth it. Fennicum, he was like a boil on your back. You just didn't want him there. And I just think there's a few players there that just went missing. But again, it's probably the same with Collingwood. Generally, they get mopped up, those 5. But Anderson, I won't count Anderson in that because he'd come out of that bottom 5. But yeah, with their bottom 5, they just didn't really contribute. The big worry to me is blokes like DeGoey, would come off, but Elliott's not scoring like he did before.
Fremantle just pushed Matt Johnson out the front, the man who kicked the go-ahead goal in that final term. And the Dockers make their way off the ground. A huge victory. 6 of their last 7 games at Adelaide Oval now decided by 10 points or less.
Wow.
They're 4-2 in those games.
Yeah.
So this ground has a happy knack of producing some close-run things, and it's just the second time in the last 13 games that Collingwood have lost here.
And I know we're about to head downstairs, but again for Fremantle, they've come out of Perth, won, gone back and come out of Perth again and won. And that's a big step forward for this footy club.
Yeah, it is.
2 huge wins.
4 on the bounce. They make it 4-1 on the season. Fremantle by 6 points. Ray Chamberlain is down there with the winners. Talk us through it, Ray. What's it like?
They are buoyant, and rightly so. That was 2 hours of slog in what are really hard conditions. And I tell you what, they're very, very happy that they've knocked Collingwood off in what is the 4th instalment of a pretty decent head-to-head contest.
There's a bit in that. The Fremantle come from behind victory. They get home by 6 points. They did it 5 times last year. The Dockers come from behind at 3/4 time. They were the only team in the competition to do it. And they kicked the only 2 goals of the final quarter here. So 7-3 over Collingwood 5-9. Gee, for Collingwood, it's a what might have been night. We'll get to them, I'm sure. But Lockie Schultz 0-3, hit the post at both ends. Had a sitter in that final quarter, didn't knock it through, which would have given the Pies a double-digit lead. Instead, the Dockers went down the other end, goals to Amos and Johnson. And Fremantle make it 4 in a row to get to 4-1 on the season. And I know we're sitting here chatting in early March, Mick, but you know the importance, particularly being a team based in Perth, about if you want to give it a real shake, and Fremantle have a lot of people have Fremantle in those conversations. It's top 4 is really important, and in particular top 2. If you get the luxury of having those 2 home finals and not happening to travel in the spring until the biggest game of them all.
Yeah, 5th and 6th is handy this year too against the teams that can be smashed up in that wild card. But anyway,
Have you come around to that or not yet?
You know it's on my liver. You know it's just sitting there. No, there's no question. You coach in Perth.
Yep.
Every win away, you put in your back pocket. You put in your back pocket and you just store it up because they are, particularly against good sides, they are very hard to win. And if you double travel or whatever the case is, don't forget, Clint, in those early days when I coached the Eagles, we were 3 times away in a row. So, I know how hard it is. But I also know that a win like this can do the confidence, the world of good, knowing Collingwood, because you would know Collingwood's record. It's been magnificent here, 12-1 or 11-1. And they're another factor of looking at the top 4. We're a long way out, admittedly. The chestnut that we spoke about early in the season with Myercheck gone, it just makes you wonder how they're going to compete against the best sides by kicking 13, 14 goals.
More on the Pies to come. I'm keen to hear from Josh Franco on his analysis out of tonight too. A 6-point win for Fremantle coming from behind to defeat Collingwood. The Dockers make it 4 on the bounce. Let's go back into the winners' rooms. Ray Chamberlain.
Thanks, Corb. We're down here in the Fremantle rooms and with the man of the moment who kicked the winning ceiling goal, if you will, Matt Johnson. Matt, congratulations on your victory. 4 in a row for Fremantle. Give us your feels about what transpired in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, I think the game probably didn't start the way we wanted it to do. Our contest work wasn't the best, and we came in at half-time just trying to improve on our pressure. And then in the third quarter, we came out and we sort of started to get our game going a little bit, and then, eventually, obviously, the last quarter, we were able to get on top and get the 4 points.
It looked like the weather didn't help. It was a big slog. It's a narrower ground here than we see in most parts. Talk us through the challenges faced to try and get through a Collingwood defence. They're renowned for their defensive pressure and systems. Talk us through that.
Yeah, it's obviously a challenge. That contest ahead of behind the ball is really strong. Our key forwards had a big task this week, and for the most part, they stood up and gave us a strong contest. And it was, like you said, a very scrappy game, but it was nice to eventually get over top of them.
Guys, questions for Matt?
Oh, Matt, congratulations on the win tonight. Terrific, hard-fought victory. Just going back to, obviously, the way that Collingwood like to defend the ground, I guess from an offensive point of view, was it frustrating for Fremantle? You could never really seem to get the game on your terms from an offensive point of view pretty much for the entire night.
Yeah, I think they tend to generate a +1 behind the ball quite often, so it feels like when you surge the ball, they've got a lot of representation. So we tried our best to go corridor with handball. Obviously, it was a bit wet, which made it challenging, but we had some good looks when we got it right going corridor. So that's our strength, and we try to bring that.
And I guess that was my next question, which you may have sort of answered, but it seemed like you overused the ball a little bit by hands, particularly with the conditions. Would that be fair to say? And was there a message from the coach to maybe surge kick a little bit more?
Yeah, I think, the message initially when the rain started to come was definitely try to get the boot on the ball a bit. But Collingwood, they had really strong layers, so it's easier said than done. Sometimes you feel like the best option is the handball, and it's obviously instinctual for the way we play, so it's a challenge at times.
Oh, man, I just looking at the overall thing, there's not a lot of difference in the stats, whether it be kicking inside 50s. But the significant one significant one was the tackle count. Collingwood 92, you guys 63. Did you feel that you're outbodied a fair bit of that time? Because we looked at the game as a whole and thought that it was a very good start to the third quarter where you kicked your 2 or 3 goals, which got you in front. And again, the last 75% of the last quarter, I thought you probably had most control of the game. But other than that, they seem to be at your body all the time, not allowing you to get your game going, stopping you blokes from playing on, having someone from behind running past. Did you find that at all?
Yeah, I think I came in at half-time, and I don't know what the number was, but we wouldn't have had anywhere near the amount of tackles they did. And then the third quarter we came out and I think we had the same amount of tackles in the third quarter as we did in the first half. So, the coaches were onto it. We knew that our pressure had to lift, and that started with the bloke going after the ball carrier, and our other layers could come forward from that, but we weren't making it easier to cover receivers because our tackle pressure wasn't good in the first half.
I know your game revolves a lot about ball movement, and it seems that you're able to get that football from, so let's say your back half across the ground, but they seem to be then step in front of you. So every time that there was a move made, the player looked up and saw a Collingwood player. was there any mention of running from behind the man on the mark and see if you create that play by breaking down the man who's standing on the mark, who's not allowed to move? We all know that. It just didn't appear. I might be with Josh Franco, and that's one thing that we noticed that Collingwood got it a few times, not a lot, but you guys didn't seem to have any run at all from behind.
Yeah, it's a challenge when there's lots of density in front of the ball. You probably feel like running for a handball receive, you're going to run into trouble. So,
right. Okay.
We talk about when we're inside the bubble, we can look to give handball receives from behind, but it's tough when there's a lot of density forward of the ball.
So you're given instructions not to do it because of that.
That's the way we're coached, I guess. We don't want to force anything.
Yeah, okay.
Matt, there's a couple of moments, big moments in the game. Obviously, you banged one through the big sticks, which was brilliant. Get the match sealing goal, but there are other efforts throughout the night where, as a teammate, I'm really interested how you feel and respond. But late in the game, ball going back, Tracy's been put back behind the ball. He goes back with the flight and takes a clutch mark in tough conditions. That must be unreal when you see your big guys getting that stuff done so you can get the 4 points.
Yeah, JT, he's having a monster year. He makes the ball look dry when he flies for marks in the wet, and he's got some amazing mitts on him, and it's a credit to the amount of work he does during the week. He brings blokes with him, and he's always doing the extras at the club, and it's coming out to the fore on game day, and he's dominating in his role.
Next week, Derby, back at home. Tell me about your thoughts and the preparation leading into home down showdown.
Yeah, the Derbies are always a great atmosphere. The Eagles have started the year pretty well. They've got a couple of wins on the board, and no game is quite like the Derby in some respects. So we love playing in them, and we love taking it to the Eagles boys.
We love the time that you spend with us and share with us here on ABC Sport. Congratulations on kicking the match-winning goal on the 4 points. 4 on the bounce for the Fremantle Dockers. Enjoy the night, mate.
Thanks, Razor.
How good's that? Matt Johnson, the man of the moment, kicked the winning goal in the final term to put the Dockers in front at the 20-minute mark, and they navigated the key minutes from that point on. They win by 6 to come from behind and sink the Magpies.
Was a big-bodied midfielder when the Dockers decided to move David Mundy on. One of the players that they were looking at was Matthew Johnson, knowing that they needed to get more games into him. And I think this year we've seen a couple of occasions, one here against Port Adelaide when he was prepared to take the game on across centre-half back. Remember him scything through the middle, where the Dockers traditionally, and we saw it a few times tonight, I'll be honest, but would go into their shells, and that's how we'd seen them lose games before. I thought he showed that his development as a player by that sort of moment, and I know it is moments, because it is moments that decide games. Tonight, when it was open for him to kick the goal, delivered.
Yeah.
And they're the sort of things where you see someone take those steps in development. I think this, mentioned before, would have liked to get Matt's thoughts on it, but I think this fortnight where Fremantle twice have had to come across to Adelaide and twice been able to win in different ways, but have been genuinely challenged in both of them, they're the sort of results that will stand this club in pretty good stead.
Yeah, better to have a W next to your name than a loss.
Yeah.
And from what we would say, Josh, probably outplayed by, say, 60 to 40%, maybe 55-45. I don't want to be too harsh there, because I thought that last quarter, outside the last 2 or 3 frantic minutes, they virtually controlled the last quarter. Collingwood didn't, outside of the shots on goal, they didn't look like scoring easily, whereas Fremantle constantly had, it's okay to say in the last quarter it was, let's say 15 each inside the back, in the front 50. But the thing stayed in there. They just couldn't, I guess, find that right target to be able to spin out and kick a goal. Conditions didn't help, of course.
Freo by 6 points if you're keeping score at home. Amos with 2, Dudley with 2, and then singles for Bolton, Switkowski and Johnson. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, 1 each for McStay, Crisp, Membry, Long and Anderson. It didn't change after three-quarter time, so goalless in that final term. The Pies just 3 behinds. Fremantle kicking 2 goals, 1 to win by 6 points. What stood out for you, Josh, when you walk out of here tonight? What would be your biggest takeaway on what we've seen?
Well, I can't help but think if you're Craig McRae, and to be really keen to listen to his press conference, what his take on the game was. I again, like you, Mick, and we watched and called it up here. I thought Collingwood, over the course of the game, were just better. The positive thing from Fremantle's perspective is that they were able to win a different way. So they couldn't get the game on their terms for long patches over the 4 quarters. And we know that the way that they do like to play the game and like to go quick and use their hands, and at times it was almost their Achilles heel tonight. But they just managed to find a way when it counted. And they had some really important key moments and some big plays. And we talk about Tracy, you talk about their skipper. Jackson had some really important key moments in that last quarter as well. And, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So I think from Freo's point of view, I reckon they'd sit there and be really satisfied with, obviously, with the result and getting the win and understanding that they were able to beat Collingwood at their own game, I guess, if you like, over the course of the 120 minutes. But as I said, I'll be interested to hear what Craig McRae says, because I reckon he'd be thinking that's the one that got away, particularly with some of those key moments in that last quarter with Schultz missing a couple. McStay, I must admit, did he try to snap it, or was it a set shot? Because
it caught me by surprise.
Yeah, he kicked it that quickly. I think take some time and
he
settle
tried to snap it.
He did.
And just rushed it and gone, I'm going to try and snap this. And it's
crazy.
And I mean, Schultz should have goaled from there.
Yeah,
25
absolutely.
Out straight in front and hit the post.
And then there was and I'm not going to, and I don't want to, and I'm not knocking a first gamer in Anderson, but if you had his time again, do you give it to Chris? That's almost a certain, at least, shot on goal and score.
Yeah.
And sort of butchers it going inside 50 and it comes back. So just some key moments in the game I'm sure McRae would be a little bit disappointed about, but I reckon he'd be thinking that's the one that got away.
We've seen a lot of Craig McRae's Magpies Mick calling together over the last couple of years, and it just felt like it was set up perfectly for Collingwood, that this is the kind of environment they thrive in.
Well, they've knocked over their midfield. The Fremantle midfield was just horrible as in terms of possession rate and outcome. They've certainly lowered their colours in the ruck. Their back line has taken care of Tracy. Amos kicked 2, so not from many possessions, but he still kicked them. And Voss, so they're taking the 3 big talls out of the game. Now, the weather had some bearing on that, but nonetheless, they've taken that out. They've basically blooded a player like we say, Anderson, which is added to Long, which is added to Dacos, and who else they put through the middle? Pendlebury occasionally, and side bottom when he went from wing to mid, very, very rarely, but did so. So they've been able to add another player, but again, they've the Myercheck thing that they must have thrown around. They had their player, it's their player, all in with a bit of love, and they keep a bloke that straightens them up. Now they've got to start to manufacture, and that's what, to me, they would come out of it again and go, we've kicked 5 goals, 9. We've had the ball in our front half 60 times, 6 in the 50, and yet we've only gone. Look, we've missed goals. Okay, people miss goals, but we've only had 14 shots on goal because we can't straighten it up. And the other bloke's right off the boil is Elliott. Make no mistake about it. He looks good. But when you go back through they played 5 games, he'd be lucky to have kicked 5, or he wouldn't have kicked 5 goals.
Well, and they just don't look threatening ahead of the ball, Collingwood.
Not now.
And you talk about Myercheck, and I know he's gone, but these conditions would have suited him beautifully because he's combative and he's fast and he's.
But you know what else they've got to start doing? Style. They've got to get over Nick Dacos, and if you're not to rest him up, put him in the forward line because he's so dangerous. He's one touch. And you know that when he kicks the football, generally, like tonight he put one out in the full, and we'll go over his career and go, he put one out in the full. Yeah, one out in the full in probably 3 years of football.
Yeah.
So I think they've got a little bit of thinking to do to make the top 6. It's a difference now, that top 6. Compared to what we talk about, top 4, top 8, it's top 6.
It's a great dynamic new system. It rewards top 6.
It doesn't. We'll give them a medal each. We'll get those little, what do you call them, those little...
participation ribbons?
Well, the ribbons,
Medal for breathing.
Get the red one for the winner, the green one, one's the winner, the blue one's the winner, go again, the red's... whatever it is, they give them a white one for competing.
Yeah,
so we'll give.
I ran in a race.
So we'll give 10 sides a white ribbon.
Can we sell the ribbon awarding ceremony? Because the AFL, they like selling that sort of stuff.
Of course
we
they
could
do.
Well, they obviously
Well, they obviously got hold of Scotty and nailed him down.
And then we can reinvest that back in the game, quote unquote.
Because you know what they've done with Scotty, they put him on the water board to make sure that he come out splurting and going, look, I only said it as a joke.
Always a believer that your first response is probably the most truthful one.
Well, and particularly when you've lost.
Correct. That's now.
And he's come off a point loss, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Well, Corb, actually, one other thing I will mention as well is that one other critical moment, and again, I don't want to kick this bloke, is poor old Billy Frampton's kick back through the middle of the ground where it hit the ground and the ball's live and
led to the
led to a
goal.
It
did.
led to a goal.
But isn't it so telling they've lost? We talk about that, where there was a moment from Fremantle when Andrew Brayshaw, who had an appalling game by his standards, and then kicks in the middle of the ground.
That was a
and
miss
turns
kick.
it over. Was it?
Yeah, no, he no doubt. When you look at the shape of his body, it was intended to come straight down the line. That was either hit and missed. Billy's wasn't.
Okay.
Billy ignored what was in front of him. And all he saw was this target over here of my other friend, which was, I think, Elliot.
Yeah, it was.
And it was a half-pull kick.
And I guess they're the sort of things that, as a coach, I reckon McRae would be really frustrated with, because I reckon the message to Billy wouldn't be to go for those 45s. It'd be long down the line and get a bit of territory. But those critical moments really hurt the Pies.
So knowing that Fremantle's best looks better than what essentially we saw tonight, I mean, that they still won. They banked the 4 points. What are they capable of? Where have you got them in the contending stakes in the young season? So 4-1's a pretty good down payment on that. They become just, the second team to get to 4 wins on the young season behind the Western Bulldogs. So what can they do in season 2026, the Dockers?
I reckon you've got to look at who's the best. And we know that Brisbane are from the last 2 seasons.
Yep.
And they are, not because of Anderson, Andrews in the back half, and, we've got a couple of good forwards, got a couple of good young forwards. It's because their midfield is so deep, so strong, so varied. And when it's not performing, you throw, someone else in there and they do something. Look, they're winning games at the moment. McCluggage is not playing. That, until Young comes back and starts to work through the midfield and gives them that extra bigger body and a beautiful kick, that is not a side that's going to win the premiership. Brayshaw's a better player than that, but if you hold him like that and he can't get out of his own way, I reckon they're a bottom of the 8.
Yep. I'll pick that up with you in just a moment. We don't want to keep the Pies waiting. Into the Collingwood rooms, Ray Chamberlain's down there. Ray.
Thanks very much, Corbin. We've been very fortunate. Pat Lipinski has given us some of his time. Pat, the 4th edition, if you will, in what has been a bit of a ding-dong battle between you and the Fremantle Football Club. Another close game. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I think like you said, last 4 or 5 games, the Freo, it's always super close. There's plenty of momentum swings throughout the game, and they obviously had a big momentum swing early in the third quarter and really got on top there, and then they had one at the end of the game, which was disappointing. But it was a real tough game.
I'm going to throw it up to Michael Moldhouse and Josh Franku to ask some questions of you.
Pat, congratulations, commiserations on the loss tonight. Did you feel like that was the one that got away? For probably 60% of the game, we thought Collingwood controlled it, set up really well defensively, couldn't capitalise on the board, but I just thought you controlled the game for a fair chunk of it. Did you feel like it was the one that got away?
Yeah, right now, 20 minutes post-game, it definitely feels that way. It really felt like more of a Collingwood-type style game with high pressure. I feel like we dominated tackles, and our defence was super strong throughout the entire night. We obviously struggled to score, but so did they. So I think our defence was amazing, but there was just a few little moments that we had some mistakes, and they were able to capitalise and go back the other way, and they were obviously efficient when they had shots on goal. So I definitely would agree with that. It's one that got away.
And Pat, just on that as well, so when you talk about the entries inside 50, so you had 61 for the night for only 5 goals, 9, so 14 scoring shots. What are some of the reasons you can't hit the scoreboard? Is it purely density? Is it method? What do you think?
Not exactly sure. Obviously, it was harder with the conditions in the wet. You're not going to be as efficient lacing blokes out. But I think, they rolled around really well, and they've got some good intercept players. But it was really congested in there. I found we had a lot of repeat entries from forward 50 stoppages where, 36 players are basically in the front half. So it makes it really hard to score, and I guess kudos to them for planning to get all those numbers back. So we're going to work on our offense, and we're really trying to get it better, because we know our defense is one of the best in the comp.
Pat, after a game, does the coach take you into the room and discuss anything at all? I'm not sure what, I've been out of it 10 years, so I'm not sure what you do these days. And if he has, what was his message? How did he feel about the game?
Yeah, Fly still does that, which is great. He was proud of our effort in terms of our pressure and fights. We've kind of been a little bit down on pressure throughout this season so far. A lot of teams are taking away our pressure game by kick marking around us. So we were happy that our pressure was back, but kind of the points you guys have hit on in terms of scoring and get to work on that. And, there's 6 days till we play Carlton, and we obviously improved a lot from our Brisbane game last week, which we think was a bit of an outlier. So, just really recover well, be excited for the Carlton game. And if we do a lot of the things we did right today, I'm sure we'll hopefully get a good result.
And how do you reckon young Anderson played as a first gamer coming in from, so not out of the draft, so to speak?
Yeah, I thought he was amazing. For a first gamer to have an impact like that, his tackling pressure is unreal. And he obviously had a purple patch there where he kicked a goal, shrugged off about 5 tackles, and he just looked like a guy ready for senior football. And he's been waiting 4 or 5 years since he finished school and missed out on all these drafts. So for him to come in and look like a ready-made AFL player, I think it's super exciting for the team and all the fans watching them.
Patrick, this is a silly question for me to finish. It's Clint Wilding here, but I have to ask, with a name like Angus Anderson, is he nicknamed Angry after Angry Anderson and Rose Tattoo?
He is nicknamed Angry. I didn't know why, but there we go.
There we go. I'm so pleased to know that. I know it makes no sense, and I do appreciate it.
I got no idea. But I just call him Ando, to be honest. So.
I tell you what, we do love a generational change, but I tell you what hasn't changed over the generations is the rivalry with the Carlton Football Club. Pat, we can't thank you enough for taking time out this evening with us on ABC Sport. All the best next week, mate.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Pat Lipinski there in the Magpies' rooms on the wrong side of it tonight. Fremantle by 6 points. The Dockers kicking the only 2 goals in the final term to come from behind and win by 6.
Needs to go back and have a look at the pre-game of the 1991 grand final, doesn't he?
They wouldn't even know who Angry Anderson is, surely.
Well, I would have thought the Batmobile was a famous part of Australian football history that everybody, no matter their age, needs to be aware of.
That's 35 years old this year, the 91 grand final.
But I'm not talking about the age, though. I mean, I've seen that in the front bars showing that on the odd occasion.
He's 27, Pat Lipinski. I don't know how much he's watching the front bars. A modern player. But,
and you have to bring up 91, don't you?
Yeah, I wasn't doing it for that,
Yes,
Nick.
you were.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Out at Waverley back in the day.
Oh, God, yeah. So I didn't hear him.
Yeah, you wouldn't have.
No.
You would have been deep underneath the grandstands.
Yeah, getting buried by Hawthorn.
6 points, the full-time margin here. Fremantle win the low-scoring scrap. 7-5 over Collingwood. 7-3 over Collingwood, 5-9. So a 6-point full-time margin. The vote's coming up with Josh Franco as we work our way through. And hopefully we'll get a little bit more from the coaches who will be fronting up to their press conferences shortly.
You were talking about Fremantle, Mick, and they're now 4-1. I'll do the old, you never assume anything, but let's say, and the balance of probabilities, they're going to win the Derby next week, so that makes it 5-1, and they will beat Carlton at Perth Stadium the week after that. On the balance of probabilities, 6-1, and then we will get to find out exactly where they sit, because they've got the Western Bulldogs in round 8, and then Hawthorn on the Thursday night at Perth Stadium, but Hawthorn in round 9, and they'll be the 2 genuine tests before just before the bye they take on Brisbane at the Gabba. But if you win those 2, then the Gabba no longer holds as much fear as it might otherwise.
No. You know what I used to do as a coach is count down from what you need. So if you've got 23 games, 18 left now, is that right? My maths are right?
Yes.
So they need to win 10 of that 18. So that is diminishing. That ratio is so it's really in their favour. It's when you are, let's say, Collingwood, who are now 2 and 3, to get to 14, they've got to win. They've got to win 12 of the next 18 games.
2 in every 3.
So
not a lot of wiggle room, is there?
No.
Yeah.
Well, mind you, you've got 9th and 10th to help you out. So let's not go
there.
there.
Doing that this year.
So you can see that it starts to eat into you. You know, it's I like do that, whack him in the back pocket, and then you say about that 6, you can't take any more than... We used to do little blocks, blocks of 4, right through, and you always put your... If you knew you can win 2, and on every, say, third or fourth 4, you're above that 50%, you're going to make the 8. No, so or the 6, it might have been early days when I was coaching, or 4 in fact, when I was coaching Footscray. So I know coaches work that way. They don't tell you, they don't advertise it, but you've got to keep, and then in those little blocks you go, right, who needs a rest? Well, Darcy in that song, I don't know if you saw the song being sung by Fremantle, he was like, what's the bear name? He doesn't speak.
Humphrey Bear.
Humphrey Bear. He was fair dinkum, sitting there. He couldn't even mumble out the words because I reckon he looks really bad. He looks out of it. So, and I think he's had him before. Is that right, Clint?
Darcy, I reckon, has. The other issue is DeGoey. It's now a second concussion for him because he suffered one last year at training.
That's right.
So... Yeah, and you would imagine Darcy doesn't play. And I don't, look, one of the issues for West Coast is they don't have a ruck.
Can I just say that in hindsight, to pick up a Cox may well be their salvation.
And he's been ripping it apart at WAFL level.
It's like,
of course he would, but you still come in good form, full of confidence if you are playing at a high level.
Do you really think he doubted confidence?
No.
Ever?
But it always helps.
He could have a shocking game and have confidence. But what we're going to say is that when you've got Jackson has worked his backside off out here.
Yeah.
What he doesn't need to do is to think that he has to ruck all next week. So this is a great opportunity to have Cox in the ruck and give Jackson a chance to freshen up because this will take its toll. That's running around in the wet all day, and he's had to jump at this bloke all day too.
Mick, is that the way it's going, you reckon? I know there's been some clubs play the 2 rucks, some clubs haven't. Do you reckon having the extra person on the interchange, that's the way it's going to head?
I think it's
got 2 genuine ruckmen in.
No, I think it's going to be a ruck forward. I reckon the bloke's got to have the capacity to be. That's why I reckon Collingwood tonight we know Cameron can go forward.
Yeah.
But we're not 100% sure of their young fella yet. So when you look at, say, the other side, does Darcy Fort go forward at Brisbane? Not often. But you know who does? Draper.
Yep.
So you're going to have that mix and match because you don't want to be going 50-50.
Yeah. Well, it was interesting the week before Adelaide rolled the dice with O'Brien and McAndrew, and that didn't work.
No,
that
because
didn't work.
neither of them are great forwards.
Yeah.
So
to that point, yeah.
Yeah. So I reckon you've got to have someone that can go forward and take, say, a 70% game time.
Yep.
Or 65%.
So Pies have Carlton next week on Thursday night.
Well, I reckon Carlton are getting closer and closer to victory. Make no mistake about that.
Okay.
I don't reckon any side that can play like they did in the first half or first quarter and then come back, they've shown all year that they can play football. Again, they fall off, but that's not a gimme.
Then it's Essendon on Anzac Day, and it goes a little more steep after that. Hawthorn and Geelong to follow. So next 4 at the MCG. The well-travelled Pies, they've been away to the Gabba. They've had to come to Gather Round, so they get a little bit of respite with 4 games back at the home of footy. And as Glenn outlined, the Dockers had a couple of soft touches. They got the Derby next week, which they had a little slip-up in the Derby not that long ago, by the way. So that's an away Derby for Fremantle. Then Carlton at Perth Stadium before the tougher tests. Western Bulldogs at Docklands and Hawthorn back in Perth. 14 consecutive games now that the Pies failed to kick 100 points. Tonight feels like doesn't really count as part of that stat.
No.
It's never going to be a 100-point sort of scoreline.
No.
The injury concerns, as we said, concussion front for both teams. Jordan DeGoey for the Magpies, who missed 3 games last year with concussion.
Ooh.
And then Sean Darcy for Fremantle, as you said, looked a little proppy in the song. Fremantle improved their record to 3-1 in Gather Round. 6 of their last 7 now here at Adelaide Oval have been decided by 10 points or less. They're 4-2 in those games. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, they dropped us their second game in their last 13 matches here. One was by 3 points, and the game today was by 6 points. The Magpies giving up a quarter-time, half-time, and a three-quarter-time advantage They led by, what did they lead by? As many as 7 points in that final quarter. The Dockers kicked the last 2 goals to finish over the top. Matt Johnson kicked the go-ahead goal in the 20th minute, and the Dockers navigated the minutes from that point on. 47,275, yet really had to be a footy connoisseur tonight to enjoy it, which we are, so we loved it as always here on ABC Sport. Josh Franco has the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
So, Mick, I've given along the lines of what you said post-game about Jackson. I thought he was outstanding, and almost the difference in the end. His second half was superb, so giving him the 3 votes. Ryan, I thought, was brilliant behind the ball as well. I thought he was good, and 1 vote to Nick Dacos. I thought he was the best Collingwood performer.
And just for the Christian medal back home, for the best Eagle or Docker, we need a 1 vote, because Jackson will pick up the 3, Ryan picks up the 2, they just slide across. Give us a 1 vote for the Christian medal for those of us in the West.
What about Tracy for his mark?
I'm very happy to put Tracy in there.
Yeah, for his mark at the end, that was...
The big kahuna was good.
Critical moment.
Not Pearce?
Oh, Pearce. Yeah, Pearce. What do you think?
I don't know. As well.
The big kahuna, we saw him 3 times. Pearce was there all day.
Okay. Yep. You want Pearce?
You've been overruled, Josh.
No, I'm happy with that.
No. I think Pearce was outstanding.
Alex Pearce it is.
And led as a captain.
Luke Ryan too, by the way, hats off to him. So he started the year out of the team, and this was his best showing of the young season so far for the dual All-Australian. So the Dockers by 6 points, 3 for Jackson, 2 for Ryan, 1 for Nick Dacos in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Whole weekend still in front of us. So we got 2 games out of the way. Must be said, haven't reached any great heights on field. Last night the home team won, which always makes the town feel good. I think we thought the Crows were about a 4 or 5 goal better team than the Blues, and they won by that margin. And then tonight, it was a scrap in the wet conditions, and obviously had the thrilling end where the Dockers come from behind to win by 6. We've got the whole round in front of us from here. So on to Saturday footy. Starts in the Barossa tomorrow, where the Brisbane Lions will be out there again. The Boondocks of the competition, so they haven't yet got on Adelaide Oval. There was a text message text message we received earlier today on this front. These 2 teams play a shocking game of football on Adelaide Oval, yet the dual premiers don't get to play there during gather round, from Mikey of Bendigo. So we'll see the Brisbane Lions, who have played previously at Mount Barker, at Norwood twice, now out at the Barossa tomorrow to play the Kangaroos.
I get the argument, but having a chat to a couple of people from Fremantle last year, and I'll speak to Mick because we went up there, I know you don't get the shine of Thursday and Friday night being here at Adelaide Oval, but the Dockers thoroughly enjoyed going up to the Barossa.
Wasn't it fabulous?
It was great. And so I get we don't under
the previous year when we went up Hunt or just there, it was Mount Barker, wasn't it?
Yeah, you went to Mount Barker.
It's fantastic. And it's got to be done with how many people can go to the game to see, because North Melbourne haven't got a big coverage. There's not going to be a lot of Lions people here.
And that's why Fremantle and Gold Coast, they're quite often the clubs that get sent to those sorts of games because they're big. Certainly Fremantle massive back in WA, but not so, don't have a huge supporter base outside of it. I understand why Lions fans are unhappy. I understand the discussion about why aren't they on the big stage here. But I think the footy clubs and some of the players actually don't mind going to those other venues, which I think is a real difference to what we thought if you go back before gather round started. It was like, who's want to go to Mount Barker, or who's want to go to Lyndoch? Turns out lots of people do.
I think the other thing is too, to keep in mind when it comes to the Brisbane Lions at North Melbourne, is there's a commercial aspect to this. So these games are neutral games. They know that neither team's home or away game. North Melbourne and Brisbane, this is the 3rd time in 4 editions they've played each other. They're probably pointing at each other thinking we're the perfect dance partner for each other in gather round, because North don't want to host Brisbane in Melbourne because they're not a big draw. Brisbane don't want to host North in Brisbane because they're not a big draw.
That's good.
So the Lions, as the reigning premiers, if they were to play here at gather round at Adelaide Oval, they would probably need a big dance partner. But the Lions don't want to burn a Carlton or an Essendon or a Collingwood in gather round.
Adelaide would be a good game here with them.
Well, that is one team they could possibly play in this part of the world. But again, the tournament organisers, in this case the AFL, probably thinking it wouldn't be a bad idea to get the local team off to a winning start, and so maybe giving them a steep opponent in Brisbane isn't the way to go. So I don't know. I imagine the Lions, I'm a bit with you, Clint. I don't think they'll be banging to death thinking they want to get out of that setup. I think they're quite happy to be in the spot that they're in. So that'll start the day tomorrow out at the Barossa. The next match is the one I'll be at, Essendon and Melbourne. So that's here at Adelaide Oval. Sullivan Roby debuts in the number 9 for the Bombers tomorrow. So
don't wear your Essendon jumper. You're a giveaway when you wear that hair, honestly.
We'll see how they go tomorrow.
Just tell everyone it's a Perth
that scarf around your neck and start to throw that scarf around. Oh, I tell you what.
Then it's the Swans up against the Suns. This looks like just about the best game on paper for the weekend out of Norwood.
And you get to smell the sausages cooking on the other side. I'm out there with Aaron Bryans, pumped for the Swans and the Suns.
I'll get on with you.
There you go. You are out there.
Yeah.
Have you been there before?
Yes, I have.
No, I mean in gather round.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, last year.
Very good. Very good it is.
Yeah.
Hawthorn and the Western Bulldogs then Saturday night, another fun game of footy. So Sicily and Gunston both named, despite having sort of injuries on the run, came back and played key roles. Now they're going to play on a short week, so 5-day break, and the two veterans are both listed to play. The Dogs have got a few out, so they're an underdog.
Richards is coming back here, which was really surprising.
And then Sunday footy, Geelong kicks it off up against the West Coast Eagles. So that starts from 12:30 Eastern time.
Channel 7 got that?
No.
Jeez, haven't they missed out? I mean, can you imagine they've had no ads tonight?
Look at you thinking for the commercial broadcast.
No, I love it. See, they've 5 and 7 goals. Could you imagine them sitting back there thinking, we've got to put all these ads on. We can't look at this game. They're just, hey, how'd they be?
GWS and Richmond is, I think, the nationally telecast game that follows in the middle of the afternoon, 3:15 Eastern. So the Giants up against the Tigs. GWS getting a few back, and then the curtain closer is Port Adelaide and St Kilda, which is your Sunday night game.
That'll be a beauty too. What do you reckon, Josh?
I think St Kilda comfortably. Port, I haven't been impressed with it at all.
Your old side?
Yeah, no. They're miles off.
Wow. Okay.
I think.
Naz, last $2 million man up against perhaps the next in Zach Butters. So we'll see how
who's he played with, do you reckon?
Next year? Whoever's got the biggest checkbook.
Probably the Dogs, is it?
Yeah, possibly.
It might come down to whoever's got the most draft capital, because if Port
Adelaide, it's due, isn't it?
If Port match the bid and then they have to get a trade done for him, I imagine if the Dogs go there with all their picks in the high teens, I don't know if Port Adelaide's going to look at that too favourably.
No.
In the NRL tonight, the Cowboys beat the Broncos 35-31, so well done to the boys. Big win there. And the Seagulls beat the Dragons 28-18.
0-6, the Drags.
It's a whole new Sea Eagles, isn't it? They got an interim coach and they're up and
the
about.
Dogs beating Penrith.
Yeah, that was a surprise. St George losing was not a surprise.
So that's the young NRL season in week 6. Shout out to Lockie Kennedy, who tonight ran sub 10 seconds, a 9.96. Becomes just the second Aussie man to do it behind the great Patrick Johnson. So what an effort from him.
Thanks to Cash back in the studio, reminding me of the Dragons' worst start in their history as St George Illawarra. Cheers, Cash. Thanks for that.
There's a new little new low for the Dragons out of the night. All right, the Craig McRae is done press a short time ago. So after the Magpies' narrow defeat, coughing up a 3/4 time advantage, let's have a listen to the Pies boss.
Yeah, we're a bit frustrated. Just wanted to reward the effort though to the players, because last week we didn't do the jumper proud, and it's funny, we had Wakes present the jumper to young Angus Anderson in his first game before the game, and I've never worn the jumper, so I can't speak of it. But he had emotion, what it meant to him to wear the jumper and be part of the Collingwood family. It's important. It's important that our players put it on and it represents something. And, for most parts of tonight, I thought we did the jumper proud. We've got some work to do, no problems at all. But at least that part of our game, our DNA, if you like, was on show in tough conditions. Yeah.
So I guess where you pinpoint where you lost it?
Moments. Didn't take our chances. Yeah. In a low-scoring game in tough conditions, just even just decision-making stuff late. Like what are we doing? Certain phases of the game. We've traditionally been really good at this thing, managing these moments. We just didn't manage ours tonight, and sometimes you got to live it to go through it to grow. And who knows? That could be our story. I'm not sure, but we just didn't manage those moments and critical times.
some of those moments, particularly in the first quarter, you had 15-5 inside 50s, didn't generate enough score. Then in the back end of the third quarter, similar case, had enough entry into the 50s, some repeat entries, but couldn't hit the scoreboard diligently enough.
Well, it suggests that you're playing a good brand of footy when the ball's in your forward half, and then you play against Fremantle, like, the game's got to be a lot of numbers back. That's just... Yeah, we dominated inside 50s, I think, last time we played them too. Like, you can't. It's really hard to articulate how you score. You've got to be really measured. And, the old Lee Matthews, it's hard for us to score, impossible for them. They didn't score, did they? From any of those phases? No. So with those phases are difficult. And I think everybody in the competition on this ground with wet conditions, you can play a forward half game. And, these Adelaide teams and both teams have done that historically over the years.
You denied them speed too.
Yeah.
You just took away that element of it. Obviously, once again, Billy Frampton and Jeremy played really well down back. To eliminate that, you made them kick the long game down the line. Yeah,
I'm certain that Justin's going to sit here and say we slowed them down really well, because we did. We defended the ground really well. They had one passage of play late where they looked fast and went through the corridor, which we knew they would try to, and Jamie had a chance to take that mark and would have been potentially game over. Those little moments we just didn't quite grab, and I thought we defended the ground really well. Again, we didn't last week. Brisbane were brilliant, too good for us, and we learnt some lessons, and here we are improving parts of our game, which we need to.
Craig McRae there in defeat tonight. So the Magpies 2-3 on the season, back-to-back losses, and the Dockers make it 4 on the bounce. So Freo get to 4-1. They kick the only 2 goals in the final term. The full debrief on that, plus all the other issues that are going around in the footy world. Lance Collard, which I'm sure will be discussed as the weekend goes on. The disciplinary tribunal coming back to uphold the ban against him. So now essentially there's just a matter of what the sanction looks like. They'll go away and discuss that further, and the Saints have released a statement too, saying essentially they will look into it as to what their course of action is from here after he was found guilty of making a homophobic slur in the VFL, the second time that's happened in a number of seasons for Lance Collard. WA Sports Talk tomorrow from 10 o'clock local time in SA. It's SA Grandstand from 10:30, live from the Barossa. And we'll be here, Mick, from 12 noon Eastern on, what's our show called, AFL Saturday?
Yes, are we here?
The award-winning right here at Adelaide Oval.
Okey-doke, and then we're off to Norwood. I am.
Catch you then. Enjoy. Have a great day. Thank you, Josh. I'll hear from you across the weekend. Thanks, Clint. Thanks, Corbs. Thanks to Razor Ray downstairs, to Fletch, to Andrea, to Dom, to the cult figure Adam Jones. I mentioned Ray. I'll thank Tim too for all his work. We're out of here. The Dockers home. Winners on Friday night of Gather.